Adam 22 throwing shots at Gucci, man. He say the truth is Pooh Shiesty indeed robbed him, and signed to CMG. Look, he say he knows some inside information. Look, I'm gonna tell you like this. I still don't believe it. Why? Because Dontrell, whatever they call him, Shiesty, he ain't like that. You know what I mean? He ain't like that. But I'll give it to him. When he came out, the nigga say he won't get that back in blood. You know what I mean? Supposedly, Gucci Mane didn't look out for Big Scar like that. You know what I mean? Look, bro, I don't know what's going on with this. You know what I mean? Maybe Gucci did get robbed. You know what I mean? Does it even matter? No, because Gucci ain't who Gucci used to be. That nigga have episodes. You know what I mean? If you caught him lacking. You know what I mean? That's just how it happens. But I still don't believe it. Adam 22, quit the bullshit, nigga. You a fuck nigga. You don't know what you're talking about. You ain't in the loop, nigga. Papoose released a 50 Cent diss track, Agent Provocateur. He pretty much saying that nigga undercover, you know what I mean? Undercover brother, undercover cop, undercover everything. Apparently, the hood don't really fuck with Boo Boo. Look, bro, y'all waited way too long to come out and try to say this about 50 Cent. Everybody attacking him. I gotta give it to him, though. The track is hot. Yeah, the track is hot. Domani killed him. King killed him. T.I. killed him. Mano killed him. Papoose killed him. Look, I know 50 Cent don't think he need to get in that studio, but nigga, don't ever forget you are a rapper that needs to make records. You know what I mean? I'm going to say that again, because y'all don't understand me. He is a rapper that needs to make records. You know what I mean? When nigga want to hear you rap, bro, let's just be honest. Let's just be real. You either rap or you punch something out. If you ain't doing a whole lot of punching, you got to do a whole lot of rapping. I'm just being honest, just being real, fool. Drop it in the comments. Scars from the playground. 50 Cent sent Lil Durk $100,000 to help with trial, fam. 100,000 big ones. You know what I mean? It's not on repeat, none of that. 100,000 one-time payment. You know what I mean? That's just showing you the man looking at it. A lot of people turned their back on Lil Durk. For instance, nobody showed up to trial. Yeah, nobody, fam. Other than G Herbo and a couple others, nobody supporting that, man. Everybody switching sides. They want to be friends with NBA Youngboy. Even Lil Baby went over there, got his thigh tats and kissed the ring. You know what I mean? Look, bro. Shout out 50 Cent. This is some real nigga shit. All that other shit that's going on right now, that's to keep you focused on some bullshit, man. That shit, they're trash. That bullshit. Now, the diss records are hard. You know what I mean? They were pretty fucking good. But unfortunately, none of that shit that's going on matters. It's all bullshit. You know what I mean? It's 50 Cent ain't gonna make a whack record against you, so why even bother? Hello, throwing shots at Young Thug. He's defending Lil Boosie because he say Kodak Black was in PC. Kodak Black went to Big Sandy. For all the people that think Kodak Black was in PC, bro, slap yourself. They separated him because they were beating his ass and starving him out. He was being tortured in that motherfucker. That's why he was reaching out. That's why he reached out, nigga. You know what I mean? Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. What Thug say, in light of the situation, Thug say sometimes you got to check in the PC. It makes it a better situation for everybody. Look, Rollo responded. He say Thug ain't never stepped to prison, federal penitentiary yard. He don't know what the fuck he talking about, what he on. Look, bro, Thugger said shut the fuck up. I'm with him, bro. You a rat, bro. They saying you got paperwork on you. Anything you saying is null and fucking void. Plus, music ain't that hard. You always been a little zesty. You was following Birdman like he had a cavern in his ass crack. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real, nigga. You ain't want to talk. Ray sends a cryptic message to Lil Wayne fans. Look, Drizzy be talking in code. So if you don't catch it, you won't understand it. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real, bro. Bro just updated his profile picture to a picture of Lil Wayne, the GOAT, Weezy F Baby. You know what I mean? An old picture from when he was on the Jenny Jones show in the 2000s. Look, bro, this is signifying collaboration with Drizzy and Wayne. It's gonna be on this new album, Iceman. And it's gonna be a classic one too. Yeah, it's gonna be a classic one too. What a lot of people don't understand is the early studio sessions with Wayne and Drake, they were going back and forth, back and forth. That's what happens when you get them two niggas in a studio together. All type of tracks are being created, but all are not getting put out bro. I believe it's so much shit in that vault, it'll drive a nigga crazy when they finally start dropping that shit. The nigga telling you that old Wayne is back. You know what I mean? Real shit. Shout out Drake. Fat Joe secures a legal victory in a defamation case against his hype man. Look, bro, the hype man was accusing him of all type of shit, being involved in Diddy parties, fucking with kids, all type of shit. Look, he just secured a victory. Not a victory. He hasn't won anything, but the fact that he's able to take this defamation case to trial, it shows something. You know what I mean? Everybody that threatens to sue never does. I got to give it to Joseph Ortega, you know what I mean? Because he, I think that's his name, Joseph something, you know what I mean? Jojo. I got to give it to Fat Joe, because he actually trying to shut this dude to fuck up. He ain't scared of what might come out in court. That means something, you know what I mean? That means it might be some truth to what Fat Joe is saying. That the hype man is in it for the money, you know what I mean? Do I think he tried to intimidate him? Yes, but of course, it comes with the game. Then you gonna put the laws in my life, then you gonna get you in, and they gonna whoop your ass. You know what I mean? Just being honest, just being. Lil Nas X pleads for diversion program in his felony police battery case. Look, this one he was wandering in the streets naked. Everybody say he was on something. They didn't know what was going on with Lil Nas. You know what I mean? But he was in L.A. tripping. You know, let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Let's call it what it is, bro. Bro was in his tighty whities, you know what I mean? One in the streets in some cowboy boots and a silk tie. You know what I mean? Now when the police approached him, I don't think bro knew what the fuck was going on, but they say he was fighting with the cops. You didn't say he was fighting with the cops. They didn't just say that. They took the man in and they would charge them with it. Now in court today in Los Angeles, the man say he wants a diversion program and all type of other shit. Niggas, tell him it's them drugs. You know what I mean? You got to tell him it's them drugs. Them Lil Nas X, y'all know today, ain't the Lil Nas X that started. I'm just being honest. I'm just being real. Drop it in the comments. Lil Boosie sends a cryptic message to Kodak Black. Look, he told the man to be quiet for his fans sell him a poison pack and it busts his heart. You know what I mean? He's threatening them with fentanyl. Look, bro, come on, Boosie. Come on, bro. This is bigger than you, bro. So we fucking thought. But you showing like a different level of pettiness. Yeah, pettiness, bro. What the fuck are you even tripping on? Cause you say the nigga was in PC. They already said he wasn't, nigga. The nigga went to Big Sandy and was getting his ass beat. PC, if it was PC, it's because they wanted to separate this man so they could do him any kind of way, bro. Know what the fuck you're talking about before you get to talking. But all this other type of shit, you gonna poison his pack and all type of shit, just shows what type of whole ass nigga you really fucking are. I'm just being honest with you, fam. Drop it in the comments, bro. This is fucking pathetic. Dave Blunt's defended Kanye West against 50 Cent. He say he ain't never want no problem with Curtis Jackson. It wasn't until 50 said something about Ye's wife that he wanted to jump on in there because he was on the phone with Kanye. Kanye was depressed, didn't know what the fuck to do because he ain't the confrontational type. Look, so he said, you know what? You stand by. I'll help you out. I'll do something for you. Yeah, I'll do something for you. That's when he went at 50. Look, the diss track was horrible, garbage, basura. You could have kept that shit. And all that Kanye is non-confrontational, bro. You a goddamn lie. Kanye is who Kanye is from all the confrontations. Oh, who are you kidding? Dave Blunt is over, fam. You were a big Mo impersonator that Kanye West made relevant. Now without Kanye, my friend, I'm afraid that Nick ain't talk to you about no music no more. You know what I mean? What are you still getting interviewed for, bro? You drop it in the comments to talk about Kanye. Finally, Choppa apologizes to Chrisean Rock. This is for dragging they son in the argument with him and Blueface. Yeah, he's calling the baby we arted and all type of other shit. I can't even repeat that shit. Look, that's all was bullshit, fam. It's bullshit. Yeah, you apologize to Chrisean Rock for sure. That was due, but then apologize to yourself. Yeah, apologize to yourself for doing some punk ass shit. That's some punk ass shit. You know what I mean? I'm just being honest with you, fam. You so scared to fight that man that you gonna bring the baby in there? Yeah, that shit was trash. That shit was horrible, fam. Yeah, that shit was horrible. Now, NLE Choppa versus NBA Youngboy, nigga don't wanna hear that shit. Yeah, nigga don't wanna hear that shit. Cause you don't got the cojones to go really swing on nothing. You know what I mean? Yeah. Why would you want to, nigga don't even entertain the bullshit no more. Like, I'm with Kentrell Gordon on that one. Man, you see what beef done got you, nigga. Why even give in to it? Dr. Dre sold his Malibu mansion for $16.5 million. Why? He's moving up like the Jeffersons. I don't think y'all read the news last week, but that man officially on the books became a billionaire. Yeah, it's a fucking billionaire. Look, this house, this Malibu mansion, he bought it in 2000 for $4.8 million. He wanted $20 million in 2022. This bitch went for 16.5 in 2026. Tree storage, private gym, studio, deck, wood burning fireplace. I thought they all burned wood. I'ma just be honest with you, fam. A home office, a sauna, entertainment system, 6 fucking bedrooms. It was in Billionaires Beach, bro. Carbon Beach. They call it Billionaires Beach because all the billionaires live there. Look here, bro. Now he's a billionaire. He's moving up like the Jeffersons. He doesn't need the property anymore. He's number 333. 3,000. Nah, I'm just fucking with you. 3,332. Released a 50 Cent diss track. He say everybody 50 beef with Curtis Jackson beef with ends up in federal custody. You know what I mean? On top of that, he say he built a career off of lies and strong marketing. Get rich wasn't enough. The man still wants to die. You know what I mean? On top of that, prosthetic bars. Look up. Shout out Mano, because he don't get no credit for the records that he's put out in the past. But this track was dope, fam. I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't think he had it like that. Yeah, this track was dope. Real rap fans will enjoy this one. Yeah, guaranteed. That's why Jim Jones, Mano, Fabulous, and Dave East make a good little round table, bro, because they can all really rap. You know what I mean? Never quite made it to where they were supposed to go. But you can't take nothing away from them. All them niggas got skill. You know, let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Shout out Mano, because like I said, I didn't think he had it like that. Kanye West has announced he will be performing for the first time in LA in years, fam, at the SoFi Stadium. That concert is now facing a lot of backlash and look like it might potentially get canceled. Look, the Jewish community ain't with it. Yeah, he say it's offensive to the Jewish community in Los Angeles for that man to perform for all the years of hate-fueled, Nazi-inspired music. You know what I mean? Unless that concert is used to apologize, to heal wounds, and disavow anti-Semitism, they don't want it to fucking happen. Well, look, Kanye has apologized. Yeah, he's apologized. But what they are asking for is not a hard ass, fam. Yeah, make this an apology concert. If you're not willing to make it an apology concert, bro, first of all, you're not riding the right wave. That's for one. Second of all, you're not genuine. Point blank, period. They ain't asking for too much. Yeah, meet them in the middle. Rick Ross announced his 20th anniversary Port of Miami Orchestra Tour. Look, he's celebrating 20 years, fam. Yeah, he say the Port of Miami was his foundation of his empire, the foundation of his empire. Look, bro, the Renaissance Orchestra and the Trap Choir will be hitting the road with this man. May 29th, kicking off at the James Knight Center, ending August 29th in Charlotte. He will be Chicago, Philly, Houston, Atlanta. He's going a few places, bro. Shout out to Ross. One thing they can't take away from him is the fact that man can really rap. You know what I mean? Well, them old records are fucking timeless, fam. Timeless. Port of Miami, hustling, all that shit. You know what I mean? Pots and pans. Like, bro, Y'all can't deny him. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real, bro. That's why he's stuck around so fucking long. 50 Cent promoting new Max B collaboration with artificial intelligence. Look, bro, I don't know if y'all heard that shit or not. You know what I mean? But Max B shit, pure trash, bro. Garbage, basura. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. It don't matter what you promote bullshit with. The people gonna always realize it's bullshit. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Now, I can't hate on Curtis Jack, cause Papoose say the nigga verse has been whack ever since Get Rich or Die Trying drop. I don't believe that. That nigga had that nigga, you ain't saying nothing with Lil Boosie. That nigga wrecked that motherfucker. On top of that, them power theme songs be going off. I ain't no Curtis Jackson. I ain't no Boo Boo hater. Yeah, I don't hate Boo Boo. But that shit is Boo Boo. I'm just being honest. I'm just being real. And I know his fans ain't gonna like that much. But keeping it real is not hating. You know, let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Drop it in the comments. Look, after numerous postponements, Kanye West has confirmed the release date for the Bully album. Look, the bitch is coming out March 27th. You know what I mean? Billboards popping up everywhere. Everywhere. Yay, Yeezy, bye. Now, look, album coming out on the 27th. That's for sure. I don't think he's going to push this one back. You know what I mean? He's been waiting for all the smoke to clear, and he think it's about that time, especially since he done parted ways with the Big Mo impersonator, Dave Blunt. You know what I mean? Like, bro, don't put none of that Dave Blunt shit on his album. If he goes that way, it's gonna be garbage, bullshit, trash. Or, you know, if he's that old Kanye West, man, you might get a full album or bangers. But I highly doubt it. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. It's 2026 and these niggas ain't really rapping and making records anymore. Donald Glover, that's Childish Gambino for the people that don't know him, starring in a new Super Mario Brothers Galaxy movie. Look, this is big, man. The nigga was just a rapper. Let's be honest. Let's just be real. The nigga was just a rapper, and he took this shit serious, and he started getting real roles, bro. Incredible roles. Shout out Childish Gambino. Drop it in the comments. The man is gonna be playing your shit in the new Mario. I can't knock it. I'm trying to get like him, bro. Yeah, I'm trying to get like him. And when I get my money and my opportunity, I'm gonna do the same shit, and they gonna surprise you motherfuckers. You know what I mean? That's what y'all just can't be on doing, bro. A lot of people don't know him, you know what I mean? Especially not as a rapper. But the man made platinum records and turned his life around, bro. Now he don't even need the hip-hop music. No. He's a real actor. Look, Gunplay says Rick Ross sabotaged his rap career. He said it was all good when he was Triple C's and he was on tour with Ross. Everything was about Ross. Once it became about him, everything changed. Yeah, he said, man had said he had hit records with no marketing budget. Nobody wanted to put no money into him. You know what I mean? Look, bro, a lot of people don't know Gunplay like that. They don't know the nigga really had something on that mic, man. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Provocateur, cartoons and burial, well, cartoons and cereal with Kendrick Lamar, bro. Those was hits. Bro had his chance. He had his time. I think it might have passed him. You know what I mean? I think it might have passed him. It ain't because he got whooped by uh, 50 Cent. No, ain't none of that because he win. None of that shit. I think it's just the nose candy. Yeah, that booger sugar held him back. You know, I don't think it was Ross. I think you was on drugs, nigga. You were coked up all the time. You couldn't feel shit. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real, bro. Drop it in the comments. Boosie throwing shots at Kodak Black and say any nigga that check in a PC can't talk to him. Can't say he no motherfucking gangster. You know what I mean? Look, bro, I would say any nigga that send a child to do a man's work, and we talking about Marlo Mike, we going there, could never say he no real gangster. Man, what people don't understand, bro, when you put hits, you putting a bag on somebody's head, that don't make you look super tough, bro. That just say you got a little change. When you go do it by yourself, that's something different. Yeah, when you can see the whites in that cat eyes before you blow him away, you know what I mean? If you have to do that day, and it sets you apart. Yeah, it sets you apart from the others, fam. So Kodak Black allegedly checking in the PC, bro. Let's not forget you wasn't really on death row, bro. You were just held in that wing, cause shit was being um, refurbished. Let's be honest. Let's just be real. Drop it in the comments. DJ Academics throwing shots at Blueface. Blueface recently came out and said he never actually impregnated Chrisean Rock. They faked the paternity test. That he's not the pappy that's Ronnie's baby. You know what I mean? Look, DJ Academics say, man, get off the gas and just be a fucking man. Just be a fucking man, bro. All this to get out of your fucking responsibilities, bro. That's your child. You know what I mean? Whether you think something wrong with that baby or not, that boy look just like you. Spitting fucking image. I'm being honest with you, fam. Yeah, this is the one time I actually fucking agree. I mean, I agree with him sometimes. I mean, I'm not gonna get him like that, but this is one of the times I actually agree with DJ Academics. Just come on, nigga, get off the lame shit, cuz. You just got out of jail, bro. Just got out the claim. Straight back to the bullshit for the entertainment industry. Man, come on, man. Grow up, cuz. Yeah, that was lame. I'm just being honest, just being. DJ Academics throwing shots at Young Thug. He say, why is that man built like that? He's skinny, he's lanky, but he has a gut, blah, 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 bro. Look who's talking, fam. Now, this is starting to get out of fucking hand. Out of hand. Now you're breaking down how the man body looks. You know what I mean, bro? How feminine is that? No, we're not gonna call you the other word. No, we're not gonna call you the other word. That other word I've learned gets you a community strike. You know what I mean? When you ain't gonna say nothing about that. But we saying, bro, how weird is that, bro? You got a problem with it, nigga. So you just keep talking about everything about the nigga, thinking it's gonna get a rise out of it. You don't even go to the gym, nigga. It's just, come on, bro. When was the last time you was in the gym? When was the last time you took off your fucking shirt and somebody of the opposite sex said you look good? DJ Academics, get off the fucking bullshit, bro. It's getting, this shit is getting out of fucking hand. It's getting annoying, bro. I'm just being honest, just being real. Drop it in the comments, man. Scars from the play. Look, Tip Harris, TIP coming live from the VIP, announces a collaboration with Dr. Dre on his new album, man. Now, T.I. lighting it up, bro. Diss track after diss track for 50. He done came back with that new joint. Nah, I didn't really fuck with that. You know, I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't really fuck with that track. Some of that shit just not for me. You know what I mean? He got a certain little ring-a-ding-ding on it, but it's just, I like a different T.I. You know, I'm gonna be honest with you. Now, I'm looking at the album, Killer King. He say Dr. Dre on it. Dr. Dre ain't had no good production in years. You know, I'm gonna be honest with you. But, hey, it might be a thing. Considering he just did the Missionary album with Snoop Dogg, and that shit was basura, trash, garbage. Bro, I don't know if it's really even a thing to have Dr. Dre on that bitch no more. I'm just being honest with you, fool. Shout out Dr. Dre. But it's a new king, it's a new sheriff in town. I'm just being honest. His name is Scorch on the playground. Drop it in the comments. Adam 22 throwing shots at Whack 100. He say the man is pushing propaganda against Black Sam and Nipsey Hussle. First is Black Sam got police patrolling, making it hard for patrons to enjoy their marathon burgers. Now he got a whole team of people checking out some shit that don't look right in the police report pertaining to Black Sam. Look, man, Whack 100, stop the bullshit, man. It's all this over the fact that they say Nipsey allegedly slapped the fuck out of you back in the day, fam, because you were rolling with Big U after Big U DP'd him. You know what I mean? Let's just be honest. Let's just be real, fool. Yeah, it seemed like you got a different agenda. Why start talking about all this shit right now and adding like fuel to fires, man? Come on, man. Whack 100, stop it. You know what I mean? Shout out to Adam 22 for even having the cojones to call him out about it. But this is what they do out there. This is what they do out there, bro. You know, just being honest, just being real. Drop it in the comments. Travis Scott announces a new solo album, fam. Look, I don't know what it's gonna be called right now, but LaFlame say he's cooking. He responded to a fan that needed a little inspiration. He say he cooking right now. The rage is always in you, fam. cooking to give you a little inspiration. Look, we already know about the Kanye and collaboration album. That's coming out, fam. They didn't already recorded that shit. You know what I mean? Real shit. That's dope. But this new solo project, fam, man, it's gonna tear the roof off of shit. You know, just being honest, just being real. A lot of people don't understand, like Travis Scott. Travis Scott, like, bro, you got to really just go through an experience. It's more of an experience than anything, fam. You got to go through, experience the music, and guess what? You gonna realize, man, you fuck with that. Why? The nigga take it to another level. Plus, he's from Houston. Fam, drop it in the comments. Shout out Travis Scott. White Howard accused of abusing illegal substances, bro. Look, his wife, Amy Lucian or whatever her name is, bro. That ain't the point. Came on that bitch with damn near half a kilo, fam. You know what I mean? Another Quaalude, she love me in the morning type shit. You know, no. This ain't that, bro. Bro had damn near whole bag of that shit. She said that's the problem. He's too fucking coked up all the time. Y'all don't really get to see him. Look, bro, this a big nigga that coked up in that highs, you know what I mean? Shooting out blood boogers and all type of other shit, fam. Look, it's becoming an issue. They say he's following with the voice. You need to, because your secrets aren't secrets anymore, bro. This dude has had a crazy time since leaving the NBA, bro. It's been a whole gay scandal with the transies and all type of shit. Now he's coked out. Look, bro, somebody help him. Yeah, if you want to see a nigga live, go help him. I'm just being honest. Just Ray J calls out Snoop Dogg for doing bad business. Yeah, he say he been doing bad business. He comparing that nigga to Suge Knight. He say he took over Death Row only to start fucking over everybody. He wants to keep all the money on for himself. He doesn't want to share. He doesn't want to share. He wants most of the points off the records that he's helping the record. You know what I mean, bro? This is Snoop. What did you expect from a 60, 57 year old gang member? You know what I mean? Non quip. You know what I mean, bro? He is. Suge fucked him, so what he's gonna do, he's gonna fuck over everybody else. Danny Boy, Daz Dillinger, Julian. I don't know Julian. Shout out Ray J for even telling me about Julian. It's coming to a boiling point, fam. Is that, and people are getting pissed off. Snoop, bro, you got to share the wealth. You can't be the richest one in the room always, fam. I don't want to see these people get with y'all. Just being honest, just being real. Drop it in the comments, man. Scar's on the playground. G Herbo was nearly robbed mid-performance. Yeah, they were trying to get that pinky ring. Yeah, they were trying to get that pinky ring. He rested him in the crowd to try to shake somebody's hand. They tried to come back with his ring. He had to really tussle and take that motherfucker out the other first person hand, or he would have lost it. You know what I mean, bro? Whatever fan that was that grabbed that ring, you better be lucky you were fucking with G Herbo and not Big X the plug. Bro, if you had did that to Big X, they'd have had about 50 niggas punching on you. I'm just being honest with you, fam. Drop it in the comments. G Herbo took that one like a G, like a champ. Just like when a nigga was saying fuck wherever he come from. You know what I mean? Fuck the GDD, wherever he is, bro. Nigga didn't do nothing. You know what I mean? Well, that's G Herbo for you. Yeah, it's him for you, bro. G Herbo ain't who y'all think he is. He just from the land. You know what I mean? It's like niggas being from the land of the trill or being from H-Town and not really being about that. And you see that shit every day. Papoose released a 50 Cent diss track, Mini Man, freestyle. Look, the shit is hot. He say, motherfuck Curtis Jack after Get Rich or Die Trying. Every verse was whack. You know what I mean? Look, he brought out the whole Daphne Joy situation. Did it and ran through it, did this and did that. Look, the freestyle is fire, fam. Freestyle is fucking fire. You know, I heard 50 Cent say he ain't responding to nobody that can't write a rap, a resource, kid, short bus coming, all that other type of shit. But, man, you can't lie. Papoose wrecked that motherfucker. You know what I mean? Real shit, bro. Put that bitch on wax. Because he just recording in the car. You know what I mean? He recording in the car. And once you break down the lyrics, it does sound a little simplistic. But that bitch animalistic. You know what I mean? I'm just being honest with you, fam. Papoose could always rap. Yeah, Nick just can't make a record. You know what I mean? Yeah, he could rap like a motherfucker. Just can't make a record. It's two different things, man. What a lot of battle rappers don't fucking understand. But 50 Cent, bro, they on your head, nigga. Reggie Wright throwing shots at TK Kirkland. Look, he say it's funny. He ain't never seen that man with no woman. That, he always stays with a man. Plus, he always steals everybody's or winds up with everybody's jewelry. Bro, he said the only way you can get that is if you're laying down sleeping with him. You know what I mean? He took Eddie Murphy watch, Rolex. Look, I don't know by TK Kirkland being gay. You know what I mean? Part of that community. Nor does it even matter, bro. I done got community strike after community strike. Calling niggas out, bro. The world doesn't care anymore. It's 2026. If you not laying with them people, fam, stop worrying about their business. You know what I mean? Let's just be honest. Let's just be real, bro. Especially Reggie Wright Jr. Every time you see him, he's sitting down. I don't even know if he can get up at this point. I'm gonna be honest with you, fam. What does it matter? A nigga's sexual preference. You know, he got the appetite for some other shit. That's all it is, bro. Drop it in the comments. Lil Durk hired Young Thug's lawyer, Brian Steele. Now, it ain't just Young Thug lawyer, but it's the lawyer that freed Young Thug. That man was supposed to get a lot of time in prison. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Well, Brian Steele just filed a pro-hack vice motion to replace Lil Durk's current defender. You know what I mean, bro? Brian Steele ain't jumping on no case in the middle of it just to lose, bro. You got another thing coming if that's what you think about to happen, bro. Drop it in the comments. But Lil Durk is coming home. You know what I mean? Yeah, it look bad. It look bad, but remember how it looked for NBA Youngboy, Young Thug, T.I., everybody else that done got in some trouble and got right the fuck out. It's just how finesse 2 times. It's just how it happens, bro. You pay that money that them people want, they'll get you out of there. Tory Lanez, if he would have paid, he wouldn't have been in that bitch. Drop it in the comments. He just ain't happy. Kanye West accused of abusing illegal substances. Yeah, he's accused of abusing illegal drugs. He was previously in court answering to a lawsuit filed by Tony Saxton. That's the handyman that was hired to gut out that $50 million mansion because Kanye wanted all type of alterations. Man said he was treated like shit, spit on, and all type of other shit. Look, he's looking for some money. Same mansion that Kanye ended up selling for like 21 million. Nigga lost a pretty penny, even fucking over that highs like that. Well, look here, bro. They say Kanye kept dozing off, couldn't stay up, couldn't stay alert. They say it got to be that fentanyl. You know what I mean? Look, bro, I ain't gonna give him that. But we know he's been heavily medicated for a minute. You know what I mean? They upped his dosage on whatever he was taking. But as far as fentanyl, yeah, I don't think he on all that, bro. And maybe the nigga could be tired. He's flying here, there, and the other, trying to put his life back together. I'm just being honest, just being real. Denzel Washington gave Terrance Howard valuable advice, bro. He said the producer's trying to pay you. You just not trying to open your hands. You know what I mean? Yeah, you just don't want to open your hands. You know what I mean? Look, bro, Terrance Howard says attitude cost him Iron Man. Why? All he wanted was his picture and a poster next to Jodie Foster's. They asked him, he asked why wasn't his name on there. They told him he's not the star of that fucking film. You know what I mean? But the way they told him, said he had to threaten the guy. He had to threaten the producer. If you ever talk to me like that, I'll knock your motherfucking ass out. He said 7, 8 months later, Don Cheadle had replaced him Don Cheadle had replaced him on Iron Man. You know what I mean? Look, bro, shout out Don Cheadle because that's a hell of an actor. But yeah, he played James Rhodes before Don Cheadle eventually took over, bro. Sometimes your attitude, most of the time, your attitude gonna knock you out of position, bro. That's why you got to know how to act. Kanye West accused of abusing illegal substances. Yeah, he's accused of abusing illegal drugs. He was previously in court answering to a lawsuit filed by Tony Saxton. That's the handyman that was hired to gut out that $50 million mansion because Kanye wanted all type of alterations. Man said he was treated like shit, spit on, and all type of other shit. Look, he's looking for some money. Same mansion that Kanye ended up selling for like 21 million. Nigga lost a pretty penny, even fucking over that highs like that. Well, look here, bro. They say Kanye kept dozing off, couldn't stay up, couldn't stay alert. They say it got to be that fentanyl. You know what I mean? Look, bro, I ain't gonna give him that. But we know he's been heavily medicated for a minute. You know what I mean? They upped his dosage on whatever he was taking. But as far as fentanyl, yeah, I don't think he on all that, bro. And maybe the nigga could be tired. He's flying here, there, and the other, trying to put his life back together. I'm just being honest, just being real. Look, Mano throwing shots at 50 Cent. He say everything 50 is saying about Jim is a fucking lie. Jim ain't behind on the rent. Jim is not getting evicted. In fact, he signed a 5-year lease agreement on that place so he can keep shooting his content and doing what he do in his space. Now, what happened was, when we see Jim trying to kick the door down, the landlord changed the locks without permission. Now, what permitted him to even take his ass over there and do that, Lord knows, but they paid up, you know what I mean? If they wasn't, it would be some court documents. Like you say, 50 ain't nothing but a capper. He's doing all this for Hollywood for show. He knows how to sell it. You know what I mean? Well, that's what entertainment is, fellas. That's what y'all don't understand. What entertainment is. Make it entertaining, they will come. If you build it, they will come, bro. You gotta just give them something to look at. You know what I mean? Give them something to look at, they gonna look. You know what I mean? Just being honest, bro. Even if it's true or not. Look, Ebro Dorton throwing shots at Drake. This is on a new episode of the Rap Review, a little episode, the Apple show that he's part of now after getting the boot from Hot 97, where he say he's waiting on something that may never happen, sort of like Drake getting a classic album, you know, something that just never gonna happen. Look, Ebro Dorton is a hater, bro. What makes the album classic? Let's just be honest, let's just be real, bro. Drake dropped an album over a decade ago that's beating most of your new records in streams, bro. You know, I would say that's classic, bro. If all your shit, nearly all your albums go platinum, make some classic records. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real, bro. I can't take nothing from Drake. Even that Drake and Party Next Door album, Some Sexy Songs for You, and it ain't up for discussion, but we can debate about it. That's a fucking classic. Look, Ebro is a hater. Drake is laughing all the way to the fucking bank. Jeremiah cancels the Boy for Life tour with B2K, Boys for Life. Lil Bow Wow, Bow Weezy, we're supposed to be at that bitch too. Well, look here, Jeremiah pulling out, you know what I mean? Just days before the event was scheduled to kick off, you know what I mean? He's pulling out. Why? Health scare. Yeah, he's going through health shit. Right now, he's being closely monitored for escalations. You know what I mean? Look, he didn't want to walk with him. Let's just be honest. Call it what it is. He didn't want to walk with him, nor do he have any new records. So he ain't trying to come out the house like this. Shout out Jeremiah. You know what I mean? Sometimes people just need the West. But right now, I don't even think he was a good fit for that tour. No how. Let's just be honest. Jeremiah could sing. The boy could sing, but like I said, he ain't got no new records. He's just gonna be doing a whole bunch of old shit, and it just didn't mix in with the blast from the past type shit. I'm just being honest with you, fam. Drop it in the comments. Him staying home is only for the best. Blueface denies impregnating Chrisean Rock. He say he ain't the pappy or that youngin' boss. That's actually Ronnie's little boy. He's just tired of the bullshit, fam. He say he was just doing that for clicks, views, and likes. He wanted people to like him. You know what I mean? But he say Ronnie ain't his son. Look, Blueface, get off the gas, nigga. Like, you could talk about that little boy, but I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm gonna be real. That nigga look like a spitting image of you, nigga. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real, bro. It's too late for the bullshit. See, that's the problem with people that grew up in California specifically. You know what I mean? But in the entertainment industry, period. They always crying wolf, bro. You don't know what's true or what's not. Take it like everybody's always playing on your top. So yeah, this one ain't no different, bro. You just want some attention, and get what? A nigga gonna give it to you. Yeah, a nigga gonna give it to you. Cause why? People love this shit. You know what I mean? They love it. Drop it in the comments, man. Scott's gonna play. Boy announces collaboration with Rick Owens. Look, he was recently at a showing.
I'm bien. Like your outfit. Happy to see you in Paris. Oh là là, I'm bien. I'm in. Youngboy in the house in family. NBA, Youngboy. Question for you. Welcome.
They got him, y'all. I hate to say it like that, bro, because I like NBA Youngboy, bro, but he's trying too hard to get into a community that's only gonna eat his ass up, chew him up, and spit him the fuck out, bro. You got to know what you asking for, bro. This nigga was on trail to be his own motherfucking GOAT, but he doing some other shit, you know what I mean? Don't take my word for it. Yeah, don't take my word for it, because a lot of people gonna say, oh, you hating, or you hating on my nigga YB. First of all, that ain't your nigga. And second of all, keeping it real ain't hating, oh weak ass nigga. I'm just being honest with you. I'm just being real, fam. Drop it in the comments, but they got him, y'all. Lucci facing a $115,000 lawsuit over a Corvette he rented for a music video. Well, they say that thing was shot up. Yeah, you heard me right. They say that thing was shot up, bro. Not at him. They say his partner Quinn was in it. He allowed somebody that wasn't registered, a registered driver, to drive it. And that bitch got shot up. You know, somebody fired at that motherfucker. Now, I don't know, a lot of people think, bro, why is he laughing? Bro, I'm like the Joker. Yeah, I'm like the Joker. I laugh. Yeah, awkward moments, strange times, you know what I mean? But this one is funny to me, bro, because even in the motherfucking rental, you know what I mean? Nigga wasn't safe, you know what I mean? It just shows you that it's a real fucking world out there, you know? I'm just being honest with you, bro. Away from the cameras and all that, you say you want this, you say you want that, well, get what? Nigga, you better know what come with it. I'm just being honest, I'm just being real. Drop it in the comments, nigga. Scars from the play. 50 Cent throwing shots at T.I. Look, this is his response to all the bullshit. T.I. won the versus match. He didn't want it. He started talking about Tiny. T.I. started dropping diss songs with diss records, where he say, you know what, why he hasn't dropped a record? Because he's quiet now. You remember how quiet he got when it was time for Diddy's documentary, when they thought it was just speculation that he was making one? Look, the documentary is official. Surviving T.I. and Tiny. He says over 20 years of sexual assault cases that they're going to dig into. Yeah, originally I thought he couldn't fuck with Tip. And can't fuck with Domani and King. They're kids, you know what I mean? But as far as Tip, bro, if you really sticking your toes and shit, you know what I mean, bro, it's about to really be exposed. Like, shout out 50 Cent, man. He's a petty bastard, but he does the work. You know what I mean? I'm gonna say it again. Shout out 50 Cent because he's a petty bastard. Petty bastard. But that bitch gonna work. You know what I mean? Real shit. You got to give it to him. DJ Academics throwing shots at Young Thug. Look, you say that nigga acting like, oh, 304. Why? While he was riding with Lil Baby, he pulled out his phone and he started recording. You know, yeah, look who I'm with, y'all, look who I'm with. That's what he get from it. A nigga just showing you that it ain't no beef. You know how the internet run with shit and say wham and what not sending his phone call, bro. He's showing y'all that behind the scenes, nigga, they are cool. Nigga ain't worried about that internet shit. And that's what y'all don't know about Atlanta. Atlanta gonna stick together. You know what I mean? Yeah, Atlanta gonna stick together, fam. That's why they never fall off musically. Bruh, since the 90s, Atlanta has been setting trends. You know what I mean? What people do, they run to Atlanta, go back to their cities and act like they done started something. But guess what? You've been Atlantified. I'm just being honest. I'm just being real, fool. Drop it in the comments, man. Scars from the playground. Nigga told me I'm cringy. Nigga, what the fuck does that make you? Drake Iceman album has been delayed. Originally, they say it was set to be released March the 6th or whatever. Look, bro, that man never put an official date on Iceman. He just told you it was coming. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. How can something be delayed if you never put a date on it? You know what I mean? It's just people speculating and waiting for it. Shout out Jersey Drake, man. When that bitch ready to drop, it will drop. You know what I mean? Yeah, that bitch coming in hot. You know what I mean? Right now, that man don't even need to drop an album. He just reached, what, 3 billion streams on Spotify in 2026, nigga. We at the beginning of March. You know what I mean? If I was him, I'd wait on it too. Nigga, drop that bitch in the summer. That's what Drake do, nigga. Drake makes summer records. You know what I mean? Drop it in the comments, man. Iceman coming soon, nigga. Iceman coming soon. But like I said, you got to wait for it. That bitch ain't delayed. Meech throwing shots at 50 Cent. He say him and his pops, Meech, Big Meech, is the best to ever do it. You know what I mean? He say some of these niggas don't do shit for their kids. ... Y'all know who I'm talking about, bro. Everybody know. Everybody in the world, which is crazy, because it's national news. Everybody in the world know he talking about 50 Cent and boy Marquise. You know what I mean? He talking about Marquise. Don't do shit for him. You know what I mean? Real shit. Has damn near denounced him as a son, in the public eye at least. I don't know they family business. You know what I mean? But look here. Yeah, Lil Meech definitely throwing shots. You know what I mean? Especially seeing that 50 Cent got some new shows going on with stars, putting a lot behind that Ghost series, bro. There's all type of spinoffs coming up, but he just don't care about BMF anymore. Yeah, he just don't care about it. Meech coming out fucking with Rick Ross was all he needed. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's all he needed. Now, Lil Meech, your career might be a little different. Tyler Perry denies sexual assault allegations. The man say he didn't do it. This is all just a team for money. Yeah, this man facing a $77 million lawsuit. Why? He like to forcibly grab packages, and when you don't like it, allegedly, he cuts your role. You know what I mean? Even if there was a main point, nigga, your character gonna die out. You know what I mean? Look, bro, yeah, you can't believe what everybody says. Yeah, everything that everybody says ain't true. That's for one. But come on, my nigga, when a lot of people, he said a lot of people said though, right? When a lot of people said, fam, it has to be some truth to it. Now, I think he already admitted to being on that other side. Yeah, but this ain't about that, bro. This is about same thing that nigga from man, I forget the movie, Superfly, the one that got locked up for the 50 years. You know what I mean? Tyler Perry pushing the lines, man. He standing on the fence. I'm just being honest, just being real. Quavo is facing a $8 million tax lien from the IRS. It's been reported at 2.5 million, but look, bro, I don't see how 1 year was nearly $1 million, another year was nearly $1 million, another year was nearly $1 million, and on the fourth year, it was nearly $3 million. Look, bro, add him up, you know what I mean, bro? All the shining is cool. Yeah, all the shining is cool, bro, but you can't shine until you really get it. That's what people don't understand, bro. You can't shine until you really can afford to have what you got. Other than that, you're not shining. You know what I mean? Just be honest, they got a word for that. Yeah, they got a word for that, nigga. You not procrastinating. No. That's not the word. Starts with a P though. Drop it in the comments, bro. I do this shit all off the fly. Yeah, sometimes I just forget words. You know what I mean? But yeah, they got a word for that. You know what I mean? But you ain't got what you think you got. Shout out Quavo though. NBA Youngboy deactivated all social media accounts. Everything. He's nowhere to be found now. Why? He's receiving backlash from all that shit he been talking. You know what I mean? Yeah, bro. This him going back and forth with his baby mama. Well, it led him to say, fuck that baby. You know what I mean? Yeah, he said that, bro. He went up that baby. Look, the internet doesn't play with shit like that, bro. Whatever anger you holding inside, bro, you got to let it go. Yeah, you got to let it go. What is it worth, bro, if you got all the money in the world, but you got all that motherfucking hatred in you, bro? I'm just being real, bro. When you said F the baby, I knew something was going on with you mentally, thugger. Like, you got to chill, fam. Yeah, you got to chill. This ain't what you want, bro. Like, F the baby, like, come on, my nigga. Babies and old people and women, that's who we supposed to protect, bro. Meech throwing shots at 50 Cent. He say him and his pops, Meech, Big Meech, is the best to ever do it. You know what I mean? He say some of these niggas don't do shit for their kids. ... Y'all know who I'm talking about, bro. Everybody know. Everybody in the world, which is crazy, because it's national news. Everybody in the world know he talking about 50 Cent and boy Marquise. You know what I mean? He talking about Marquise. Don't do shit for him. You know what I mean? Real shit. Has damn near denounced him as a son in the public eye, at least. I don't know they family business. You know what I mean? But look here. Yeah, Lil Meech definitely throwing shots. You know what I mean? Especially seeing that 50 Cent got some new shows going on with stars, putting a lot behind that Ghost series, bro. There's all type of spinoffs coming up, and he just don't care about BMF anymore. Yeah, he just don't care about it. Meech coming out fucking with Rick Ross was all he needed. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's all he needed. Now, Lil Meech, your career might be a little different. Lil Boosie, please, for permission to travel to China. Look, bro, he wants to get a cure for diabetes. He heard they didn't got something. He want to go out there and see if they could take his disease away from him. He said this has plagued his life, bro. He's just tired of dealing with it. He just wants to fly. Well, a lot of people think, oh, why is he asking for permission? The nigga on paper. Yeah, the nigga's on papers. You know what I mean? Yeah, he was supposed to be in prison. Didn't get no time, but in a way, he still got some time, man. Why? He's not flying overseas. Yeah, despite it being some magical cure over there, you know what I mean? They ain't gonna let him, you know what I mean? Best chance he would have had to get cured was right here in America, Dr. Sebi. But allegedly they took him out. We ain't supposed to talk about that though. Yeah, we ain't supposed to talk about it. Shout out Lil Boosie, he's just trying. He's just trying to get healthy for him and his kids, fam. Fam just had a baby. Drizzy Drake has came a long way, but they say back in the day, he wasn't allowed on Lil Wayne's tour bus. And wasn't allowed, you know, he had to go wide somewhere else, nigga. You know what I mean? Real shit. Nigga walk up to the tour bus doors and they close the doors in that nigga face. Why? They say he was a dork. Look, this is coming real nutty when he first came out. You know what I mean? Wasn't until he started making the millies and selling the records that they wanted to hang. But right then, it was only Wayne and the gang. Yeah, big blood shit going on. He couldn't be around. They didn't know if they could trust him. You know what I mean? Look, bro, yeah, I believe it's true. Yeah, I believe it's true, my nigga. Until you come into the circle, till we really bring you into the circle, my nigga, gonna keep you at arm's length. That's just how it's supposed to be. It wasn't no diss to Drizzy, nigga. It could have been anybody, my nigga. Before you actually allowed all the way in, you have to see. We have to see if you comfortable staying on the outskirts for a minute. Drop it in the comments, man. Shout out Drizzy Drake. Diddy has been approved for early release. Yeah, the man was set to get out 2028. It's looking like they're shaved off a couple months, but I'm hearing, bro, it might be way sooner than that. Yeah, now the kids thought he was gonna get out by Christmas. That didn't happen, obviously. Christmas then came and went. But Christmas 2026, hey, I don't know. You know what I mean? A lot of people be mad at me because I say, oh man, Diddy shouldn't even be in that bitch. Bro, I'm not saying for what y'all think he done. I'm saying for what he was convicted of, providing transportation to participate in prostitution. Only, that's all we speaking about, because that was the only fucking charge that stuck, fam. But when you say a man should get treated 5 years for that, come on, bro. Yeah. If that's the case, nigga, so many people should be locked up. Not just the dealer, you know what I mean? But do I go for the dealer? No. The way he did Meek Mill's arse, no. I'm not with him. You know, I'm just being honest, just being real. NBA Youngboy deactivated all social media accounts. Everything. He's nowhere to be found now. Why? He's receiving backlash from all that shit he been talking. You know what I mean? Yeah, bro. This him going back and forth with his baby mama. Well, it led him to say, fuck that baby. You know what I mean? Yeah, he said that, bro. He went up that baby. Look, the internet doesn't play with shit like that, bro. Whatever anger you holding inside, bro, you got to let it go. Yeah, you got to let it go. What is it worth, bro, if you got all the money in the world, but you got all that motherfucking hatred in you, bro? I'm just being real, bro. When you said F the baby, I knew something was going on with you mentally, thugger. Like, you got to chill, fam. Yeah, you got to chill. This ain't what you want, bro. Like, F the baby, like, come on, my nigga. Babies and old people and women, that's what we supposed to protect, bro. Big homie CC defends Pooh Shiesty amid criticism. Look, he say Lontrell is everything he say he claimed to be, plus more. Yeah, held it down in prison. Was not uh, punked out by the GDs. You know, they said they made him stand up while he ate all type of other shit. Look, he said the man was trying to get him a hat in that bitch. All about it he speak about, it's true. You know what I mean? Look, bro, I don't know what big homie CC getting from this, you know what I mean? Making that man puff out his chest even more, but that nigga there, compromise, bro. At first, oh, I don't like this, now you're glorifying that shit, man. Who cares what that bastard done? I'm just being honest with you, fam. Like, real niggas don't worry about what a nigga done or your repertoire. You know what I mean? We all got him. You know, just be honest, bro. Everybody got a his story. You know, his story. Drop it in the comments, man. Scars from the playground. 50 Cent throwing shots at Benzino. Benzino was recently hospitalized after being ran over during a dispute with his baby mama. Diamond was over there doing a wellness check, and she ended up being the one to run him over. Why? She said he reached his hand inside that window where her baby was at, so she had no choice but to do pull off on him. You know what I mean? Look, Benzino, neck brace, stretcher, he fucked up. 50 Cent uploaded the image with a LOL caption and said, God told me to share this. Look, bro, when you hurt, you can't think that your enemy is going to say, oh, I hope you get better. I hope you get better. They hoping this year is done for you. They hoping you're done for. Benzino, I don't know what the fuck you got going on, but I'm just hoping his neck not even more like out of place. Yeah, man, the man already had the most famous neck. He didn't need no more trouble. I'm just being honest, just being real. Drop it in the comments. Snoop Dogg facing a $1.3 million lawsuit. This is from Westside Merchandising. Why? Because they signed the supergroup Mount Westmore. It was Snoop Dogg, Ice Cube, Too Short, and E40. That was in 2020, fam. Supposedly, they were supposed to go on a 60 show tour, win off this much, and all this other type of shit, bro. They did a handful of shows, and that shit stopped. You know what I mean? They were getting sued for $1.3 million. Now, Mount Westmore. I've never heard of this group, bro. Yeah, I've never heard of it. I didn't even know they had put this shit together. You know, I ain't know that. I would like to see what that music sounds like. You know what I mean? Yeah, I would like to, where were they going with it? You know what I mean? I never heard nothing about it. So, was it spectacular? Maybe not. You know what I mean? But look here. Maybe it would have been when they were young. I'm just being honest, just being real, bro. That bitch sound dope. But yeah, they're being sued for $1.3 million, but they got a some countersuing. Yeah, it's supposed to be paid hundreds of $1,000s that they never received. Drop it in the comments, man. Scars from the play. Kanye West announces a collaboration album with Travis Scott. Well, actually, Havoc of Mobb Deep made the announcement. He said a couple of his tracks even made the final take. You know what I mean? Look, Travis Scott, Kanye West, they go back. A lot of people don't know Travis Scott from the H. You know what I mean? When he went to LA, fuck with Kanye, boom, got on. You know what I mean? All this extra shit they were going through, that's over, bro. Travis Scott, Sydney, Australia, said him and Kanye had something special planned. Week later, he brought him out in Tokyo, Japan. Look, bro, Bully is coming out March 30th. It's gonna be Kanye West's 12th studio album. You know what I mean, bro? He's making another trip around the old sun. On top of that, he's apologized for all the other shit he was going through. He's been having mental difficulties. Look, this tape, Travis Scott, Kanye West, if done right, gonna be a fucking classic. I'm just being honest, just being real. Drop it in the comments. Scars from the playground. 50 Cent was honored with the Noble Beef Prize. You heard me right, not Noble Peace, Noble Beef Prize at a nightclub in Miami. The 11 nightclub, to be exact. E11 EVEN. Look, he performed What Up, Cub? What Up, Blood? You know, what up, Gangster? You know how I get down. What? Look, bro, he's not releasing any records. No more new records. But this is how he's responding to the Harrises. He chooses to do something to let you know, get what? I could do this and still get numbers. They brought out a little sign, beef, gave him a Nobel Beef Prize. But I don't technically think he wins all beefs, bro. There's just a fan speculating, oh, he's winning. Look, he's a petty boss. The bitch got the bag, you know what I mean? But to say he's winning, bro, you must be out of your fucking... Nipsey Hussle was honored with an intersection in Los Angeles. They renamed the intersection to Crenshaw Boulevard and Slauson Avenue to Nipsey Hussle Square. Look, Lauren London say Nipsey always said they were gonna name that after him. He was like prolific, you know what I mean, before his fucking time. On top of that, Black Sam spoke for him, Lauren London spoke for him, and the son he shared, Lauren London shares with Lil Wayne, spoke for him. It's a beautiful fucking ceremony. On top of that, he opened up a new Marathon Burger. Everybody came. Snoop Dogg manned the grill. Stevie Wonder came, looked like he was looking at the camera. So a lot of people like, bro, is he blind or is he not? Hours later, drive-by shooting. Somebody shot that bitch up. Look, bro, it's just how people are, bro. You can never celebrate too much because somebody's always trying to tear the shit down. You know what I mean? Look, shout out Nipsey Hussle. The marathon continues. Charleston Wright throwing shots at Jaguar. Wright. He say he knew she was full of shit since the day he met her. Never heard her say the same story twice. She doesn't have any credibility, so Charleston White says. That's why he doesn't want to share the same platforms. If she's sitting on the blue couch, he don't want to go back to that motherfucker. You know what I mean? On top of that, he say she was making under $1,000 just to put out the bullshit. You know what I mean? Look, no Jaguar right disrespected. Disrespect will be tolerated here. I believe damn near most of the shit she was saying. Now, was some of the stories a little fabricated? Maybe, you know what I mean? Yeah, maybe. But guess what? You gotta understand, bro. You got to sell it. Yeah, you got to sell it. This Cat Williams say, bro, when he witnessed people coming out of Diddy parties, they roll with their heads sticking out the sunroof, standing up because they didn't want to sit on their arse. You know what I mean? Come on, bro. It's entertainment. It's Hollywood. You got to make this look good or they don't want to hear it. Shout out Charleston White, but guess what? Shout out Jaguar Wright. Master P says he was inspired to get that bread by J Prince.
Amazing seeing a black man successful, riding around in a Mercedes with a mink coat on and having a Rolls Royce and just so many people looking up to that brother at the time.
Yeah, J Prince inspired him. He said he was seeing this nigga come from the mud, the ground, Fifth Ward, fam, riding around in a Rolls Royce with a mink coat, just did something to him. You know what I mean? Real shit, bro. He say he's inspired by him, bro. Him, Tony Draper, Uncle Luke. Look, bro, you got to pay homage. No matter where they from, you know what I mean? Yeah, a boss is a fucking boss. Bosses respect bosses, bro. That's what people don't understand. So a lot of people think, oh, J Prince this, J Prince that. Yeah, dumbass might be thinking about Junior, bro. We talking about the old man. Yeah, the old man is gonna leave a legacy, fam. Now, what they gonna do with it, Lord knows. But yeah, J Prince about respect, nigga. Drop it in the comments. Cause from the play. Cole throwing that one guy from that one little Amazon series, you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of funny, but it's not one of them series that you finish, that's for sure. Well, look, he was doing a little comedy set. He throwing shots at Nicki Minaj. He say whatever in her ass is going to her brain.
Going through a lot lately, Lord. It hasn't been herself, Lord. I believe whatever's in her ass is affecting her brain, Lord.
You know what I mean? Look, I don't know if it was tire inflation or what. Shout out Nicki Minaj. I'm with her, bro. Yeah, I'm with her. A lot of people think she's just going crazy. But you gotta understand, bro, once you be around the bullshit so long, bro, so long, and you go through all the smut campaigns too, you get tired of it. You don't want to be a pleaser of them people, no mas. I'm just being honest. I'm just being real, fool. Shout out Nicki Minaj. Like, it's easy to Dinko from that one TV show. He's just making a joke. Niggas like that just want to go viral. Yeah, niggas like that just want to go viral, or thinking it's gonna give him 15 more seconds. But look here, my nigga, you're D-list. You're a D-list comedian, bro. And that shit wasn't funny. I mean, it was kind of funny, I'm gonna be honest. Ron Campbell throwing shots at D1. Look, D1 speaking on the 50 Cent T.I. situation. He say he hate bullies. You know what I mean? Hate bullies, but want to get with 50 Cent and work with him. You know what I mean? Look, Ron Campbell say he hate that nigga. Can't stand that nigga. Why? He ain't nothing but a content creator, a thief. He say, my nigga, go back to them wig, bra, and fake titties.
That ain't hip-hop, no. That's hypocrite.
Man, get out of here. I can't stand this nigga. Because he ain't nothing but a content creator. He a thief. And then he talk with a double-edged tongue. Because you sitting up there, you throwing shade at 50. Calling them all types of bullies and talking about how you don't like them. You don't like bullies. But you want to come together and help. Man, shut up.
Now, I don't know D1 like that. You know, I don't know D1 like that. I thought D1 was just a teacher. Has he ever dressed up like this? What is the Son Campbell saying? Drop it in the comments, fam. But I know the D1 fans, they're going to be kind of pissed off about that. But, you know, I don't know. You know what I mean? D1, what is he talking about, fam? Inquiring minds want to know, bro. On top of that, yeah, it is kind of weird to say you despise the man. Despise 50. Can't let hypocritical hip-hoppers win, but you want to work with him. Drop it in the comments, man. Shout out to Son Campbell. That nigga funny. He ain't been the same since he admitted he was raped and he was shot outside of them apartments. You know what I mean? Outside of them brownstones. You know what I mean? Drop it in the comments. Master P says he was inspired to get that bread by J Prince. Yeah, J Prince inspired him. He said he was seeing this nigga come from the mud, the ground, Fifth Ward, fam, riding around in a Rolls Royce with a mink coat, just did something to him. You know what I mean? Real shit, bro. He said he's inspired by him, bro. Him, Tony Draper, Uncle Luke. Look, bro, you got to pay homage. No matter where they from, you know what I mean? Yeah, a boss is a fucking boss. Bosses respect bosses, bro. That's what people don't understand. So a lot of people think, oh, J Prince this, J Prince that. Yeah, dumbass might be thinking about Junior, bro. We talking about the old man. Yeah, the old man is gonna leave a legacy, fam. Now, what they gonna do with it, Lord knows. But yeah, J Prince about respect. Nigga, drop it in the comments. Cause from the play. Drake throwing shots at Castanetti. Say, look here, I'm a Vivette designer. Look at my concepts. I mean, look, he's really just trolling. Everybody don't know what his team going with Castanet and why exactly did he stop streaming to become a fashion designer only to hire somebody to make his concepts. You know what I mean? Come on, man. He ain't did nothing but put stitches on a leather bag. You know, let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Well, look here. Castanet responded. He said, nigga dropped the album. All he got was laughing emojis. You know what I mean? Look, the album coming out. Iceman is coming out pretty soon. They say it's looking to be the biggest album of 2026. You know what I mean? Look, J. Cole, he set the pace. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. That nigga set the standard, bro. So you really got to come with it. But the way this Iceman's shaping up, another classic, certified. Probably go platinum within a week of its release. Mark my words, bro. Scars from the playground. How the Prince released a J. Cole diss track. Bro lost control. He say, you was scared of our brother in the Grand National. Why? I should have knew you and that little Honda would collide. Look, man, the song is dope. Yeah, the song is dope. I think a lot of people don't understand Saha the Prince is one of the ones. Yeah, it's one of the ones. That nigga got the Midas touch. That nigga pen drips murder ink like Scars from the Playground. Similar. Look, shout out Saha the Prince. This was ballsy. He's taking up for his boy Kanye West. He's still pissed off about that false prophet shit from years ago. You know what I mean? Look, man, it's a war. This is a competition. J. Cole against Kendrick Lamar and Drake, that ain't him. The way Saha rapping, you got to respond, nigga. You can't retire. Retire well. Nigga, you better bring Jermaine. You better bring J. Cole out, cause you done started something. Yeah, this nigga done started something. Drop it in the comments. Go check out the song, bro. I implore you to go check out the song, man. Just check it out. It's called from the playground. Drop it in the comments. Big homie CC throwing shots at Offset. He say that man is a certified bitch nigga, you know what I mean, that owe everybody in the gang money. Serial, degenerate, gambler with a pussy problem, you know what I mean? Yeah. He say he's a whistler. He's gonna whistle at everything that passes him. A certified creep. Look, shout out Offset, you know what I mean? Yeah, shout out Offset. I don't look at him that way, but everybody got their own opinion. Look, he say when he see him in the casino, he just stay away from him. He's the type to gamble with a one-on-one Rolex on, but a rather borrow money from his partners and just run off on them. He don't pay back. This is why Lil TJ is on his ass. You know what I mean? Yeah, this is why Lil TJ on his ass. Look, bro, he just can't get right, and he ain't gonna never stop. Why? He's just a gambling motherfucker. You know what I mean? Just be real. A freaky man with a freaky plan on top of that. Drop it in the comments, man. Shout out big homie CC. Shout out Offset. Kodak Black urges a youth football team to stay off of drugs. You know what I mean? Look, shout out Kodak Black. He got to be one of the most honest people on the planet, fam. He say don't even try him. Why? Y'all gonna like him too much and go crazy. Just stay away from him. Look, bro, that shit is honest. Everybody has experimented with something, you know what I mean? Yes, what's your definition of a drug? Some people might say the herb is a drug, even though the Rastafari don't believe that, you know what I mean? But look here, he say just stay away from that, bro. Hey, that's the honest truth, bro. If you can never let that shit in your life, and I'm talking about even smoking, a lot of people talking about that no shit, hey, that's some other shit, you know what I mean? All them level 3 narcotics and all that type of shit. Look, bro, stay away from that shit. I'm not one to try it, you know what I mean? But he's right, bro. It's not conducive to your lifestyle, young man. Drop it in the comments. Shout out Kodak Black, because he's trying. TIP coming live from the VIP, only making hip-hop songs, diss tracks about 50 Cent to sell records. He just wanna sell him a record. He done cut off his locks, came out retirement. Now he's beefing with 50 because the man won't do a versus battle against him. Man, come on, man. This shit here is super weak. I gotta say I like the Harrises because I like how they standing together, banding together for this shit. But this some shit y'all started, fam. Once y'all done started some shit, you know what I mean, bro, you got to tell us what's really the underlying issue, because it can't just be Tiny. It just can't be Tiny. It got to be some other shit going on. T.I., if you got cojones, bro, come out and really tell it. What's really going on, girl? Just seeing y'all beefing over this little whack ass. Yeah, this shit ain't cool, bro. It just makes it seem like you're opportunists trying to sell records. I'm just being honest, just being real. Drop it in the comments, man. It's cost from the play. Be a Youngboy released a highlight music video. This is what they seen the chick Neek riding with him. That's supposed to be Janelle Bethman. Look, I ain't worried about all that other type of shit. You're worried about too much, way too much. Man, let's just be honest, let's just be real. Just enjoy the visuals and the fucking record. You know what I mean? This is a hell of a record. Why? He's not talking about killing anything, sniping nothing, bodies, getting hats, collecting scalps. You know what I mean? This is dope. This is the YB that I fuck with. You know what I mean? Yeah, this is the YB that I fuck with when he can get away from all that other type of shit. You know what I mean? Yeah. Sing it, young nigga. Sing it. You know what I mean? Real shit. Shout out Kentrell Golden. Go watch that highlight music video before it get the millions. You know what I mean? Yeah, before it get millions of views. Go ahead and check it out and just like, tune in. You know what I mean? You tune in. The nigga trying. Shiesty compares himself to Lil Boosie. He said it might be one rapper that got more bodies than me. And that Lil Boosie, look, Donnell, what kind of hoe ass shit you on, bro? What the fuck is you talking about, man? This is what's wrong with niggas, man. You got more bodies than me. Like, man, who even says that, man? Let's just be honest. Let's just be real, bro. This nigga here all cap. I know they say, nah, he really like that. He did some shit on camera before. Yeah, when you do some camera shit, that's because you want people to see it. You know, this is it. You want people to see it. That, and you just ignorant. You have no sense. Back in the day, it was no face, no case. You know what I mean? No face, no case. Niggas these days just get themselves away. Just like this, only one rapper has more bodies than me, and that's Boosie. Nigga, come on, my nigga. Look what people glorify. Nigga, slap yourself in the fucking face, Pooh. Lil Jon's son, DJ Young Slade, death, cause of his death has been released. Look, the man died of drowning on psychedelic mushrooms. Yeah. Maybe he didn't even realize he was in the pond. You know what I mean? Look, bro, this whole little thing, hella fucking weird, hella fucking sketchy. I'm not saying Joan had nothing to do with it, but like the timing is crazy, bro. Bruh getting his second trip around the sun, and then you lose your son. You know what I mean? Does the water still taste like water anymore? You know what I mean? Does the roses still smell like roses? You know, just be honest, let's just be real, bro. Some things you'll give up to not lose. You did, you know what I mean? I need more answers, mucho más. And I know the family going through some shit, but this one is crazy. But one, don't ever take much. Jackson is facing disturbing allegations. Even 80 after death, they coming for him. You know what I mean? Look, bro, the Kalisco brothers, 4 siblings. I ain't gonna just say they are brothers. Maybe they just cousins, and first cousin, second cousin, brother. Look here, they say Michael Jackson been raping him secretly since they were like 7 or 8 years old, bro. They suing the estate. They want $200 million. Why? After Finding Neverland came out, they just couldn't live with it no more. The estate agreed to pay him, what, $690,000 per year. That lasted for 5 years, but they say, just realize it's just not enough. It's not enough. Look, I know a lot of people gonna hate this, but they say Jackson, Wacko Jacko lured them in with the celebrity lifestyle gifts and distractions and all type of love bombing. You know what I mean? Look, drop it in the comments, but this one ain't going nowhere. Plus, he was high on Zanny Harris released a 50 Cent diss track, Miss Jackson. Look, the nigga came like Tobit, no wig on that. You know what I mean? The nigga came like to live Kweli on him. You know what I mean? I got to give it to him. You know what I mean? Yeah, I got to give it to him. Shit sounded good, bro. Him, King Harris, T.I. and True, his disses out there. Nigga ain't really looking at T.I. like that. 50-year-old man, okay. Seeing that them kids making this shit a family affair. You know what I mean? Even Zanik, you know what I mean? Zasanik or whatever her name is. You know what I mean? They all talking to 50, bro. I think 50 gonna lose this one. You can't win against a whole fam that's willing to stick together. You know what I mean? They going at him. You know what I mean? They got him. I'm gonna be honest with you, fool. This is like the worst 50 has ever got it. You know what I mean? It ain't even on no gangster shit. Drop it in the comments. I'm just being honest. I'm just being real. I like how them Harrises get down. Yeah, I like that get down. Easy. He's up shit creek without a paddle, so to say, fam. His lyrics, his beef with Motree, everything will be used against him in a court of law, fam. I done read the reports, man. They got everything. Yeah, starting with Roy Lee, you know what I mean? The comedian that ultimately lost his life. Look, they looking to put Yella Beezy under the jail. He's handling it quite well. You know what I mean? I got to salute that. Gotta salute that. But you have to understand, this is some real life shit going on. Now, Motree wasn't no angel, but he didn't deserve that. You know what I mean? Bro, you ain't paying what if I hire you. Do your own work. You put in your own work. That is respected, bro. Yeah, that's respected. You leaving traces and clues and paying somebody else to do what it do. wrong. You know what I mean? That's what get you caught. You know what I mean? That's what we're witnessing right now. Drop it in the comments, man. Scars on the play. 100 threatens to file a defamation lawsuit against Eugene Henley. That's Big U for a lot of people that just know him as Big U, Big Draws. Yeah, but look, he say he's gonna file a defamation lawsuit. Why? Cause when Big U was getting arrested, he say him and 600, Whack 100 and 600 was working with the police. Well, look, Wacky, you already showed your badge. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real, bro. You're like an honorary deputy. You've been deputized for sure. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. So what are you really suing about? I think it's just a threat. Yeah, I don't think you got a case. If you do, let's see. It's the same thing. Everybody, you know, I gotta tell you, I'm gonna do this. Man, them cases are getting thrown out left and fucking right. You know what I mean? Why? Because it might be some truth to it. Let's just be honest with yourself, Wack. It's 2026, you're entertaining, but to say you're not working with them people would be a lie. Khalifa lost his Romanian court appeal. This is over the 9-month prison sentence, jail sentence, over the 18 grams of weed and smoking on stage. Look, originally they had fined him $830, but they wanted a harsher punishment put on him. 9 months in prison. The Constanta Court of Appeals has rejected his offer. You know what I mean? They want that man to actually do time. Look, the European tour is in shambles right now. They don't know if he's actually gonna be going on tour or going to jail. Shout out Wiz Khalifa, fan. You gotta understand, bro. You can't be you everywhere you go. Yeah, you can't be you everywhere you go. If you know they don't smoke there, don't perform. You know what I mean? It's like going to Dubai and you know you got a weed habit. Man, stay your ass home. Button showing shots at J. Cole. Look, he said this whole trunk tour shit and the Honda Civic breaking down and he gotta go get the Honda Civic fixed. He say, look here, bro, all that trying to relate to the college kids and I'm one of you, this is a Civic I drove when I first got this and that. He say, man, look here, bro, you're driving cross country, bro, you gotta make sure you're ready, unless you know that Civic was gonna break down and it was just looking, bro, Cole is a performer, man. Yeah, he don't have all the accolades, but he does what he does, you know what I mean? He gives him what he got. That's what he do. He bike ride Honda Civics, walk. That's what make him relatable, bro. You can't take that away from a nigga, you know what I mean? Yeah, at least he ain't falling asleep on pills and winding up in another nigga bed naked and all that other type of shit. Let's just be honest. Shout out J. Cole, man. Shout out Jermaine. Tory Lane's appeal has been denied by the California Supreme Court. That means it's a wrap, you know what I mean? That means it's a wrap, and it's not a laughing matter. But look, he will be able, he will have to serve them 10 years. Yeah, he's gonna have to serve all 10, you know what I mean? It's aggravated. So he's gonna have to at least do 85% of it. He'll be in that 8 years, you know what I mean? They convicted him in 2022 for allegedly discharging a firearm, gross negligence. You know what I mean? Megan Thee Stallion say she was shot in her feet. Despite him denying it, after trial, nigga, when you went to trial, you should have took the stand and told them what happened, bro. Now, unfortunately, he done been stabbed 17 times, 20 times, and he's gonna have to do a whole 10. But the music's still fire, though. Drop it in the comments, man. Scars from the play. Meek Mill denies bunny hopping for Rick Rubin. Yeah, everybody seen the video. He said they just clipped it, when in all actuality it was some other shit going on. You know, he said they used to do that in prison. Look, Meek, you were in there for popping willies, bro. Let's stop trying to make it like you just the biggest fucking gangster. You know what I mean? On the bunny hopping shit, that ain't even just what took the cake. You know what I mean? That's just what added on to your legacy. You know what I mean? What took your cake, twinning with Diddy, having your arse tooted up, spitting in Nicki Minaj's face. Look, it's a whole bunch of things that you gotta answer that you may never answer. So guess what? You may well keep your little bullshit answers and responses to your fucking self. You know, he clipped it with all, hey, I brought billionaires to make money with rappers. Niggas and rappers made millions. Man, shut up, me. Yeah, shut the fuck up. Nigga cannot see you the same no minds. I'm just being honest. I'm just being real. Drop it in the comments. Cars from the playground. King Harris released a 50 Cent diss track, Many Men. Look, I'm impressed. I am not surprised. A lot of people forget T.I.P. coming live from the VIP was considered the king of the South for quite a few years. You know what I mean? Look, this new track from King Harris is very impressive, bro. Him and his brother, did 50 push-ups while he performed it. You know what I mean? Look, the boys, they okay, you know what I mean? But look, bro, it's the way that bitch sound, you know what I mean? It's the way that bitch sound. King ain't playing, you know what I mean? A lot of people don't think he really from there, but he from there, bro. Pops put it all in him, you know what I mean? I think 50 probably barking up the wrong tree with T.I.P. coming out from the VIP, because guess what? They say Curtis has picked the right one, and they ain't biking down. Bro, King Harris is only right, bro. That's his mama, you know what I mean? You can't let a nigga talk about your mama and think it's just cool, nigga. Come on, man. Fight for something or fall for anything. Drop it in the comments. Cause from the Youngboy becomes the youngest rapper to have 9 platinum albums. Did it at 24. That means put some respect on Kentrell Gaulden's name. You know what I mean? Look, when a nigga is in his bag, he's in his bag. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Why I start fucking with him, bro? Because at a young age, the nigga was speaking about some shit that he not really supposed to know how to convey properly in music, bro. But he was, you know what I mean? Yeah, some emotional shit. You know what I mean? This new YB, I just say it just ain't for me. I'm not on no Plaque Boy Max shit, nothing like that. It's just that this new shit just ain't, I just don't stick to a lot of it. But now that Mike Will made it, YB and Chief Keef, and I could feel it, you know what I mean? I could still feel it. Like I always said, that bro need to do a lot of features. When he's by himself, he tends to ramble. I'm just being honest, I'm just being real. Busta Rhymes announces a new album with J Dilla, Diligence 2. This is a sequel to their 2007 mixtape, fool. Tony Touch, Static Selector, Wayne has a collaboration on this album. This gonna be the first time Wayne has officially touched a J Dilla beat at this capacity. You know what I mean? For those that don't know J Dilla, Donuts, go check that out. It should tell you a lot about him. That and the way J Electronica talk about that guy. Look, shout out Busta Rhymes. Musically, Busta is a motherfucker. Let's just be honest, let's just be real. Now, all that fanboy shit, that's some other shit. Separate the main from the music. I ain't never heard Busta Rhymes on a J Dilla beat. Drop it in the comments if you have, you know what I mean? But this is guaranteed to be interesting at the least, you know what I mean? Drop it in the comments, man. Scars from the playground. J home swatted in Los Angeles, man. Somebody reported a domestic incident happening over there. When the cops came, they came thinking it was some real action. Nothing happened. Luckily for Ray J, him or the woman he with wasn't cooperating, fam. They left with nothing. Nobody was arrested. The fact is that they're watching Ray J. Yeah, they're watching Ray J. Now, I don't know if Ray J really living off of 20% heart capacity, but I'm going to tell you like this, bro. Somebody's out there getting him. Yeah, somebody's out there getting him. Bro can't even fight without them being on his ass. Let's just be honest, let's just be real, but this is what you asked for. You wanted the fame more than you wanted the money on. So you did certain things that got them people, you on their radar, nigga. Point blank, period. Drop it in the comments. Releases a 50 Cent diss track, another one. This one is called Right One. Look, I ain't checked it out yet. I'm gonna be honest with you, fam. I ain't checked it out. Why? Beef tracks just never go well. It just never go well. Unless you're Kendrick or Drake, then you'll make some charting-worthy music on the issue. But this right here, bro, is just bullshit. It's just bullshit. 50-year-old men fighting. You know what I mean? Who really wants to see it, bro? Y'all really too grown for it. All this over a weak-ass versus match. Because the main and been ducking me for 6 years. Tip Harris, get off the bullshit, bro. You just needed something to fight for, to go viral for. And unfortunately, this was the wrong team. Yeah, this was the wrong team. Because 50 is the petty bastard. He's not going to play with you, man. If that's the kind of smoke you want, it's like, bro, why are you asking for trouble? You know what I mean? You could just be chilling. You a witch, nigga. Releases a 50 Cent diss track, another one. This one is called Right One. Look, I ain't checked it out yet. I'm gonna be honest with you, fam. I ain't checked it out. Why? Beef tracks just never go well. You just never go well. Unless you're Kendrick or Drake, then you'll make some chatting worthy music on the issue. But this right here, bro, is just bullshit. It's just bullshit. 50-year-old men fighting. You know what I mean? Who really wants to see it, bro? Y'all really too grown for it. All this over a weak-ass versus match. Because the main and been ducking me for 6 years. Tip Harris, get off the bullshit, bro. You just needed something to fight for, to go viral for. And unfortunately, this was the wrong team. Yeah, this was the wrong team. Because 50 is the petty bastard. He's not going to play with you, man. If that's the kind of smoke you want, it's like, bro, why are you asking for trouble? You know what I mean? You could just be chilling. You a witch, nigga. Floyd Mayweather announces his official rematch with Manny Pacquiao, fam, going down September 19th in Las Vegas at the Sphere. You know what I mean? I hope I said that right. I hope y'all can understand me. The Sphere. You know what I mean? This is going to be the event's first boxing match, bro. Now, everybody knew Floyd Mayweather came out of retirement, but I didn't know he was going to put his record up for battle. You know what I mean? Now, people are saying this is one of the biggest fights in boxing history. Why? A lot of people think Manny Pacquiao was supposed to win the first one. Floyd say he knocked him out once. He's planning on doing it again. Look, I don't know about this one, bro. Yeah, I don't know. Like, drop it in the comments. Originally, I had my man on Pacquiao. I'm just being honest. I lost some bread, but I'm thinking, I might just win something this go round. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Drop it in the comments, fam. Adam Sandler retired from hip-hop after performing Phone Wallet Keys. Look, the man say he going to the West Indies, but all he need is his phone, wallet, keys. If he getting a face tattoo, all he need is his phone, wallet, keys. Look, the track was terrible. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. But it's hell of a, you get a laugh out of it, fam. It's funny. And not to mention, he didn't sound that bad, bro. Drop it in the comments. Shout out Adam Sandler, because that's one person that will never change. In fact, if you run into him, he gonna have his little wine button down on, full beard, probably drinking the proof. You know what I mean? Don't even look like he been in Hollywood for the last 30 years, but it's well respected. Shout out Adam Sandler. I'm just being honest. I'm just being real. Drop it in the comments. Dad's throwing shots to Jay-Z. He say, look, he wasn't cool with that man no more after he decided to do the best of the both worlds with R. Kelly. The tour, the double album. He say, bro, he just didn't understand that. He didn't want to be nowhere near him or connected to that shit. You have to understand, Dame Dash left the Rock. He had a chance to stay. He left. He was not kicked out. He say, what he, look, he say, after knowing what R. Kelly did to Aaliyah, you still went over there and worked with him. It was some total creep shit, and it was right after Aaliyah died. Look, Jay-Z got a lot of explaining to do. Like, niggas like, oh, he about to put out an album. Look, that's Jigga Man. I respect Jigga Man. That's one of the GOATs, you know what I mean? One of them for sure, but all this Epstein Island shit, Ramil Satterway looking for his pappy, and this shit, and you got some explaining to do, fool. I'm just being honest, just being real. Drop it in the comments. Follow throwing shots at Gilly the Kid. He say that man been rapping for 17 years and never had a hit, fam. That's over 30 years ago. He was a local star, had a neighborhood hit. Everybody knew him. He was like a journeyman for rappers. always this close to winning, but his loss was always inevitable. He just couldn't make it nowhere in the rap game, fam. He said he's the first rapper to go on a bar tour, promo tour, at laundromats. He was corner store popping. You know what I mean? Look, bro. Yeah, he say he had the cooking, cause Gilly always do the same thing to him. But look, bro, it's some truth there. But let's just be honest, bro. Most people don't make it as far as Gilly the Kid made it in the game. And hey, he didn't make it as a rapper, but he's a hell of a podcaster, man. Shout out Gilly the Kid, dog. Shout out Wallow, that nigga, that's just funny. Pooh Shiesty demanded $50,000 for a Say Cheese TV interview. Sean Cotton said when he's heard it, he laughed. Yeah, 10, 12, maybe, max 20K. You know what I mean? Then he could have came out to play, but he say, look here, the $1 million worth of game interview didn't do no numbers. They didn't recoup what they paid that man. Nobody wants to see him like that, bro. He's not really that interesting when it comes to conversation. Bro, when you try to put on too much, it makes you look bad, you know what I mean? People start to question that, you know what I mean? Darnell or, well, I forgot. I forgot homeboy real name, you know what I mean? I forgot. I'm gonna be honest with you. Darnell, Dontel, whatever they call him, you know what I mean? And niggas just don't want to hear him talk. Now, when he's rapping, niggas want to hear him talk that shit. Now you hear Pooh Shiesty, but as far as interviews, bro, who you think you are? You know what I mean? Who do you think you are? 50K? No way. Drop it in the comments, man. Scores from the playground. J. Cole hosted the Trunk Tour bike ride in Houston, fool. He just got together with the fan, let him ride with him. You get to ride, you get to chill, you get to jam a little tunes. Then he was gone. You know, let's just be honest. They say he came and took a picture with Trey the Truth, came and went. You know what I mean? Look, bro, shout out J. Cole, the Fall Off album, doing numbers, you know what I mean? Another platinum album for the boy. I think he sold over 291,000 copies first week, you know what I mean? Putting him at the top of a whole nother list, you know what I mean? Real shit. He even surpassed old Kendrick Lamar when it comes to numbers, you know what I mean? On top of that, the dude about to embark on a fucking world tour. Is he retiring? No. No. He's just committed to making real tunes and doing real features. Shout out J. Cole, man. Jermaine winning like a motherfucker, even though I thought the album was lackluster, at least half of it. Just being honest, just being real. Also released a Play the Collard Greens featuring J. Cole and Daylight. Look, the track never officially came out on streaming plats. Let's just be honest, let's just be real. This is timely considering Cole just went platinum. Kept the track original, added itself to the bike of it while he trying to hitch a ride to the top. The man been rapping and signed for over 15 years and has never had nothing that hit the billboards with his name attached to it. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real, bro. Absol, the Black Little Pastor, he ain't who he think he is. Hubert, Herbert, he ain't who he think he is. But the man can rap. You know what I mean? Yeah, the man can rap. And I can't knock the hustle. Yeah, I can't knock the hustle. Why wouldn't he do that right now, bro? If you got your one and it's cleared and you think that that motherfucker might get you somewhere, use it. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Shout out to Absol. That's all I got for that one. 50 Cent starring in a new film, The Fifth Wheel, with Kim Kardashian. Now, this is going to be a Netflix comedy. It ain't going to be a box office hit. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. They call them filming scenes at the Exchange LA nightclub in downtown Los Angeles. Eva Longoria is also going to be in the movie. Now, they asked him, will this just be a cameo or will it be an iconic role for old 50 Cent? It shall be interesting, but I'm willing to bet this is just a cameo. This ain't one of 50 Cent movies that he wrote himself in, even though he's in a new Street Fighter 2. This is a big win, fam, to even be asked to be in it. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. It just shows you that this man's portfolio, movie-wise, is really growing, fam. Like, when you type in his name, you'll realize he's been in movies that BT specials, Lifetime. He's been in movies that people wouldn't even know about. Let's just be honest, let's just be real. He's been acting for a minute. Shout out 50 Cent. Drop it in the comments. Harris throwing shots at 50 Cent. Now, 50 Cent posted a picture of Tiny Harris, him and T.I. going back and forth, all over verses. T.I. been calling that man out for 6 years to do a verses, bro. 50. He say he been ducking the smoke. 50 just say he don't want to go against no snitch. Now, they bringing the kids in it. Yeah, bringing the kids in it. Here, King Harris is only right for taking us for his mama. I'm going to be honest with you, fam. Now, some people say he went too far. King Harris posted a picture of a cemetery with the whole little headstone in there. He said, man, your mama dead. Go dig her up. You know what I mean? Look, bro. If it's funny for 50 to do it, and it's cool for 50 to be him, it's cool for King Harris to be him, fool. It ain't no rules in war. Yeah, ain't no rules in war. You can be as dirty as you want to, because you know your enemy would do the same thing. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Drop it in the comments. Scott amassed over 1 billion streams on Spotify in 2026. And meanwhile, I'm still just a squirrel trying to get it. You know what I mean? My shit ain't like that, but look here. Lil Flame did it. You know what I mean? Making him the 4th rapper to do it. Drake was the 1st. I believe 2nd was Kanye. 3rd, Kendrick Lamar. You know what I mean? This nigga did it too. 4th. Drake did it in weeks, bro. Drake did it within like the first couple weeks of 2026. That's very fucking notable. But we can't forget to salute Travis Scott. He did it. You know what I mean? Lil Flame. You know what I mean? Real shit. He was able to celebrate the win at the Winter Olympics. It's just, it hits different, bro. A lot of people don't understand Travis Scott, but you gotta understand, bro. This nigga makes music. Music. I mean, freestyles, this and that, man. You got to be able to go in there and really make something. Really make something that's worldly. That's what Lil Flame does, so he deserves the accolade. Shout out Travis Scott, man. Drop it in the comments. Thug announced his new album days before Coachella. DBC, he say this gonna come out supposedly days before Coachella. He's set to perform at the festival April 12th and April 19th. Now look here, bro. The last You Scuddy album, You Scooted, whatever you want to call it, it was booty. It wasn't good. It was garbage, trash. It wasn't properly he should have kept it, fool. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Now, this new shit, DBC, we'll see what's going. If somehow the old Young Thug manages to appear on this album, this bitch will be a hit. Now, if that old, this new nigga on here talking about that old bullshit, it'll be a no-go. But I'm willing to give it a chance, you know what I mean? Because you got to remember, this is Thugger, fam. The first CD, maybe he just dropped it too quick. Maybe he just dropped it too quick. He was trying to see what sticks. We'll see. Drop it in the comments, man. Scars from the Playground. The Weeknd starring in a new film, Hurry Up Tomorrow, with Jenna Ortega. Look, directed by Trey Edward Schultz. A lot of people may not know, but this nigga from Houston, he went to high school with me in Spring. Same nigga that directed Waves and a few other things. Shout out Brian Castley for giving me that info. But look here, bro. The Weeknd, Jenna Ortega, she did him like Misery, hit him in the back of the head, strapped him to a bed, forcing him to kind of reflect on his life. Now, the film is okay. I'm having mixed emotions about this one. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. It's like a elongated music video. If you watch it, it's nice, but it's nice that I would have watched this and turned this type of movie off. I just gave it a chance because it's The Weeknd and Jenna Ortega. I'm just being honest. And Trey Edward Schultz. Other than that, may not have watched it. I'm just being honest. I'm just being real. Drop it in the comments, man. Not enough words. I'm just being honest. Drop it in the comments. Scars from the Playground. premiered the Legacy music video. It's basically just J. Cole riding around in a fancy whip, just wapping. You know what I mean? It's pretty cool visuals, bro. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. One thing that boy could do is rap, and his visuals have been getting a whole lot better. Let's just be real, bro. He ain't going nowhere. If you heard the story, J. Cole is not retiring. He's just no longer giving you that conscious, what I'm doing here, what I'm doing now, the story of J. Cole. Now he's focusing on making potentially Grammy award-winning music. You know what I mean? That's what he want to do. People want the accolades, fam. It's only so long that you're going to sit back and let everybody else get these accolades that you felt like didn't matter, only to realize in this business they actually do. Drop it in the comments, man. Scars from the Boosie is being accused of violating Louisiana's unfair trade practices and consumer protection laws. Why? They said he used Caleb Wilson's name and image to fund his Boosie bash, promising that he was going to donate the money to his family and build a trust fund scholarship and some old shit. Look, bro, did nothing. You did nothing of the sort. Not only that, didn't have permission from Caleb Wilson's family. Bro, this is a Southern University student that died during the hazing, too much hazing. Look, bro, Boosie, you're wrong. The way you chasing little young blue around the town for your goddamn money, you know goddamn well you're wrong, fam. You know what I mean? You got to get permission and do it by the book. You know what I mean? It's, pay them people that bread, bro. You kept all of it, and unfortunately, that was wrong. Drop it in the comments, fam. Scars from the play. 50 Cent throwing shots at Floyd Mayweather. Look, Floyd Mayweather has announced his comeback to the boxing world. He's no longer retired. Look, 50 Cent called winner that. He say, nigga, you gonna box till you drop. You gonna box until you're in a box. Why? Because they saying the champ is broke, bro. He's been doing the Sean Kingston, getting a whole bunch of jewelry to make it look good, and ain't paying for it. Look, bro, there's a whole bunch of lawsuits. He's facing multi-million-dollar lawsuits because he needs that money. He needs that money on. Now, he's going to fight Mike Tyson in Africa. Look, seeing what happened between Mike Tyson and Jake Paul, it's not even exciting, fam. This is going to be an exhibition match. I'm sure Tyson might throw a few more than he did, but look here, bro, you're not old enough to be not fighting, bro. Well, what is Tyson? Drop it in the comments. What is he, about 46? Sean Jay-Z Carter launched a new website to sell music. Not all music, not just yet, not just yet. This is just for the anniversary, 30th anniversary of Reasonable Doubt. He put Dead Presidents on there for the sale. On top of that, Dead Presidents has popped up on all music streaming platforms. They want to see who did it best, him or J. Cole. Look, bro, Carter, could he say hip-hop needs him? Man, niggas need an answer. A nigga need an answer to all that old weird creepy shit, bro. I'm just being honest with you. Jay-Z is the fucking GOAT. Fucking GOAT. Love his music, but don't want to talk about it. Not just yet, bro. You got things that you must talk about before you talk about that other shit. You got to get past this first. Why were you on Epstein Island filming the Fiesta music video with R. Kelly? Going on tour with him and all that other type of shit. If you knew who he was, drop it in the comments. You admitted to the death of Nipsey Hussle, fam. I hate to come out here and say this like this, but it's a new superseding indictment that places him within that crime. You know what I mean? Why? Phone taps, bro. The phone taps saw a motherfucker. He say he disciplined Nipsey Hussle. He was being bigger than the program and all that old, some old shit, fam. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Niggas already knew this. It was people like Willie D that kept saying, oh, he had nothing to do with it. He had nothing to do with it. Now you look like a fucking fool. Now you look like a fucking fool. Now, people didn't want to say it. They were scared. They were scared. Now Eugene Henley is facing, look, they're trying to put the man under the jail. They're trying to put the man under the jail. But this one right here, this one sticks, bro, because the people that's close to him say Big U, or you know what, squash that. Big U say Big U has something to do with that. That's all that matters. Youngboy responds to Black Boy Max. Look, Black Boy Max was listening to YB head tap, and he said he just didn't like it. He said it just wasn't for him. He said YB ain't missed in a minute, but this song particular sucked. You know what I mean? Look, YB responded. He say, bro, that's some hoe ass shit. You could have just say you ain't fuck with it. All you had to do is say you ain't fuck with it. You ain't have to do all the girl shit and go deeper and deeper and deeper like the main falling off, bro. If you don't like it, you don't like it, bro. You ain't gonna like everything a nigga do. You know what I mean? If you find yourself liking everything a nigga do, maybe you're on this nuts too much. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real, bro. Maybe you on some other shit. But look here, Black Boy Max say he just didn't like it. YB say he's on some girl shit. Black Boy Max say, hi, I'm on some girl shit, fam. I just said I didn't like the haircut. You know what I mean? Look, bro, drop it in the comments. Shout out NBA Youngboy. It's hit or miss for it. You know what I mean? Sometimes he gonna get him, sometimes he ain't. Just like all rappers. Frkm Casino album amassed 13.8 million views on Spotify in its first day. Look, bro, comparing to J. Cole did what, 35 million? A$AP Rocky did 35 million. Baby Keem is fairly new, fam. Young nigga, 13.8 million views in one day, bro. It's legendary. He has to be saluted. Yeah, he has to be saluted. Even though that Good Flirt single with Kendrick Lamar amassed most of them views. Yeah, it got nearly 2 million views and counting in one day. Look, shout out Baby Keem. The casino tour starting April 15th, North America, in North Carolina. Yeah, in North Carolina, you will be able to see Baby Keem in person. It's going to end September 18th in London. The man is going all around the world with this one. Shout out Baby Keem, bro. He's doing it. Secured a legal victory over the Slim Shady trademark. Look, Sydney Anderson had named that little shit the real Squid Shady. She planned to publish music and recordings. The real Slim Shady, Eminem defense team, argued that it would create a confusing association with his brand. There's gonna be a fight to the end. Eminem doing way more suing than he is rapping now. The man is about his cheese, fam. And Wright is right, bro. What kind of shit is there? Now you gonna be artist, the real Squid Shady, man. Get the fuck out of here. Doesn't have to worry about it now. Sydney Anderson has rescinded her The Real Squid Shady trademark application. The fight is over. Your gunplay still done. Your fight is over. You know, he ain't got to worry about it no more. Shout out Eminem. Like I say, this one is only right. That Mark Zuckerberg shit, yeah, it's only right too. They owe that man millions. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Master P turned down a $10 million Super Bowl commercial opportunity for an insurance company. They were gonna pay him $10 million, but guess what? The catch was they wanted that boy to rap.
I turned down $10 million for the Super Bowl. Somebody wanted me to do a Super Bowl commercial. I ain't gonna say no name. It's a insurance company, and it's big, and it's like, we want you to be a rapper. We want you to rap in a commercial. I'm like, I'm not rapping in a commercial.
Yeah, he didn't want to be a rapper anymore. Yeah, he don't want kids and all his fans to see every time he's on something, he has to be a fucking rapper. And he don't want to be the jingle rapper. Shout out Master P. He was straight, you know. Yeah, Master P was straight. Back in my body days, niggas couldn't fuck with P. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. These days, best thing P gonna do is jog in place. You know what I mean? Real shit. P got everybody jogging. Shout out Master P, bro. $10 million. I might have rapped for him. I'm gonna just be honest with you. I might have did a little small little jingle for him, cause that's 10 million. All money ain't good money, but guess what? That would have been a quick one for him. Let's just be honest, fam. Dropping Lamar throwing shots at Young Thug. This is Baby Keem new song. What it's called, Good Flirts. He say niggas love too. Can't lie. I gossip with my bitch like Young Thug too. For those that don't know, bro, he's responding to Young Thug dissing him on the phone with Mariah the Scientist, bro. When he was saying Baby King shit trash and all this other type of shit, because Baby King didn't want to do a feature. Felt like he was bigger than the program. Look, the man wasn't. The man don't gotta give you a feature if he don't want. He don't think it's right. He don't think it's right, bro. But yeah. Thugger was definitely hating on that phone, bro. A little chatty patty. But Kendrick Lamar, being from Compton, Baby King new album Casino, but they say it was well worth the fucking wait. My nigga, this is K-Dot's, I think, second cousin. This is second cousin, you know what I mean? He taught him everything he know, you know what I mean? On top of that, the boy been jamming since Move, bitch. Get out the way. You know what I mean? Drop it in the comments, bro. Scores from the play. Is not retiring from hip-hop no time soon. The man say he will rap again. Yeah, he say he will rap again. It's just the J. Cole story. That storyline to come up, to warm up, everything into the fall off. It's gonna stop. He doesn't want, he took you all the way from 29 to 39. He don't want to be J. Cole anymore. Now he just wants to make records. Yeah. Just wants to make records. Don't want to be that J. Cole, the conscious rapper, where you're looking at him to do this, looking at him to do that. That's over. He's just hopping on songs, bro. For those that don't know Jermaine Cole, that man can really rap. Yeah, that man can really rap. You know what I mean? That's why I was kind of puzzled when he say this fall off this album here. We're gonna be the last one. That's not a retirement album, bro. But if you're retiring a personality, that's what you're supposed to do. We all do that. I'm Scars from the Playground now. Formerly Chris Magic. Chris Magic dead. I was no longer wanted to be him. You know what I mean? If I had it, you might know me. You know what I mean? Just be honest. Let's just be real. But that's done. You know what I mean? Whether they want it or not, he's not J. Cole right now. He's Jermaine. You know what I mean? Yeah, shit. Drop it in the comments. This Bully album has been delayed yet again. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's about the third delay. Only this time, you ain't gonna have to wait long. Potentially, we'll be getting this thing March 27th. Look, Ye got a lot of shit going on. Everybody know he headlining the festival, the Hell White Festival, with Travis Scott. You know what I mean? On top of that, first show in India, first show somewhere else. You know what I mean? The nigga is working. He's back, man, officially. Drop it in the comments, man. I fuck with Kanye West. Fuck with him. Now, Cousins left me kind of. But once I figured out, man, you ain't sucked off, Lil Stevie. Yeah, you ain't. Lil Stevie say that ain't never happened, nigga. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. That was Dave Blunt's story. That's why the man is making a comeback once you got rid of him. You know what I mean? Bad for business. You know, I ain't heard Dave Blunt since. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Drop it in the comments. Shout out, Ye, man. Go and put the album out. Yeah, if it's trash, it's trash. If it's not, it's not. We're gonna know once we take a listen, man. Academics announces a Lil Baby diss album. Look, most people will do a little track. He say Lil AK is back. For those that remember, in the 2010s, he was rapping under Lil AK. He say he's back. He making a whole AI assisted album about Lil Baby. You say why? That man ducked all the smoke. He said a high price because he knew he wasn't gonna get paid $50, $60 million to fight him. You know what I mean? He say he been ducking the smoke. He done backdoored him. He done called him all type of pussy ass bitch in the world. And the man still don't want no smoke. So what he gonna do? He gonna press his buttons until he responds like he's supposed to. As a gangster should. You know what I mean? Look, Lil Baby, wherever you at, bro, you got to stand on business. Nigga know you keep them gorilla niggas around you, but you got to put in your own work. Yeah, you got to put in your own work, because niggas ain't gonna believe what you talking about until you do that. You know what I mean? Do that, come back, maybe your shit hit the same, fam. I'm just being honest, I'm just being real, fam. Drop it in the 50 Cent throwing shots at Jim Jones. Look, bro, he posted a video of Jim Jones trying to break in his studio after his lease was terminated. Look, he say, bro, I don't know what's going on, but this wouldn't happen if we was friends. I don't know. Let's rap about it. LOL. Look, Jim, bro, I'm hoping your lease didn't get terminated. You know what I mean? Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. That would be fucking embarrassing. Yeah, it would be fuck. Like, 50 is the biggest troll. This could be a video from something else. I'm hoping so. Yeah, I'm hoping so, bro. Why? Not only do I like the show, bro, let's rap about it. Mano, Fabulous, Davies, and Jim Jones. They always laughing about something and mispronouncing words. The show is entertaining, fam. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. I don't know why anybody would put them out, but if you ain't paying, you ain't staying. Let's just be honest. Let's just be 50 Cent throwing shots at Jim Jones. Look, bro, he posted a video of Jim Jones trying to break in his studio after his lease was terminated. Look, he say, bro, I don't know what's going on, but this wouldn't happen if we was friends. I don't know. Let's rap about it. LOL. Look, Jim, bro, I'm hoping your lease didn't get terminated. You know what I mean? Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. That would be fucking embarrassing. Yeah, it would be fuck. Like, 50 is the biggest troll. This could be a video from something else. I'm hoping so. Yeah, I'm hoping so, bro. Why? Not only do I like the show, bro, let's rap about it. Mano, Fabulous, Davies, and Jim Jones. They always laughing about something and mispronouncing words. The show is entertaining, fam. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. I don't know why anybody would put them out, but if you ain't paying, you ain't staying. Let's just be honest. Let's just be. French Montana was never paid for his unforgettable single collaboration with Sway Lee, despite it going 11 times platinum, you know what I mean, and coming out under his own imprint, Coke Boy. Well, look, Coke Boy Records. Well, look, he had a imprint deal with Bad Boy. Diddy didn't have he had a joint venture deal with Sony. Look, by the time it was supposed to get like 6.6 million for that track. By the time that money was funneled back to him, it was nothing. That man say he still has not received the payment, despite putting up most of his money into that record. You know what I mean? He say Diddy forked him. You know what I mean? Bottom line, you know what I mean? I guess that's him answering to, are they cool or are they not? Look, the man say he ain't never received a penny from Diddy. You know what I mean? Drop it in the comments, man. Any boy throwing shots at Suge Knight. He say he was worse than Snoop Dogg. Yeah, he say he did him bad, man. Made him sign away his masters for $25,000 when he thought Suge Knight was his daddy. He was treating him like daddy. He thought daddy was looking out for him. He say turns out daddy screwed him over. You know what I mean? Real shit. Ruined his money and ruined his career too. Look, bro. Drop it in the comments, bro. Danny Boy been talking a whole lot. You know what I mean? He ain't the same humble guy that was frying that chicken. You know, he was frying that chicken and singing that soulful Danny that everybody was when you seen him on video. I mean, whatever happened to Danny Boy? He ain't that guy no more. He gonna tell it. You know what I mean? Snoop gave him a battery chain. Suge was like the devil. Look, bro, if you don't know the business, you better learn it. Yeah, you better learn it, or they gonna show you don't know a motherfucking thing. Jay-Z changed his name on music streaming platforms. He changed it from Jay-Z to Jay-Z. All he changed was he put a stylization over the Y. This is what he was going by in the 90s. A lot of people say, this shows you an album is inevitable. You know what I mean? Supposedly he has a new project. The game needs me. You know, hip-hop needs me. We'll see, bro. You know what I mean? Jigga, jigga, jigga. You going through so much right now, fam. I guess you're gonna answer us musically, but let's just be honest, fam. The fans deserve answers, bro. What were you doing on Epstein Island? You know what I mean? A lot of people say, how will you know you're on Epstein Island? Look, bro, they filmed the Fiesta music video with R. Kelly on Epstein Island. On top of that, him and Beyonce was both listed in the flight registry. You know what I mean? Look, drop it in the comments, chicka. New music. If it's fire, I separate the man from the tunes, you know what I mean, and jam the fuck out of it. But if it's not, just retire, my nigga. Lamar surpassed 1 billion streams on Spotify in 2026, you know what I mean? Meanwhile, I'm just a squirrel trying to get a nut. Squirrels from the playground. But look here, bro. We knew he was gonna do it. Yeah, nigga love Kodak, bro. They dumping that shit. You know what I mean? Just being honest, just being real, bro. The thing about it is, he became the third rapper to do it, putting him right behind Drake and Kanye. Really behind Kanye, because Drake did his shit in 3 weeks. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. The nigga got 300 songs with over 100 million streams. You know what I mean, man? Legendary shit. But this ain't about Jersey. This is about Dot. You know what I mean, man? Dot ain't finished yet. Your Dot ain't finished yet. Numbers don't lie, fam. Yeah, if it go for one, it must go for the other. It all applies. You know what I mean? Yeah. New album on the way. You gonna hear him on this baby Keem Casino for sure. Drop it in the comments, man. Scores from the play. Papa cause of death has been revealed. Look, a lot of people thought it was the pills or maybe even the lean. Let's just be honest. Thugger was like a little Future. Yeah, 25 years old, bro. Now it's been revealed that they saying that he took his own life, self-inflicted gunshot wound. Look, man, why is it always a mystery? Yeah, it's just being honest, man. Why is it always a mystery? Something gotta be going on over there. You know what I mean? Now, I didn't know Lil Papa. Didn't know him from a can of paint. But if you check out the music, you'll realize, man, it was a chill little nigga, fam. Yeah, chill little nigga. But them drugs are a motherfucker. Yeah, them drugs got a way of making you think this and that going on when guess what? You really good, bro. That's why you got to get away from them pharmaceuticals and that lean. You know what I mean? Now, that green, Rastafari, here, put you closer to God, nigga. He claims a fan stole his heart monitor during a club performance. That's why he was performing with the little thing on his ticker and his eyes bleeding. Look, bro, they done already called cap on that. And that's why I didn't even say nothing about it, bro. Everybody know Ray J do anything to go viral. Nigga, if your heart's only palpitating at 25%, my nigga, you shouldn't be on those stage. Nobody would allow it. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Now your eyes are bleeding. Man, get off the gas, my nigga. In 6 months, if 6 to 12 months, my nigga, if you still got life, nigga gonna smack the shit out of you. Yeah, nigga gonna smack your arse. You know what I mean? This is being honest, bro. Just being real. Drop it in the comments. Ray J is gonna always be on the bullshit, fool. He's gonna always try and find his way back in. You know what I mean? But until Diddy come home, bro, you ain't getting no shine. Yeah, you ain't getting no shine time. Yeah. They got a team about you. They talking about you right now, bro. They're not talking with you. Smith defends Michael Jordan amid criticism. We all seen a Daytona 500 footage, bro. The man say it wasn't nothing like that. He's achieved way too much in his life for you to even be playing with his name. He knows that child. Look, I'm gonna say it like this, man. Shout out to Michael Jordan, but that's how it starts, man. That's how it starts. He was touching a kid improperly. If you can't see that, you are beyond compromise. And that little presidential run you think you're gonna do, think again, my nigga. You think again. You just X yourself out. Because everything Stephen A. Smith was explaining is why the rich, think they could do whatever they want to. No, man. Keep your hands off my kid, bro. I don't want my son thinking that's how a nigga supposed to play with you. Just being honest, just being real. Black, white, or orange, it was wrong. Stephen A. Smith, you're compromised, bro. Yeah, something wrong with you. Yeah, something wrong with you. Announced as the best-selling rapper of 2025. Now, this ain't by the fans, bro, before y'all start the bullshit. This is from the IFPI, the International Federation of the Phonographic Industry. IFPI for short. Look, they put out their list of best-selling global artists. Drake was #1 on that list, and he has been for the last 11 years, you know what I mean? You got to put some respect on that main name, you know what I mean? As far as global artists, he's #3, right behind Taylor Swift and the Stray Kids. Look, bro, 300 songs with over 100 million streams. That's crazy. That's why you can't stop Drake. You know what I mean? I know the K-Bot's gonna say, well, don't forget Kendrick. And Kendrick made the list too a few times. You know what I mean? But this just hit different. Numbers don't lie. That's what y'all don't understand. Numbers don't lie, my nigga. When it comes to this type of, drop it in the comments. Look, Kanye West headlining Italy's Hellwhite Festival with Travis Scott, Lil Flame himself. They're scheduled to perform at the RCF Arena in Reggio Emilia, July 17th and 18th, fam. They will be out there, bro. They're not gonna be the only guests. This shit gonna span over a few weekends. Ty Dolla $ign gonna be there, Offset, Wiz, Ice Spice. Look, the fact is, to see these guys reunite, let you know, like, the tide is moving differently. You know what I mean? Yeah, the last man will finish first. In the words of the great Bob Dylan. Drop it in the comments, bro. On top of that, Yeezy already announced his first Europe show in over a decade, bro. That's 10 years for your Dumases. First India show ever. He's back. I think Dave Blunt's was the link that was fucking up everything with that cousin shit. I'm just being honest. I'm just being real. Drop it in the comments. Andy Brown throwing shots at Snoop Dogg. Look, that man say he was better off cooking chicken. You know what I mean? Singing and cooking chicken. Snoop Dogg called him. He say Snoop ended up signing him to a $10,000 deal when he had 50 on the table. Needed the money on, so he took it. You know what I mean? He say wasn't really an exclusive deal. Just, you know, he was fucking with him for a couple singles. On top of that, he gave him a badass chain, pure moissanite. Ended up taking it to the pawn shop and realizing it wasn't worth shit. He said he tried to get it clean, but come on, anyway. Everybody know what that was. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real, bro. I know you think I'm a down Snoop Dogg, you know what I mean? Because he's a snake motherfucker, but this is the music business, you know what I mean, bro? If you looking for God in the evil industry, you're looking in the wrong place, bro. Unfortunately, business didn't go good for you, but he gave you a shot, nigga. Don't forget, you were cooking chicken, nigga. You was the chicken man. DJ Vlad TV, throwing shots at Jay-Z. Look, he say Rock Nation has been paying him to support Megan Thee Stallion. On top of that, they paid off the jury to get a conviction. Bribed the judge by giving his grandson a verse on his new album. This is Jay-Z that he's talking about. You know what I mean? On top of that, he paid the doctors to lie about bullet fragments. Didn't stop there. LAPD apparently is on the payroll. Jigga paid out for the hit for Tory Lane, the Mexican guy that poked him 17 times. Who you think that was? That's his exact words, you know what I mean? Not to mention, they say the Rock Mafia paid 3 Supreme Court judges to deny Tory Lane's appeal. After talking all this shit, the nigga say he was just playing. Bro, you can't say that shit and take it back. That's what people think already, bro. What are you, stupid? You know what I mean? You got to mean it. Just been was nearly robbed in Port Arthur, Texas. Everything I'm not made me everything I am. No, I'm not trying to be Kanye, man. I said nearly because he was able to protect himself. You know, he had some people on stage with him that said they were gonna take that chain. You know what I mean? Yeah. Nigga from Port Arthur said they won't take his chain. His mama heard it. His mama heard the nigga whispering to his kinfolks, you know what I mean? I'm gonna take that nigga chain, run off with it. Nigga, he had it planned and plotted, you know what I mean? But Tech wasn't going. He wasn't going, nigga. They stumped the nigga out, you know, they stumped him, snuffed him. Oh, it was a bad idea. On top of that, Tech upped that thing. They say he had that peanut butter thing in his backpack, was quick to pull it out. They say if anybody bought that, it's Tech. Main Music still ain't proved himself. He was in jail at the time. I think this happened in 2021, 2022. Look. Shout out Tech. I'm jamming a new album, Yella. You know what I mean? Yo, why? I love to find out that a nigga really owned that. He wasn't going. Everybody ain't going for the bullshit. Nigga, drop it in the comments. I'm just being honest. I'm just being real. Shout out Tech. Says he retired from hip-hop after the death of Nipsey Hussle. He said he just wasn't inspired no more. Water didn't taste like water. The candy wasn't so sweet. He didn't even know what he was into. He was going through depression, and he had to really dig deep and find himself. Look, bro, shout out Nipsey Hussle. That was my guy, you know what I mean? But come on now, Big Sean. Sean Dawn, how much did it really change you, bro? It ain't like your music just came back so impactful and powerful. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real, bro. You've been spitting a whole lot of bullshit, you know? Let's just be honest, man. Don't try to use that as an excuse because you were making lackluster tunes and you were uninspired. Everybody from your class went through the same thing. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real, bro. It's the era. You know what I mean? All of us battle depression. I can't even rule myself out of it. I'm just being honest. I'm just being real. Jordan fans throwing away retro Jordans. They throwing them away. You know what I mean? After this new video of Michael Jordan pinching Reddick's son's arse, you know what I mean, went viral, bro. Nobody just rocking with him. Now, he say he was pinching his waistband and scratching his leg, getting some ice out his pants, whatever you talking. Look, bro, Mike, that didn't look right. And I know a lot of people say, bro, why are you doing a job for him, trying to take down a black man? Man, last time I checked, Mike don't even like black man. You know what I mean? Let's just be real. Black man don't even like black man. This ain't about that, though. This is about it being hella fucking weird, and you got to get off of that racist type of shit, bro. This ain't because he's black, you know what I mean, man? Do you not see my skin tone? It's because it's weird, bro. It's very fucking weird. Keep your hands to yourself, man. Do not touch my child or I might knock your ass out. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Drop it in the comments, bro. That wasn't cool. Yeah, I'm throwing my shit away, too. Announces the Last One documentary on Netflix. Look, it's be coming out soon, bro. They did a special private screening last September in New York. This is going to Netflix, bro. They calling it the one they counted out. Look, everybody thought it was over for Gunna. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. When it came to him snitching, allegedly snitching on Thugger, bro, they thought they were gonna cancel him, only to find out they ain't got as much power in hip-hop as they think. The only thing that matters up that hill is green and good music. You know what I mean? Look, and Gunna got both of them. You know, like, bro, this is a major win. I don't even know if there's a Young Thug documentary. I don't know, bro. Probably they got one on the trial. Who knows? The one about Gunna is about to be about his rise, fam, and it's only gonna make him rise even higher. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Try to shout out Gunna. Drop it in the comments, fam. Was nearly robbed in Port Arthur, Texas. I said nearly because he was able to protect himself. You know, he had some people on stage with him that said they were gonna take that chain. You know what I mean? Yeah. Nigga from Port Arthur said they won't take his chain. His mama heard it. His mama heard the nigga whispering to his kinfolks, you know, I'm gonna take that nigga chain, run off with it. Nigga, he had it planned and plotted, you know what I mean? But Tech wasn't going. He wasn't going, nigga. They stumped the nigga out, you know, they stumped him, snuffed him. Oh, it was a bad idea. On top of that, Tech upped that thing. They say he had that peanut butter thing in his backpack, was quick to pull it out. They say if anybody bought that, it's Tech. Main Music still ain't proved himself. He was in jail at the time. I think this happened in 2021, 2022. Look. Shout out Tech. I'm jamming a new album, Yella. You know what I mean? Why? I love to find out that a nigga really owned that. He wasn't going. Everybody ain't going for the bullshit. Nigga, drop it in the comments. I'm just being honest. I'm just being real. Shout out Tech. Lil Buff was arrested after being assaulted at Mardi Gras. Look, man. The man had one too many. This is Shia LaBeouf we're talking about here, bro. They say he went to a cash only bar, demanded to use his credit card, went to another bar, started some other shit. Look, when I seen him, it was a big black dude punching him out. You know what I mean? Real shit. I'm looking at it like, bro, whoa, what's that nigga from the tax collector at? You know what I mean? Real shit. I forgot what they were calling him. Nigga, drop it in the comments if you ever seen The Tax Collector. That's one of my favorite fucking movies, man. I thought Shia LaBeouf had something with him. You know what I mean? Thrown around like a rag doll in Louisiana. But guess what? Still enjoyed himself. Man, you gotta love Shia LaBeouf. Why? He don't really have to be out there with the people with no security, nigga. The nigga chooses to. You know what I mean? That's why I love him. You know what I mean? Drop it in the comments. I'm just being honest. I'm just being real. Keith announced a collaboration would envy a Youngboy rooms. You know, look, even Lil Tim came out and had to try to defend Chief Keef for doing it. Look, bro, the nigga named Bennett, and he ain't in it. Despite growing up with Lil Durk, he went for the cheese. You know what I mean, bro? He left the streets. He ain't with that shit. It's just music, bro. Despite what people think, you got to choose. You got to choose, bro. You ain't got to choose shit. You know what I mean? Your partner beef ain't your beef. You know what I mean? And you'll be crazy to make it into your beef. You know what I mean? Look, bro, you don't know how long these niggas been cool. You know what I mean? He did a song with him. Bro, niggas might have been cool for the last 5-10 years. Man, this shit ain't new, bro. This shit is only news to those fans that think they should be overly involved in some beef that ain't even y'all's. Y'all don't even know what the fuck is going on behind the scene. Durk fighting for his life, man. He don't give a shit about that. Let's just be honest. Let's just be. He's on Love challenges 50 Cent to a boxing match, fam. All this back and forth, he ain't with it. You say, bro, have you ever really been in a fight before? He said it'd be interesting to pull up into a boxing ring and get you in it and wear your ass out. You know what I mean? Look, bro, fat face on him, he's just talking, bro. He's just talking. Clip forming. Yeah, he's clip forming right now. He's just trying to say the craziest thing in the world. Hopefully somebody gonna hitch to it and he's gonna be able to pay his legal fees off some opportunities. You know what I mean? Look, bro, 50 Cent, bro, wear your ass out. Let's just be honest. You'd be out. It's crazy one of these big niggas always think that they could actually do something in the fight. Bitch, if that bitch lasts more than 30 seconds, you're done. You know what I mean? If you weaving, all you gotta do is hit you one good time, you're gonna flip over. Man, drop it in the comments, man. I'm just being honest. I'm just being real. Cole surpassed Kendrick Lamar, bro. Everybody was wondering, was he still part of the big tree? It looked like he's even more. Maybe it might even be a big two. Drizzy and J. Cole. Why? Because they are breaking records. You know, this is being honest, just being real, bro. How did he surpass Kendrick, you say? Bro, this is this man's 7th #1 album. The Fall Off sold 280,000 first week, bro. Putting him as, I think it's only him and 5 other artists that has ever done this, bro. Drop it in the comments, man. K-Bots are gonna be a little upset. How did he surpass him? Bro, records don't lie. You know what I mean? Records don't lie. Now the Grammys, but K-Dot won Grammys. You'd be a fool to think most of them wasn't bought and fucking paid for. Even though Kendrick Lamar be whapping his ass off. You know what I mean? Drop it in the comments, man. I'm just being honest. I'm just being real. Charleston White denies choking a handicapped fan. Look, bro, all you seen was Charleston White and the man in the wheelchair with him in the headlock. You know what I mean? Looked like he was trying to put him to sleep. Everybody called him out on it, was quick to try to counsel him, but look, bro, this is what Uncle Charlie does. That shit was staged, fam. He said, you got to stop believing everything you see, you know what I mean? He wanted it to look like that. The man say he's a genius. To me, it didn't really look like it was choking him. Wait, Charleston, why was you choking that man? You know what I mean, bro? If anybody sees Charleston White or anybody else choking a man in a wheelchair, somebody gonna slug him. You know what I mean? Yeah, somebody gonna snuff him. That's fake. Yeah, it's fake. Uncle Charlie wouldn't do that. Nah, he probably would have maced him. You know what I mean? But come on, when have you ever seen this man? Or when has he ever been known to actually put somebody in a fucking submission move? Cole announces the Fall Off World Tour. Look, the boy going 54 dates, 15 countries, kicking off in the summer. First concert, North Carolina. Yeah, July 11th, he gonna be in North Carolina. September 16th, he's gonna be in Houston. Look, December 12th, ending South America, Johannesburg, bro. He's gonna be everywhere, bro. This is how you sell an album. Yeah, I think a lot of people thought it was just gonna be out the trunk sale. That's just for him to show you CDs are still a thing. You know, yeah, CDs are still a thing. They are coming back. You know what I mean? And he's obviously leading the revolution. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real, bro. 54 dates, 15 countries. It's gonna be a whole lot of rapping, bro. And you don't even know who he taking with him. I feel like the whole crew gonna be there. Yeah, let's be honest, let's just be real. Shout out J. Cole. And I didn't even really just like both CDs, but number 39 is my shit. Kicked an underage fan out of the studio. She couldn't prove that she was 18, so you know what? He made her leave, went to the bathroom, got them to make her leave. When he came back, everybody that was with her must go now. His vibe was completely thrown off. You know what I mean? He ain't with the shit, bro. Why? He got daughters, bro. It doesn't pay to be a creep. It doesn't pay to be a creep. You know what I mean? It's like, you little girls, go be little girls. Why would you want to be around that type of environment anyway? Oh no, I just turned 18 last month. Man, take your ass home. Drop it in the comments, man. I'm saluting Finesse 2 times because most niggas of his stature wouldn't have cared. Yeah. It's sad, but it's the truth, bro. I'm just being honest, just being real. Drop it in the comments. Shout out Finesse 2 times. Michael Jordan facing disturbing allegations at the Daytona 500. The main team won, but he did some weird shit, fam. Let's get into the content. This ain't right, bro. I wasn't sure I was actually looking at what I was looking at, or if this was AI or something like that, bro. This is real. This is real. Jordan, I don't know what the fuck going on with you, but that was fucking inappropriate, fam. You got to call it like it is, man. When people do weird creeper shit, you got to call them out for it, bro. What will possess you to do that? Not even in public. What will possess you to do that? You don't even do something like that to your own child, fam. Not your son, not your daughter, fam. What are you doing? Drop it in the comments, because I know a lot of people are going to have a lot of shit to say to take up for Jordan, but this is fucking wrong, fam. I'm just being honest, just being real. Drop it in the comments. Tech released a new album, Yella. Look, 14 tracks of fire. Released 3 days ago. My favorite track on that bitch is Gravity. If I ever let you down, it'd be a tragedy. Need you to hold me down, but we lost gravity. If I do you like you do me, you can't be mad at me. You know what I mean? Look, bro, Tech is extremely underrated, fam. Underrated. Now, I don't know what's going on with main music, but even within Spider Nation, they are very different artists. Tech found a way to take off without him, bro. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. This Yella album is exciting, fam. Why is it exciting? It's real music from down south, my nigga. It ain't nothing like it. And I found myself just going listen to Third Eye today. I didn't even know the nigga had dropped a new project. But when I seen it, I had to give it a listen, fam. And when shit is lackluster, I call it lackluster. This ain't that. This bitch fire. Shout out Tech, fam. I'm just being honest. I'm just being real. Black released the God's Plan music video. Look, 100k views in less than 24 hours. Look, bro, he say God got a plan for him. That he know. Why hate him if God made him? You know what I mean? He said they gonna hate anyway, so he remained unbothered. Look, bro, this song is tough, bro. This nigga been on a 10-year run. 10-year run, bro. I know a lot of people stuck on the NBA Youngboy, YB versus Kodak Black, bro. They not even the same artists. No. You gotta understand, YB never called Kodak Black out for a versus. He called somebody out like Future. That nigga can't fuck with Kodak Black, man. I'm telling you, nigga. That nigga played a fool, but smart as a motherfucker, fam. Track after track, every other day is another hit. This has been for 10 fucking years. I'm just being honest. I'm just being real. Drop it in the comments, man. Scars from the playground. Shout out Kodak Black. Was hospitalized for unknown illness in Atlanta. Look, he was set to headline the Colossus Mardi Gras Parade in Dothan. You know what I mean? Look, bro, I'ma just be honest with you. I'ma just be real. I thought that boy was dead. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm just, you know, excuse me, bro. I thought he had, a long time ago, I thought he had kicked the bucket a long time ago, bro. Let's just be real, bro. This is the man that played Baby Kid, the little short one with the deep voice. Shout out Tone Loc, man. Yeah, shout out Tone Loc. He's been kind of quiet for years, man. Let's just be honest, man. But yeah, I ain't never really know him for his music. Yeah, I never really know him for his music. I just know him like in a couple of movies he done played in. You know what I mean? I think he was on the Ace Ventura, the Pet Detective. You know what I mean? Some shit like that. You know what I mean? But yeah, shout out Tone Loc, man. Let's just hope he get better. NLE Choppa challenges Blueface to a fight in the octagon. You know what I mean? Look, Blueface been training, so he ready for him in the ring. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. But the octagon, that's levels the playing field, bro. If that man could let them feet fly on his ass, you know what I mean, bro? Blueface going to the grind. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. This is when anything goes, my nigga. You will be begging to come out that motherfucking octagon if you don't know how to really get down. You know what I mean? I'm willing to bet Blueface will not accept this match. You know what I mean? If he gangsta, y'all say he is. Cuz gonna accept it. Yeah, cuz, wherever you are. You know what I mean? Fighting fans want to see their one. Yeah, fighting fans want to see their one. Because this is a fight. Now we're fucking talking. Drop it in the comments, man. Scars from the playground. Floyd Mayweather facing $5 million lawsuit over stolen jewelry. Fam, look, bro was basically doing Sean Kingston. He'll get a whole bunch of shit on credit and never make the payments. You know what I mean? He'll never make the payments. I think the champ actually might be going broke. Maybe he's banking on that big Showtime lawsuit to put him back in position. But look here, bro. Bro walked out of the Palmetto jewelry store with 20 watches, 20 chains. You know what I mean? Come on, man. And didn't pay for shit, man. He owed them people $1.375 million. Another jewelry store, 1.67. Man, the main starting fires everywhere he go. Yeah, everywhere he go, because they taking him on his way. Other than a couple of checks, he ain't looking to pay, even after a settlement. Look, what's going on with Floyd Mayweather? Drop it in the comments, man. Scars from the play. Youngboy breaks the record for highest grossing solo hip-hop rap tour. Look, grossing $70 million, 552,000 tickets sold, fam, with 42 shows. Look, bro, Philadelphia Xfinity Center, 2.373 million, making it one of the highest grossing concerts ever, fam, of all time. You know what I mean? On top of that, the one in Vegas was the most attended. Look, Make America Slime Again tour did incredible. You know what I mean? You gotta think, Kendrick Lamar and SZA did 330 million. But that's together. We're talking about on some solo shit, fam. I don't know that boy Drizzy numbers, fam. He can't be too much off if what we're saying today is true. Fact check it, drop it in the comments, man. Scars from the deny the collaboration with Sauce Walker.
It wouldn't be no Drake without Houston.
Look, let's just be honest. Let's just be real. That's why he mad. You know what I mean? That's why he calling Drake a culture vulture. He just using Houston. Look, Drake loves Houston. You know what I mean? Now, Sauce Walker seems to think that just sounds foolish, bro. There wouldn't be no Drake without Houston. What do you even be talking about, fam? The man didn't want to get on your shit because your shit ain't good, fam. You can't rap, nigga. What? Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. He ain't do no songs with Houston artists. Bro, Pee-me's from Houston. She signed to OVO, nigga. What are you talking about? You just got smut on your name. Yeah, you got smut on your name, bro. Everybody can't be involved with everybody, bro. You got too much smut that you can't erase. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Shout out Drake. Yeah, it'd be a Drake without Houston. Drop it in the comments, man. Sent throwing shots at Faison Love. He say the man act like a tough guy, but he about to get convicted for throwing shit at a hotel desk clerk. You know what I mean? He tried to throw a money machine at him. You know what I mean? Assault, bro. Like, what are you even talking about? On top of that, he say Fat Faison ain't had a hit movie in 31 years. You know he fucked up, man. Look, I don't think that's the smoke you want, bro. Bro is officially a hater. He say 50 ain't a filmmaker. He only went to Shreveport for this, that, and the other. It's gonna fail. You know what I mean? Look, bro. 50 know what he doing. You know, yeah, might be a petty bastard and blur the lines of a snitch or not. But as far as business-wise, I don't think you could take nothing from him. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Fat Faison, what have you really done other than land on that D-list comedian list? Boss man D-Lo collaborating with NBA Youngboy on Gravedigger Mountain. Look, they already showed a little video of them hanging out. You know what I mean? Well, with little D-Lo's pass, D-Lo, down low, brother. With his pass, bro, I just hope that's all they doing. With his pass and the way YB is and speaking like Michael Jackson, I just hope all they doing is making music. You know what I mean? It might come out and be a hit. Yeah, nigga can't say everything gonna suck. You know what I mean? I can't say that either. But I'm just not a big boss man D-Lo fan. You know, I'm just being honest with you, man. That man, but I admire him. I admire where he came from, bro. Just last year, the nigga was working construction. You know what I mean? If it could happen for him, it could happen for anybody, bro. But you got to keep going. Shout out NBA Youngboy. No diss to him. You know what I mean? Him and that little Michael Jackson voice gets me every time. I'm just being honest. I'm just being real. Drop it in the comments. Scars from the playground. Russell throwing shots at Lil Wayne. He said he used to be a fan of him until he started really listening to what Wayne was saying and realized it was bullshit. So he outgrew him. You know what I mean? Look, bro. Bruh just signed to Rock Nation. Jay-Z sent him. You're compromised, man. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Now, I like Lil Russell. I like him. But to start off with the bullshit, bro, what is this even coming from, fam? You know what I mean? You gonna down Wayne? He was never really saying nothing. Now they saying the internet divided. Was Wayne actually never saying nothing, or did you just miss the message? I'm gonna tell you like this. You missed the message, motherfucker. You know what I mean? And that's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Maybe if y'all start opening y'all ears and not y'all arses, y'all might actually listen and learn a few fucking things and understand why Wayne is a GOAT. I'm just being honest, just being real. Drop it in the comments. Lil Durk secured another legal victory in his murder for hire trial. Look, bro, for the attempted death of Quando Rondo. Look, bro, they can't use the lyrics against him. Yeah, can't use them in the court. The judge has already ruled. You know what I mean? What they can do is use screenshots of them videos and kind of describe. Look, bro, I think Durk is coming home. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. 2 wrongs don't make it right. Yeah, 2 wrongs don't make it right. But, man, everybody deserves a chance, bro. You're guilty to convicted till you're convicted in a court of law. Then you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, so help me God. You know what I mean? Real shit, bro. You could try to convict him and say it's over for him, but y'all thought it was over for YB. You remember? Everybody had jumped ship on YB. He was supposed to get 30 years. He got nothing, man. Drop it in the comments. A Flock of Flame headlining the MAGA Valentine's Day event. They say he's filling in for the baby. Originally, the baby was scheduled to be at the MAGA is in the air event as the headliner. Look, the baby said that wasn't anything they got to do with his name and politics, don't believe it. They running all type of fake stories. He say he's never had any involvement in that shit. You know what I mean? Well, look here, Walker Flocka don't give a fuck. He want that check. You know what I mean? Yeah, that boy about that check. He going to run it up. You know what I mean? Now, what he's going to perform, Lord knows. Yeah, Lord knows, bro. This is them just pushing the conservative values into hip-hop. Furthermore, you know what I mean? It's infiltration. You know what I mean? What people don't know is this is infiltration, bro. They coming. You know what I mean? Once they get there, it ain't no kicking them out. That's why YB MAGA, Nigga Minaj MAGA, yeah. You know what I mean? Look, open your eyes and not your ears. Drop it in the comments, man. Scars on the play. Vasquez throwing shots at French Montana. He say, just like Meek Mill, French Montana deserves to give hip-hop those answers they are seeking. You know what I mean? What was going on between him and Diddy, bro? It's an old picture of French Montana sitting between Diddy legs in bathrobes on a yacht. You know what I mean? Laughing, geeking it away. You know what I mean? Look, nobody's saying French Montana is this way or that way, but even with his new guy, Max B, you know what I mean? The man, when he was in prison, bro, every time he wanted to smoke, he said he would pull a doobie out of his arse, smoke it, get his fill. When he was done with it, he put it back up his arse. You know what I mean? That's his main best friend. You know, he went overseas and got married. Why? Make you think it ain't what it is, you know what I mean? Or it is what it ain't. Drop it in the comments, man. French Montana World. Charleston White survived a deadly car crash. Look, he was nearly a goner. He was in the Uber headed to the airport. The Uber driver tried to do some illegal shit, end up causing a head-on collision. The car was totaled. Yeah, bro. We don't play about car wrecks, bro. This one is fucking serious. He was almost a goner, meaning they almost punched his ticket. Yeah, he said he cut up, knotted up, bruised up a bit, but he good. Yeah, he said the old nigga made a steal, man. Look, shout out Uncle Charlie. Yeah, shout out Uncle Charlie, because I'm glad it didn't turn out for the worse. And we don't know what happened to the other drivers. And I'm sorry, that's not the part of the news that I can report to you, bro. I'm just hoping that everybody was safe in that one, you know what I mean? Yeah, because this is serious. Charleston White, wherever y'all, get better, because why? You on the run, my nigga, you know what I mean? And he just came back, you know what I mean? It's been on, just been real. He's on Love throwing shots at Cat Williams. He say that man is a liar. Everything about him cap. On top of that, he called him a coked-out homosexual crackhead. 47,000, they read 47,000 books in a day. He say he is a liar. On top of that, he's a woman beater. Look, Faison Love is a hater. Yeah, Faison Love is a hater. It ain't nothing you could say about Cat, because everybody know Cat done been through some things. You know what I mean? People respect you when you can admit, especially when they seen it, that you done been through some things. You know what I mean? Once he done got a headlock, bro, we knew Cat was on something. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. When he got headlocked by a 15-year-old, we knew he was on something. But this besides the point, all that woman being, bro, didn't you just throw a cash register at a hotel clerk? It was a woman, bro. That's what you're going to court for. Yeah, drop it in the comments, bro. You are a jackass. You know, it's being honest, just being real. Scars from the playground, man. Cole projected to secure 291,000 first week sales for his Fall Off album. You know what I mean? 115,000 of them are pure album sales, meaning vinyls, CDs, you know what I mean, other digital copies, you know what I mean? Look, bro, the nigga is winning. Even DJ Academics, who normally don't even like J. Cole, gotta come out and admit that this shows you that man is definitely a factor, man. People say the big tree. I don't like to talk about no big tree, because it's so many people, and guess what? The big tree that y'all know about doesn't include me, so we don't say the big tree. But he's definitely a factor in the hip-hop. As far as the Fall Off album, I don't like it, you know what I mean? The second side I like, but it's only a couple cuts that I'ma just be running back to. I'm gonna be honest with you, bro, and I fuck with J. Cole. Fuck with him, but it just wasn't for me. Drop it in the comments, man. Just being honest, I'm just being real. Keno Vasquez throwing shots at Meek Mill. He said the hip-hop community deserves answers, man. Yeah, everybody wanna know, bro. The inquiring minds wanna know what possessed you to jump in Diddy's pool with your ass tooted up and let that man call you daddy, you know what I mean? He want answers, fam. He say, first of all, Diddy is older than him. Why would you be calling your little man, your little homie, daddy? He say what he was supposed to do was stop him. Hey, look here, we don't talk like that in Philly, sir. You know what I mean? You know what? A fight come with that, but it ain't gotta be no fight. Disrespect, we don't talk like that. Don't call me daddy. You know what I mean? On top of that, why are you filming me? He say for the fact that Diddy was filming while he was at a spot. It's some weird shit, bro. Considering what all he's into. You know what I mean? Drop it in the comments. Shout out to Skino Vasquez. Skino Vasquez throwing shots at Freeway.
I don't like that. Nigga, have a stance on something. Pick a side, you know what I'm saying? But once you became an honorary sheriff, you talking all this hustle till the sun come up. I hustle till the shut the fuck up. You're a cop. You lock people up. So I have sympathy about losing his kids. Lost both his kids. Of course. Only a monster would have sympathy for that. But once you start taking money out of my pocket, I don't have no sympathy for you.
How did they take money from you?
We had a show, I performed, and everybody disappeared at the end of the show. Where my money at?
Hey, look, you say Freeway ain't no bad person. No, he ain't no bad person. He just don't have a backbone. If the wind blow this way, he go that way. If the wind blow that way, he go that way. And just never really had a stance on nothing. On top of that, he went from hustle this, push that, to being an honorary sheriff. Didn't quite go to the police department, but became an honorary sheriff. What does that mean? Fill in the blanks, man. Yeah, fill in the blanks. That means if something happens and he knows about it, he's gonna tell it. Yeah, he ain't got the power to arrest you, but he got the power to push for arrest. You know what I mean? On top of that, he say he has no sympathy for him. They both lost their kids, but he say you done fucked him out some money too, so you done made it hard for him to take care of his granddaughter. No sympathy there, you know what I mean? But they both were state property. You know, I don't know which one was the better rapper. I'd say Freeway, but his voice was annoying to me. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Drop it in the comments. He's on Love throwing shots at 50 Cent.
While 50's doing it, nobody's giving him no money to rent some a shitty movie and they would have did it themselves. They moved from they the one that started Atlanta. He's not a filmmaker. What if I told you I'm starting the music business in Flint Ridge?
Look, this man say it's pointless for him to be building his big 2-unit studios in Shreveport because he's not a filmmaker. Look, bro, 50 is a lot of things. One will call him a snitch, one will call him a petty bastard, or a bitch, all type of other shit. But come on, my nigga, he's not stupid. He's not stupid. I definitely think Faison Love is just more of a fucking hater. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Why would you even say something like that? Because you've been in on the big screen and never had the money to invest like this. Look, everybody builds studios in crazy locations. Cat Williams, Tyler Perry. Is it the most craziest thing in the world? No. So why you hating on 50, bro? That's on this business decision that he made, that he has partners with. You know what I mean? But you don't know what the fuck you talking about. Drop it in the comments. Tony Yayo and Uncle Murder throwing shots at Dave Blunt.
20 artists. Go ahead.
20 is Dave Blunt's.
Okay.
19.
Bull Dave Blunt's.
Yeah, Dave Blunt's.
I don't know how he was on that list.
Start from
that
one.
That was first day. No.
Start from number one.
Hold on, Merc. You know
Dave Blunt's is the fat nigga, right?
Hold on.
Correct. I just wanted to get that out.
Listen.
We've been drinking.
It was first day out the hospital. It wasn't jail, so it don't even count.
Yeah, they was naming 20 rappers that did this and that on their podcast. You know what I mean? And so, you know, they stopped it. You say, you don't name him. His wasn't the first day out of jail. His was the first day out of a hospital. Freestyle. He was in that bitch for eating too much. Look, I don't know what Dave Blunt's at. You know, let's just be honest. Let's just be real. I ain't heard from him since Kanye West dropped him and made his comeback and apologized. Dave Blunt has been out of the picture, you know what I mean? That Big Mo impersonator, you know what I mean? Where your boy at, you know what I mean? Where your boy at? I don't think people just want to hear it. If it wasn't for Kanye West, do you think the world would even know him? You know what I mean? I know he had that little drink song, so he was gonna get what he was gonna get off of the Big Mo impersonation on. But would he have really got as much attention if he didn't write Cuttings? I don't know. Drop it in the comments, man. It's cost from the NBA Youngboy sends a cryptic message to NLE Choppa.
I just do music. I don't get into beefs and all that shit. You gotta respect that. You know, I went through that before. Man, it just be an opportunity. It's just business. Hey, cool. I be wanting to spend. I don't be wanting to. I can't spend a black like.
Look, he's finally responded. Fans have been waiting on it all. He's dissing him here, dissing him there. Look, he say, bro, he's no longer into rap beefs. No more, no mas. He been there, done that, and it never got him anywhere. You know what I mean? Can you blame him? You know what I mean? Look, he say if he wanted to, he could really just spin the block on some other shit, but where is it gonna lead to? Nowhere. You know what I mean? Look, shout out NBA Youngboy, bro. Yeah, shout out NBA Youngboy. This is what like stop the violence means. You know what I mean? This is what stop the violence means. Like, don't give in to it. He ain't telling you to stop toting your weapons. You know what I mean? None of that. He just telling you like, man, don't give your energy to the bullshit, cause they wanna see you beneath the jail wire. Yeah, they want to see you beneath the jail, young nigga. You gotta find a different way to fight. Some mental war guard type of shit, you know? Let's just be honest, let's just be real. Skino Vasquez throwing shots at Freeway. Look, you say Freeway ain't no bad person. No, he ain't no bad person. He just don't have a backbone. If the wind blow this way, he go that way. If the wind blow that way, he go that way. And just never really had a stance on nothing. On top of that, he went from hustle this, push that, to being an honorary sheriff. Didn't quite go to the police department, but became an honorary sheriff. What does that mean? Fill in the blanks, man. Yeah, fill in the blanks. That means if something happens and he knows about it, he's gonna tell it. Yeah, he ain't got the power to arrest you, but he got the power to push for arrest. You know what I mean? On top of that, he say he has no sympathy for him. They both lost their kids, but he say, you done fucked him out some money too, so you done made it hard for him to take care of his granddaughter. No sympathy there, you know what I mean? But they both were state property. You know, I don't know which one was the better rapper. I'd say Freeway, but his voice was annoying to me. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Drop it in the comments. Lil Wayne performed a halftime performance in Clash Royale. Now, it's an online gaming. He took the Clash Royale arena. He say he taking over, blah, blah. Look, whoop-de-doo. Yeah, whoop-de-doo. I went in and watched the little Clash Royale performance with the creatures flying here, Wayne talking to the monsters. You know what I mean? Look, now I don't know what it is. I'm going to just be honest with you. But a lot of people tuned in. I think it got somewhat like 50 million views. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of people tuned into it. Like, it's just different strokes for different folks. You know what I mean? They didn't give them the Grammys, or they didn't give them Super Bowl halftime performances. None of that. None of the accolades like that. But on some shit like that, they just gave him something to walk out to. That's all Wayne want to do. That's all Wayne want to do anyway, right? He'll walk out. And got his dream. Ask my dog, though. Drop it in the comments. Shout out Lil Wayne. CSI throwing shots at Trippie Redd. Look, he called him out. He say, who was the worst person to work with? He say, by far, Trippie Redd. Why? With their wake-up call video years ago, the nigga showed up 8 hours late. On top of that, he just stayed in the car the whole time. He said he just wanted to smoke away. He say at some point, bro, he didn't even want him no more. He didn't want him now. Trippie Redd didn't like being singled out. He say, nigga, I'm hard to work with, you hard to listen to. Hamburger. You know what I mean? I don't get that because I don't really even know KSI. Never heard of him. I'm going to just be honest with you. Never heard of him. But what I can say is, come on now, Trippie. If that happened like that, nigga, you deserve to get your ass slapped up. You know what I mean? Just a wee bit. You know, nigga still would have been cool with you, but nigga would have slapped your motherfucking ass up out of that passenger seat. Just being honest with you, bro. Drop it in the comments. He's on love throwing shots at 50 Cent. Look, this man say it's pointless for him to be building his big unit studios in Shreveport because he's not a filmmaker. Look, bro, 50 is a lot of things. One will call him a snitch, one will call him a petty bastard, or a bitch, all type of other shit. But come on, my nigga, he's not stupid. He's not stupid. I definitely think Faison Love is just more of a fucking hater. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Why would you even say something like that? Because you've been in on the big screen and never had the money to invest like this. Look, everybody builds studios in crazy locations. Cat Williams, Tyler Perry. Is it the most craziest thing in the world? No. So why you hating on 50, bro? That's on this business decision that he made, that he has partners with. You know what I mean? But you don't know what the fuck you talking about. Drop it in the comments. Tony Yayo and Uncle Murder throwing shots at Dave Blunt. Like, they was naming 20 rappers that did this and that on their podcast. You know what I mean? And so, you know, they stopped it. You say, you don't name him. His wasn't the first day out of jail. His was the first day out of a hospital freestyle. He was in that bitch for eating too much. Look, I don't know what Dave Blunt's at. You know, let's just be honest. Let's just be real. I ain't heard from him since Kanye West dropped him and made his comeback and apologized. Dave Blunt has been out of the picture, you know what I mean? That Big Mo impersonator, you know what I mean? Where your boy at, you know what I mean? Where your boy at? I don't think people just want to hear it. If it wasn't for Kanye West, do you think the world would even know him? You know what I mean? I know he had that little drink song, so he was going to get what he was going to get off of the Big Mo impersonation on. But would he have really got as much attention if he didn't write Cuttings? Drop it in the comments, man. It's cost from the NBA Youngboy sends a cryptic message to NLE Choppa. Look, he's finally responded. Fans have been waiting on it. He's dissing him here, dissing him there. Look, he say, bro, he's no longer into rap beefs. No more, no mas. He been there, done that, and it never got him anywhere. You know what I mean? Can you blame him? You know what I mean? Look, he say if he wanted to, he could really just spin the block on some other shit, but where is it gonna lead to? Nowhere. You know what I mean? Look, shout out NBA Youngboy, bro. Yeah, shout out NBA Youngboy. This is what, like, stop the violence means. You know what I mean? This is what stop the violence means. Like, don't give in to it. He ain't telling you to stop toting your weapons. You know what I mean? None of that. He just telling you, like, man, don't give your energy to the bullshit, because they want to see you beneath the jail wire. Yeah, they want to see you beneath the jail, young nigga. You got to find a different way to fight. Some mental war guard type of shit. You know, let's just be honest. Let's just be real. He placed in solitary confinement for constantly just fucking up. He just fucking up. Let's just be honest. He's fucking up. He's saying they trying to threaten him and take it. They trying to get it and all type of other shit. You know what I mean? Right now, he's in solitary. So if that's your boy, fuck with your boy, man. There's a lot of going on with R. Kelly, man. 30-year sentence, and his charges does include child pornography and sexual assault. How can you stick up for a person like that? Let's just be honest, man. Drop it in the comments. And even his daughter came out, Hutu or the Malupu, or I forget her name, but even she came out and said her daddy touched her. Look, R. Kelly, I'm balling up the smallest little tissue for you. You know, the smallest little tissue for you. Because I know you're crying. You know what I mean? But, and don't do the crime, you wouldn't have to do the time. That's just point blank period. Drop it in the comments. Shout out Charleston, Wright. Sent throwing shots at Cat Williams. He said Cat Williams mentioned him, calling him squarehead and all type of shit. Why? Because he told him he was a quackhead back in the day. Yeah, or he was on quack at a certain thing that happened in Shreveport a long time ago. Look, he said why he's still mad at him. Look, I don't know nothing about that. Y'all don't know nothing about Cat Williams being on quack, but let's just be honest, let's just be real. And a couple years ago, bro, and the Cat Williams we see today is not the Cat Williams we were seeing. Like, we could be honest about that. Cat was getting whooped by 15-year-olds, all type of shit. Lil Perm was doo-wop, the wop, or everywhere. You know, let's just be honest, let's just be real. 2026 Cat Williams, the world needs him. You know, just being honest, fam. The world needs him because he ain't scared of shit. One has to learn to respect a nigga like that, bro, that ain't scared of shit and that's not willing to sell his morals and principles just to get ahead. You know what I mean? It's been honest. Shout out Cat Williams. Drop it in the comments, man. Some Sexy Songs For You album with Party Next Door earned 5 new RIAA Platinum certifications. Look, No Kill is 3 times platinum. Die Trying, Somebody Loves Me, Raining in Houston, and Deeper. You know what I mean? Look, bro, this nigga winning. This nigga is winning. Drop it in the comments. This is that Valentine's album that everybody thought was shit. Everybody didn't have no Valentine. And now he's singing about women again. I want to hear about Kendrick Lamar again. Look, man, this wasn't about that. Yeah, Kendrick caught quite a few subs in that motherfucker. You just didn't catch it. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real, bro. Everybody say, oh, did he respond? Look, round 2 is about to start officially when Ice Man drop. Yeah, just stick around. K-Bots, yeah, I fuck with Duckworth. Y'all want a nigga to fuck with him to the point where, oh, everything he does go hard. It ain't like that. It's not like that with any artist and haven't been in quite some time. Let's just be honest. Let's just be Dog facing disturbing allegations at the 2026 Winter Olympics. Look, backstage at the Milano Speed Skating Stadium, his security has been putting paws on people. Allegedly, bro, Dutch athletes say she was backstage. They put her into a wall, you know what I mean, to keep her away from Snoop. She say she wasn't there for Snoop. Security came back and say, what, do I have to put you through this motherfucker? On top of that, there's other people that just been getting roughed up from just standing by him. Look, Snoop, if you're scared, go to church, nigga. Yeah, if you scared, go to church, man. You can't be like a J. Cole and step outside with the people, bro, without having to use all this excessive force, my nigga. Just stay your ass at home, bro. This might be the last year, the last motherfucking year they invite your stupid ass out there, fam. Yeah. You fucking up a bag. You ain't with the gangster shit. Get off of it, bro. You like 57 years old, nigga. When does it end? Eugene Henley demands identities of his cooperating witnesses in his RICO trial, fam. Look, he want to know who snitching on him. Yeah, real shit, not just the cooperating witnesses. He want to know whatever story they got, he need to know. That way they could prepare for a better defense. I ain't trying to get out. Yeah, he's looking at, what, 43 charges stemming from all type of shit. For those that don't know, he was like Debo from Friday. They mimicked the character off of him. Big Draws is what they call him. I never call him that. Yeah, I never call him that. I didn't see him like that, but the man got quite a bit of respect in that part of the world. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Drop it in the comments. But it looks like, you know, I ain't trying to put that man under the jail 100 years. Drop it in the comments, man. He still has a chance. Everybody does. Budden denied a $200 million podcast offer. Look, they wanted to buy him out. You know what I mean? Look, bro, he said he turned it down because he values control and he has his self-respect, his morals, and his fucking principles, bro. You don't want to always sell. You know what I mean? Yeah. Fast money ain't always the best money. Plus, fast money doesn't last money. You know what I mean? Real shit, bro. You gotta keep your own shit. This goes on to all the artists that's selling all they publishing. You know what I mean? They selling their whole musical catalog. NBA Youngboy sold some of his. He owns some of it, but he did, 6ix9ine said it. He did sell some of it. Everybody did it. 100 million sounds good until you see what you really could have made off of it. I'm just being honest. I'm just being real. You know what I mean? Look, shout out Joe Budden. Because like I said, bro, you can say what you want. You can call him Ozempic Joe. You know what I mean? But he ain't no sellout. And that means a lot. You know what I mean? Just being honest. Just being real. Drop it in the comments. All Eyes on Me album inducted into the Grammys Museum Hall of Fame. Look, this is the 4th and final studio album of Tupac Shakur personally, even though we know quite a few albums, quite a few tunes came out after AD, you know what I mean? But look here, this was 7 months before the tragic death in Vegas, 1996, February 13th. Certified Diamond #1 single, How Do You Want It? Look, Pac is one of my favorite rappers. Yeah, favorite rappers, you know what I mean? Do I think he had the most skill? No, you know what I mean? No, it's more about confidence, fool. What people don't understand, family. Sometimes it ain't about the skill. Was he skillful? Yeah. And he had them words. But it was more the just bars with Pac. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. No. He wasn't the most crafted, but the confidence wins ball games, man. Shout out to Tupac Shakur, and this is definitely a celebration. Youngboy accused of abusing his pet tiger. Yeah, he had a white striped tiger. They say it was malnourished, parasites, wasn't no fur, it was kept on concrete. All type of shit he was doing with that, bro. They took it. The animal sanctuary took it, and they say rappers should never, ever own a tiger again. Let it be an example. You know what I mean? You can't take care of that motherfucker. You know what I mean? Look, shout out to NBA Youngboy. I don't know what you was doing, bro. When that bitch get big enough, you get scared of it. That's when you give it back. You know what I mean? Stop trying to be like Michael Jackson and get all these weird little animals. And, I have me a monkey. Is that your monkey, YB? Yes, I think so. Why you like monkeys, YB? I don't know. I just always had a thing for monkeys. Like, YB, quit the shit, fam. Yeah, quit the shit, because what you gonna do is get in a world of trouble, bro. Yeah. They treat pets like, they treat animals like humans, bro. You can't abuse neither. Just being honest, just being... Yeah, academics throwing shots at Lil Baby. Look, especially with all that Keon White shit, the football player that got shot in the club by, allegedly, by 4PF, Lil Baby's crew. DJ Academics trying to get that boy arrested. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. He say, Lil Baby brought the demons out because he had to show the world he wasn't as pussy as everybody would think. You know what I mean? Why? Academics just want to fade. He want a friendly fade. Matter of fact, he want to strap the gloves up and do it in the Aiden Rock's Boston event. Aiden Rocks would have probably paid Lil Baby about $5 to $7 million. He wanted 40. Just to get in the ring and get it off his chest. Fam, look, man, you can't just be portraying this gangster shit, bro. And when it's time to get funky, you don't want no trouble. You know what I mean? I don't want that. What fuck you mean you don't want that? You know what I mean? Yeah, nigga know you got some people with you that'll do some things for you they supposed to. You gonna pay him. But come on, my nigga, sometimes every time you gotta put your own work in. This is what niggas gotta learn, bro. Drop it in the comments. Scars from the play. 50 Cent throwing shots at T.I. Look, he called him a king rat. You know what I mean? Look, T.I. responded like, bro, you do know I have your paperwork, don't you? You know what I mean? Like, bro, you already know, bro. They say 50 had a protective order against Murder, Inc. On top of that, when he made that ghetto Quran about the Supreme Team, they was still in the streets doing shit at the time. I ain't got more eyes on him. You know what I mean? That's why 50 took 9. They say that nigga made the block hot. Yeah, this is what's crazy, bro. They trading blows. King Rat. No, you're the rat. You're the rat. You're the rat. How about y'all both did some shit that, you know what, a nigga that's stuck in the streets and not portraying to be a street nigga might consider ratting. Look, bro, people gotta, it's a thin line between ratting and not. You know what I mean, bro? If I did something with you and you told somebody else, and that's ratting. You just snitched on me, bro. Maybe I didn't want nobody to know, dumbass nigga. Maybe you cooperated a little bit. Yeah, it is what it is. Y'all grown, y'all been there, damn near 50 years, bro. You just be honest with yourself. Boosie accused of being a homophobic hypocrite. And this is by Bro-Rilla, that Glorilla twin. Yeah, twin them. Yeah, twin them. Say that nigga a homophobic hypocrite. All that shit he was talking about. Glorilla shouldn't have to take care of her butt sister and all this other type of shit. She say, she never liked him. Why he was dragging Lil Nas X for promoting gay when all he does is promote guns, weed, violence, and bullshit. You know what I mean? Look, bro, she has a point. She has a point, bro. You can't be hypocritical when it comes to this shit, fam. You can't do all the bad things. And when you see something that's bad in your head, you know, say, oh, you can't do that, nigga. Two wrongs don't make it right. Not saying gay is wrong, but come on, man. Murder, drugs, prostitution. Yeah, come on, man. You got to weigh this shit, fam. She got a point. Drop it in the comments. Scars from the play. Chappelle is facing a multi-million-dollar lawsuit. This is for his skits off of the Chappelle show, referencing R. Kelly's victim, the one that was pissed on, bro. She's back. She's grown now, and she's telling her story. So for a lot of these people that was taking up for R. Kelly or making fun at it, picking fun at it, laughing about it, she was 14 years old. 14, bruh. You have to know, and everybody that's seen that video, because it was going around in the New York area, you know what I mean? Everybody that's seen it, shame on you. You know what I mean? Shame on you. Like I said, she's back. Chappelle, get your affairs in order, bro. Yeah, right now is when you should be contacting your lawyers to try to see if there's anything they could do. Maybe even go ahead and send her a settlement. Yeah, because when you think about it, you were definitely fucking wrong. Drop it in the comments, man. It's cost from the play. Meek Squilly accused of spitting on Nicki Minaj. Look, bro, they were vacationing in Miami. They was in the store shopping. He didn't have enough to pay for his shit. He asked her for $6,000. She wasn't going for it. Told her some shit. She told him some shit. He couldn't take it. He spit in her motherfucking face. Look, bro, this is coming from an ex-Dream Chasers member that say, you know, he just couldn't be around all the whole shit. You know what I mean? Look, bro, when you got somebody like Meek Squilly, look how weak he was, bro, especially when you got the media showing it. You know what I mean? Showing it. What do you think he got to do when he get back home? He got to show that he actually has some type of masculinity left in him. You don't think she knew about Diddy? On top of that, you don't think weird things probably happen in their bed? He might like a finger in his arse. You know what I mean? I don't know. You know what I mean? This is Meek we're talking about. You got to remember that. Meek, wherever you are, man, go on, come out and let us know what you did. Kendrick Lamar's Super Bowl performance, halftime performance, announced as the most viewed in history, fam. In history. Now they thought Bad Bunny has dethroned him. Originally, they said 135.5 million people tuned in. Now the numbers came back. Yeah, now the numbers came back. It was really 128.2. K-Dot had 133.5, somewhere right there, bro. I don't think nobody's ever gonna really top that. If we talking about hip-hop, pop, you know what I mean? It's gonna have to be some other shit. It's gonna have to be some rock and roll shit that's gonna really just take it to another level. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real, bro. But this ain't to knock nobody. I'm not trying to pit these artists against each other, nothing like that, bro. This is what you gotta do. You have to compare stats, my nigga. Shout out Kendrick Lamar. He's winning. Cole responds to the $500,000 lawsuit that Cameron got against him. Look, this is over that Frkm 24 track. Look, the lawyers already talking, fam. They say the plaintiff encouraged and blessed the defendant use of his performance for career benefit. Yeah, for career benefit. You had to know, bro. This is when Cameron didn't have much going on. The podcast business wasn't blessing him like it is right now. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real, fool. He thought the track was going to kind of excel his career. And it didn't, because unfortunately, not many people have even heard it or gave a fuck about it. Look, man, they say he's seeking an excessive fee, inconsistent to industry standards, meaning he ain't gonna get nowhere near $500,000, if anything. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Drop it in the comments. Meek Mill denied entry into Super Bowl party. Look, bro, he just simply wasn't A-list enough. Let's get into the content, fam.
Everybody off the flag rack.
Bro, relax, bro. Who you here? Are you here with Travis and Meek Mill? Travis and Meek Mill? Go in. Are you here? Go in.
Look, what you gonna do? Fight, fam? When the people tell you one time, bro, you not on the list and you can't get in there, all that old, but he Meek Mill though, you know what I mean? They don't care, you know what I mean? They don't want no bunny hopping off in that bitch, you know what I mean? Let's just be honest, let's just be real. Shout out Tasha K, cause she don't let up. Yeah, she don't let up. She said, we fresh into 2026, and that man then took the biggest L. Yeah, it was an embarrassment. I'd say, but why would you just want to party with somebody that don't want to party with you anyway? Get your ass on up the road. Meek Mill. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real, man. Shout out to him. You know what I mean? I'm not a Meek Squilly fan whatsoever, but to drag him over something like that, let's just be some petty bastard shit. Beezy filmed the Fiesta music video featuring R. Kelly on Epstein Island. I think they call it St. James Island or some shit like that. I don't know what island specifically, but Epstein Island, you know what I mean? It shouldn't be no surprise to most people, bro. He was named in the Epstein files, and if that don't sway you, Ramiel Satellite. For those that don't know him, that's his boy. Looks just like look just like him. Spitting image. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. He filmed the Fiesta music video featuring R. Kelly on Epstein Island. Not only did he do that, he did what? 2 tours with him, double album. Like, come on, man. It's beyond the Epsteins. Jay-Z, what's going on, man? Jigging onto some kid. Man, I'm not with Tory Lanez on that one, but the nigga wanna know, bro, did you have a sweet tooth or what? You know what I mean? I wouldn't even call it a sweet tooth. Ja Rule denies being nearly assaulted by Tony Yayo mid-flight in Uncle Mudder. Yeah, he say he was the aggressor. He the one that wanted to scratch on the plane. So what is he doing? He's trying to prove that. Yeah, he's trying to prove that he was the one that threw a pillar at Tony Yayo and wanted to box him on a plane. Look, man, that's a federal crime. Yeah, don't be ignorant. Yeah, y'all are far too old to be doing anything like that, Ja Rule. So if you was on that bitch, I'm the aggressor, I'm trying to put paws on him, you knew they were gonna break it up anyway, you know what I mean? On top of that, all chill, y'all were gonna go to jail. Come on, man. You was trying to set Yo-Yo and Uncle Mudder up, you know what I mean? That don't sound right, you know what I mean? That's why you see Tony Yayo and them laughing about it, bro. That was some weak ass shit. Yeah, we in a vicinity like this, keep it down until we get outside, stupid ass nigga. Let's just be real, man. Being honest, just being real. Glorilla accused of paying her mother $8,000 to lie about Brorilla. You hit Brorilla on the air right now. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real, bro. It's something about Gorilla's family and Finesse 2 Times family that's just very fucking entertaining. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. And wherever Brozilla came from, don't go back. Yeah, don't go back, because they love her. Yeah, they love her as if she was Gorilla. Yeah, Glorilla. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. They look just like spitting images. You know what I mean? It's a spitting image of Gorilla. You know what I mean? Look, I don't know what's going on with the family situation, but I would tell everybody like this, bro. If you got 10 siblings out there, if you got any siblings out there, bro, and you hit on your ticket hit, my nigga, yeah, you're required, my nigga, to take care of your people. Yeah, you're required to take care of your people. Why? You want to make generational wealth, bro, within the family, under the same family name, you stupid mother suckers. DJ Academics compares NBA Youngboy to Kodak Black. Look, he say NBA Youngboy been talking about doing versus matches with a lot of people, you know what I mean? He might just get Durk. If you ask an Academics, I might have a different opinion on that. But he say for sure he can't fuck with Kodak Black. You know what I mean? Kodak Black would sweep him in a versus battle. Drop it in your comments, bro. Drop it in the comments. It's okay to have your own opinion. I want everybody to know that before we really just dive into it. But it's okay. Now, look, NBA Youngboy say he has something for Ye, has something for Future. You ain't there yet, my friend. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. You ain't there yet. You ain't there yet. You couldn't even outdo Kevin Gates. If we're being honest, fam. And there's a couple people, you know what? NBA Youngboy versus Tech might be alright. You know what I mean? But yeah, Kodak Black will get him. I'm with DJ Academic. Dogg accused of stealing Nate Dogg's masters. This is coming from Nate Dogg's son, Nathaniel Hale Jr. He say why his daddy was on his deathbed in 2011. Snoop went over there to his grandma's house because the grandma invited him over, showed him where the masters was. Snoop left with the masters. He said they ain't seen him since. Drop it in the comments, bro. This one is kind of wild considering the fact that Snoop is a snake, cuz. Let's just be honest, let's just be real. He tried to say this with him and Daz Dillinger going through right fucking eye. He was trying to take Daz masters and shit. Drop it in the comments. This dude has been sneaky and snakish for a long time. Do we got him? Of course. Yeah, why wouldn't he have him? You know what I mean? Will he ever say something? Cuz gonna take that shit to the grave. But you gotta know who you fucking with before you fuck with him. What did y'all think he was gonna do? Let the family make money off of it? No, sir. Kid Rock throwing shots at Jay-Z. He said he is a DEI hire for the NFL. There to make it difficult for the MAGA boys.
So he had all sorts of problems. So he brings in Jay-Z, and what's Jay-Z going to do? He's going to do right by his base. That's where you had Kendrick Lamar last year. A lot of people didn't get. I respect Kendrick Lamar, but wasn't my cup of tea. And, then this year you're like, wow, they're going to double down. And to me, it was kind of just like another middle finger to conservatives, to the MAGA, crowd, to my base, everything.
He should no longer be in charge of the Super Bowl halftime performances. Let's just be honest, let's just be real. Somebody has got to say it. For the last 2 years, he's took the attention off of football. You know what I mean? Last year was Kendrick Lamar. Everybody knew it should have been Drake or somebody else. Let's just be honest, let's just be real. His shit was okay. Not gonna say the music was lackluster, but the show is, is he gonna say Drake's a petty? He said it. This year was Bad Bunny, you know what I mean? I know a lot of people love Bad Bunny, but let's just be honest, let's just be real, bro. He didn't speak English, you know what I mean? We couldn't get jiggy with that shit, you know what I mean? Just being honest, man. Jigger has to be stopped, you know what I mean? This is the first time I will say, maybe in this particular position, that black man, that specific black man, shouldn't have no jurisdiction. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Drop it in the comments, man. Shout out Jigga, though. That's my goal. Mike Epps apologizes to Nicki Minaj.
What's up, y'all? It's your man, Mike Epps. Y'all know I'm Mr. Accountability. I say stuff and do stuff, and then I go to bed, wake up the next morning, and, being prayed on and thought about it. Just want to apologize to you, Nicki Minaj, for saying the stuff that I said. Want to apologize to your husband, your kids, all of that, for saying what I said. I'm a comedian. Sometimes I get on that stage, I have a little drink, and I go wild. You know what I mean?
Look, he say all that shit he was saying at his comedy special. He was just drunk. He didn't mean none of that. He just take a little sip and he just get the talking shit. For those that don't know, bro, we'll say Nicki Minaj getting the train ran on her by the MAGA party. Trump them. You know what I mean? Look here, bro. Shout out Nicki Minaj. She's standing for something, fam. You gotta stand for something or you'll fall for anything, bro. What people don't understand is you can't live your whole life on your fucking knees, bro. When you decide to go against people and expose, they're gonna make you look like you're tripping. Yeah, they're gonna make you look like you're tripping. But shout out Nicki Minaj. I don't know what the fuck NBA Youngboy was talking about. Nicki, yeah, wherever you are, your little nigga need you. I can only imagine how you was saying that shit sound like Michael Jackson. You know, I'm just being honest, just being real. Drop it in the comments, Mike Epps. Sometimes you need to just shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? But he is funny. Let's just be. That Mexican OT competed in a bullfight. I gotta show you this shit. Look, what's wrong with you, fool? Yeah, what's wrong with you, man? This is like the funniest thing I have seen all fucking day, bro. I don't know what would possess that man to go in a bullfight. It was just him, the bull, in a little protective vest. You know what I mean? Don't even look like he tried to run from that motherfucker. Look, this takes cojones. This takes cojones. This gives me a different level of respect for that Mexican OT. Even I'm not going stare down no bull. You know what I mean? Look, my people country, bro. I was supposed to be riding them motherfuckers, you know what I mean? So I thought that was enough, bro. But to stand face to face with that motherfucker, watching, charging at you, and just let it hit you. Now that's some new shit. I'm just being honest, just being real. Drop it in the comments, man. Shout out Mexican. Cole says he will never make an album better than The Fall Off. You know what I mean? He just don't want to WAP anymore like that. He's gonna write. He's gonna record. And if it moves him to release it, he will. But he just don't want to be J. Cole no mas. You know what I mean? Look, bro, maybe you drop that shit under Jermaine. You know what I mean? The Fall Off, bro, it was straight. I'm gonna be honest with you. It was straight. It was just everywhere. Wasn't cohesive. I mean, and you could have did a wee bit better. You know what I mean? Rap like you was on Sacrifices. We bloody sacrifices. You know what I mean? Rap, man, come on, nigga. Get off the fucking gas. Like, a nigga could see you as a producer and help him critique, but you ain't put enough work in. I'm just being honest with you, fam. Yeah, it takes way much more. You know, and just being honest, fam. This new generation, yeah, we're tripping. Homie CC defends Jay-Z amid criticism. I know about it. What criticism? Bro, the man with names in the Epstein files. You know what I mean? Big homie CC said it couldn't have been Jay. 96, nobody even knew of him. Look, bro, I don't know what's wrong with this nigga here, but he's been compromised for a long time. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Ever since they tried to put him into that Diddy lawsuit, that man he been moving funny, to say the least. Look, Jigga got some questions that deserve some answers. You know what I mean? Is Rodman Satterway your boy? That's for one. Why did you run over there with R. Kelly and do a tour, double album with him? That's for two. And for three, what's up with that whole young girl spill? And you know what? I'm gonna add another one in there. Add another one since we just shooting. For why would you meet Beyonce at 14, 15, and then go over there and try to get in a relationship with her at 17, 18. And people just want to know, bro, how can you meet a kid and shit just all weird? Button throwing shots at Corey Holcomb. He say the man ain't fast enough, strong enough, or smart enough to fuck with him like he trying to portray. You know what I mean? All that shit he talking, the nigga ain't gonna bust a grape in a fruit fight, basically. Look, both of these guys on some weirdo shit. Creep behavior. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. First of all, we're gonna start with Joe. Joe is always sleepwalking, finding himself naked in another man's bed. You know what I mean? You got to explain that one, bro, before a nigga could move any further on the Joe Budden discussion. As far as Corey Holcomb, nigga, you couldn't take a joke. You tried to beat the woman and pulled a gun out on her. Like, come on, man, nigga, you might be going to jail. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Man, nigga don't care which one of y'all are winning a street fight. Why would it even matter at this point? You know, let's just be honest. Let's just be real, fool. Drop it in the comments. Tony Yayo and Uncle Murder forced Ja Rule to move seats mid-flight. Yeah, mid-flights. They were heckling him. You know, he couldn't take it. You know what I mean? They were heckling him. They were sitting behind. Tony Yayo was sitting right behind him. Uncle Murder was somewhere else. Once he moved, Uncle Murder took his seat. Look, he couldn't take it. He felt like Snoop Dogg. When Snoop Dogg had to ride back, to fly back to L.A. with Suge and Pac, that nigga had forks on him. You know what I mean? He thought they were gonna do something to him. You know what I mean? Real shit. And he sat in the back of the plane. Look, bro, Ja Rule, ain't nobody that stupid to just fuck with you on no flight. You know what I mean? Yeah, you would have been alright, nigga. That shit shows your pussy. You should have sat there. Yeah, you should have sat there. That's what you do, bro. You gotta, it's called stand your ground. You know what I mean? Shout out SYG. They don't really go by that anymore. More like 300. But stand your ground, fam. You can't just be no runner, a track star. Z sends a cryptic message to hip-hop fans at the Super Bowl. Look, bro, you had to be looking at him and pay attention to what was going on, or you would have missed it. Look, his sweater said the game needs me. You know what I mean? This ain't his first time rocking it. It's like some Michelin Ness shit he's on right now. I don't know if Jay got a new CD coming out or what this man got planned, but it got to be something big. You know what I mean? It got to be something big. He's throwing y'all hints and clues. Look, bro, all that's cute, but a nigga want to know why were you in them Epstein files? And is Rodman Satterway your son or not? Are you the pappy nigga? Or because a lot of people in New York, Oskino Vasquez, for one, seems to be that is your boy. They say they know him. You know what I mean? They say they know him. You just been keeping him out the public. Drop it in the comment. And what the fuck is Ramir? Now they didn't got him out the way. But they say Trump and Nicki Minaj is helping him. So, Jigga, whatever you got planned for hip hop, we need to see it now. Uzi Vert collaborated with Drake. Look, the track is amazing. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. If you heard it, it was a leaked record. You know what I mean? They say, who they say, Lil Yachty or somebody stopped the record from coming out. Look, a lot of people don't know Lil Uzi like that. You know what I mean? But I think this record would have been one of them records. On top of that, Drake killed it. You know what I mean? Man, look, man, wherever that record is, stopped it from coming out, whatever. I don't know nothing about that. This should definitely be one of the Iceman tracks. Look, Iceman is dropping in a few days, hopefully. You know what I mean? In a few days, because we almost to March. I told people it was going to be March Madness anyway. Y'all didn't believe me. Y'all don't understand how I get the information. I don't know how or how I know what the fuck I be talking about, but you'll find out soon. You'll get that later. But yeah, I'm tired of reporting that it's coming out. And when it comes out, you'll see. But if it's anything like this leak track, this nigga about to take over the game again for the 15th time. Bad Bunny surpassed Kendrick Lamar's Super Bowl halftime performance. Lil Kodak brought in 133.5. Bad Bunny 135.5. People tuned in to watch him. Look, Michael Jackson previously held the record. I think he had 133 even. Kendrick Lamar broke it. Now Bad Bunny. Look, bro, I don't know what happened today. I'm gonna just be honest with you. I'm gonna tell you the truth, bro. I know he tore it up. I could tell by the scenes and all that other type shit, but you know, the best thing I can say about that is it wasn't for me. But obviously, a lot of people enjoyed it. You know, let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Shout out Bad Bunny. I don't really know him. If I could understand him, maybe. But I'm more like annual AA. He, even though I don't understand anything he say, but it's the lingo for me. Be a Youngboy request a versus match with Future. You know, he say he could beat Future 15 songs. Future played 15 songs. He say he'd win. You know what I mean? Look, YB got some hits. Yeah, I can't put him down. You can't put him down. But if we're being honest, this is Future you're talking about, fool. Yeah, you humble yourself, kid. Yeah, you humble yourself, kid. Now, these new kids might think of you like that, but you got a long way to go before you fucking with you. This nigga even said he'd outdo Kanye West. You know what I mean? Now, it's good to believe in yourself. Yeah, it's good to believe in yourself once you start singing. Yeah, once you start singing. Now, when you be on that jungle shit, like when he rapped to that C Murder, yeah, you knew he had it. Yeah, when he rapped to that C Murder, you knew he had it. But all the singing shit, bro, I don't think you could just say that, bro, because you ain't really spitting like you should be. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Kobe Bryant was accused of sexual assault. The big R, you know what I mean? Couple years into the league, they say he did something. You know what I mean? Look, bro, this is new to me. Yeah, this is new to me. Maybe I was just young when this shit happened. Yeah, I thought it was some type of, like, he was just cheating on his wife. And they say that that's what happened too. But the big R shit, nigga told me about the story, nigga, I was, like, blown away. You know what I mean? Blown away. Why? Because this is unbelievable. Yeah, unbelievable. I don't think Kobe did that. You know what I mean? Kobe never really been overly sexual or anything of that nature. And any black man that goes to any white town, the first white girl, you're gonna turn down. You're gonna turn down. Why would you take the first one? You think that's a trick? You think that's a trick? You know the cameras are watching. You know what I mean? Oh no! Drop it in the comments, bro, if you've heard of this story. Mystical is guilty as fuck, and here's the reason, fam. The first big R case, that RAPE, he was convicted of, fam. Somebody had took $75,000 from him. You know what I mean? He couldn't get the money back, so to recoup that, allegedly, he sent 6 niggas in there. Him and 6 niggas. I don't know if he left the room or what, but go ahead and get $75,000 worth off of her. And you know what? Dead is good. You know what I mean? Look, that's the story. You know what I mean? That's the story. I know a lot of people say, right, you making this up on Mystical. No. This is true. Now, I never heard about the first R. You know what I mean? I heard about the second one. And I built my judgment off of him. You know what I mean? After hearing about the first one, man, I definitely believe he did the second one too. The second one was over, I think, $25. You know what I mean? Just be real. Drop it in the comments, man. Scores from the play. Gang Cushington compares himself to Young Jeezy. Yeah, trap rapper of the year. Look, the main constantly says he hate the comparisons. Maybe they say that shit from where he from in Atlanta, that's who he trying to be, but the fact is, that nigga don't sound nothing like Jeezy. Nothing like Jeezy, man. In fact, he sounds better. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Nigga, that nigga got the hood pumping right now. Jumping. That Belly Gang Cushington something else, nigga. When you finally listen to it, bro, you realize, like, man, that nigga there, he got it, fam. Yeah, he got it. He found the formula and he's working with it. You know what I mean? I grab a cup with some ice in it. Nigga, my life in it. Bitch, I'm just a street nigga. I like sinning. Damn, that look like 12. I'm trying to see if it got lights in it. Man, that nigga shit hard, bro. I'm just being honest, just being real. Shout out Belly Gang Cushington, fam. Drop it in the comments. I know how this is gonna sound to a lot of people, but Cat Williams admitted he went to several Diddy parties. Yeah, he partied like a motherfucker, but with a catch, fam. He did it from the parking lot. Yeah, he had some people that set it up that he can just go over there where the shuttles be. You know what I mean? He just watched everybody go to the parties and come from the parties. He was parking lot pimping. He wasn't quite invited ever to a Diddy party, but like I said, he went to several. Yeah, he went to several. So they say, how does he know what goes on in the Diddy party? He say when they came out, they could barely walk. Sometimes they shoelaces wasn't tied. They face had a look of horror on it, like they just did the unthinkable. And when they left driving, they wouldn't even sit down. They'd drive standing up with their head sticking out the sunroof, nigga. Drop it in the comments, nigga. This nigga here funny, man. T.I. responds to 50 Cent snitch allegations. Look, T.I.P. coming live from the VIP say 50 was ducking that smoke when it came to a versus match. Look, 50 say he ain't going against no goddamn snitch. Why? Because it's nothing to compare to. You know what I mean? Look, Tip has responded. He say he doesn't fear his past because he's too focused on the future. Plus, his new single, Let Him Know, top 20 this week. Look, the song sucks, bro. It's lackluster. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real, Tip. If you really think that is one of your best records, slap yourself in the face, my knuckle. Nah, nigga just want to don't fear my past. Nigga, were you snitching or not? You know what I mean? Because this is like saying, at least you think you are. Look, a lot of people don't know, but this man's the one told Gunner to go ahead and do what he did. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Drop it in the comments. Like T.I., all loving, but Drake just lost $1 million betting on the Super Bowl. He thought the Patriots would take it home. You know, he thought it was a sure shot. If he would have won, it would have been $3 million easily. You know what I mean? Everybody had the Patriots winning the Super Bowl, but when they put Bad Bunny on that bitch, you had to know it wasn't gonna be what you thought. Yeah, not this year, nigga. No. Third quarter, 12-0 with a minute to go. You know what I mean? Unless they have the best fourth quarter ever, I don't think it's gonna turn out the way the fans wanted it. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Everybody bet it. Big Extra Plug, Lil Baby, everybody losing money tonight. I'm just being honest. I'm just being real, bro. Luckily for Drake, he used Bitcoin. Everybody know the bets that he make, he ain't even gotta pay. You know what I mean? That's somebody else's money. Brown Breezy Bowl grossed over $295.5 million, roughly, fam. This is 2 million tickets sold, 49 shows, a 4-month trek from Europe to North America. You know what I mean? Look, man, they love him. Yeah, they love him. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Drop it in the comments, bro. This boosts his total touring revenue to over $500 million, bro. It's making it one of the highest grossing tours ever. Yeah, ever. Even though I think Kendrick Lamar made 330. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. But NBA Youngboy made somewhere like, what, 50 million? Maybe 72, if we just being honest. Drop it in the comments, bro. Beezy is one of the biggest. Yeah, I'm gonna say it again. He's one of the biggest. But that lawsuit for the defamation has been dropped. 2 times throwing shots at Lil Baby. He say that man and talked all that shit only to be ducking a fade from a blogger. DJ Academics called him everything under the sun, fam. For getting them back doors. Yeah, allegedly somebody slapped the shit out of old DJ Academics, snuffed him, you know what I mean, on the orders of Lil Baby, you know what I mean? He didn't heard about it. He say Lil Baby and them gave him $30,000 so he wouldn't drag him on his album so it could sell. But now he said he want that fade, you know what I mean? Aiden Ross was setting it up, willing to give him a real number. But the man say he would only do it for $40 million. Come on, my nigga. Come on, fam. You can't be that fucking weak that you can't take a fade, bro. And y'all gonna wear gloves. Yeah, this that ATL shit, huh? Yeah, y'all got an answer to it, fam. Drop it in the comments, man. Somebody make this nigga fight. Admits to being victimized by predators. He did this on Club Shay Shannon Shop, you know what I mean? He finally just came to it and told everybody why his behavior has been slightly off. He was tampered with, you know what I mean? Didn't really say who did it and or how, you know what I mean? Just let you know it happened to him, and whoever did it will never do it to nobody again. When you got these little communities, poverty-stricken communities, bro, it's always this old man. Yeah, this old man that's giving the little kids dollars, giving them what? Come cut the grass. I got some work for you. Y'all come over here. Let your kids chill there long enough. You'll find out, man, it's more than just him giving them work. Why is them kids around your goddamn house, Mr. Green? You know what I mean? Just being honest, let's just be real. You know what I mean? Yeah. This story, quite frank, happens a lot. You know what I mean? But it doesn't define you. Yeah, it doesn't define you, Kevin Gates. But yeah, I understand you a little bit now. Yeah, I see why you slightly will not retire you from hip-hop after releasing the Fall Off album. Look, a lot of people is loving it. A lot of people don't. You know, let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Even the game say he gave it a 7 out of 10. You know what I mean? Which ain't the worst. You know what I mean? If you ask me, I'd have gave it a 5. Why? Because only half of it is pretty cool. But yeah, he's not retiring, fam. Maybe he's gonna stop going by J. Cole. Maybe he wants to go by Jermaine. Mr. Jermaine. Mr. Jermaine. He from North Carolina. You know what I mean? North Carolina. Maybe that's how he wants to say it. Mr. Jermaine or some shit like that. But as far as retiring, that's cap. Why? And the fall off is not a retirement piece. Yeah, just be honest. Let's just be real. This is not something you say, oh, this is my best over the last 10 years. This is the best I can give you. And that's it. You know what I mean? Look, man, you do that right now, nigga, your legacy is done. Finished. Finito. You know what I mean? And they want to end you already. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Drop it in the comments. John mourns the loss of his son, DJ Young Slade. Look, bro, the man ran out the house one night early in the wee hours of the morning. Went missing. They later found him in a pond. You know what I mean? Look, he's mourning his son, but a motherfucker want to know what happened. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real, fool. You can't say half the story and not provide the other information. What happened? You know what I mean? Nigga really want to say, who killed my son? You know what I mean? Did he commit suicide? Like, I'm not trying to be insensitive. Please, believe me. Inquiring minds just want to know, fam. Why should you have to look up the story? You see him mourning the loss and all that. Shouldn't you be getting down to the bottom of what the fuck happened to that boy? You know what I mean? Not trying to show his record he did when he graduated. Not showing nobody how to mourn, but come on, man. too soon for that. Yeah, it's too soon. It just happened 3 days ago. 50 Cent throwing shots at T.I. He say he ain't doing no versus match against no rat. Yeah, he said he put the main Crime Stoppers video up. Like, yeah, this is crazy. Yeah, this one is crazy. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Why? Because, bro, it smells mighty, mighty fishy that he got Crime Stoppers, Gunna got Crime Stoppers. It seemed like all of them are fucking working with Crime Stoppers and think it's nothing. You know what I mean? Now, look here. I think 50 Cent be doing a lot, but I will say, bro, stop it. You know what I mean? Yeah, stop it. Just stop it. Because once he brought that bike, I didn't even remember that. You know what I mean? Maybe I was a baby when it happened, but right now, like, man, that shit that weird. Yeah, shit that weird, bro. And you been talking a tough gangster shit all this. Man, get out, man. Come on, man. Nigga don't want to hear it. Yeah, 50 Cent might be right about this one. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real, bro. Charleston White throwing shots at Sean Carton. You know what I mean? Say the man was dragging his name through the mud, making him look bad, asking him questions because he knew this is my drunk partner. If I ask him, he's gonna answer it. Look, bro, that nigga was tailoring them questions for you. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Everything you did on Say Cheese TV and any other platform, you did it because you wanted to go viral. You wanted to go viral. You are a shock jock. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. It wasn't until you start losing opportunities till you realize, man, I can't be this man. Why? Because that man ain't really me. You know what I mean? That man ain't, it is me. And I thought people would accept it. But I realize now that ain't me. I don't want enemies. And I want to be accepted by corporate America. You know what I mean? Look, bro. You are who you are, nigga. You said what you said. That man didn't put no beef between you and Oskino. You said what the fuck you said. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Drop it in the comments, man. Scar's gonna play. Announces the Trunk Sale Tour. He's hitting the road, fam, but it's something different. It ain't like live concerts or nothing like that. He's gonna have albums in his trunk that you could buy straight from him, or you could just meet him and show some love. This is just, he said he wanted to always do this. Since he was a teenager, he used to sell mixtapes and shit for other people. So you know what, when he was making this project, he told himself, I want to get back to the original, to the gist of it. You know what I mean? He's selling physical albums. Look, bro, the album, I give it a 6 out of 10. Yeah, I give it a 6 out of 10. I know a lot of people say about the sequencing. Look, this 29 could have been left in the vault. This 39, it's cool. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real, bro. This ain't about holding that nigga nuts, bro. When you're correct, the nigga gonna say you're correct. Just being honest, just being real, bro. But this album just wasn't what it was. It wasn't cohesive. I'm just being honest. I'm just being real. Drop it in the comments. Sign P-Man to OVO Sound. Look, bro, if you heard Some Sexy Songs For You, bro, that is unarguably one of the best records on that album. P-Me's Interlude. He signed it to OVO. Look, he just made it official. I'm willing to believe that was always the plan, fam. You got to go listen to her songs. Look, shout out P-Man. I don't know, she just came out of nowhere with this shit for me, you know what I mean? Yeah, she's from the other side, you know what I mean? She's from where they from, you know what I mean? Toronto or some shit like that, you know what I mean? I love it, you know what I mean? They're doing real big things out there, R&B wise, bro. It's just the aesthetic that they carry, that OVO sounds something else. That shit hit different. I'm just being honest, I'm just being real. Shout out Drizzy. But most of all, man, shout out P-Man. That new song, Bet, yeah, that bitch hard. But that P-Man's Interlude, that shit just something different, fam. I'm gonna be honest with you. Drop it in the comments, man. Scars from the playground. Sharp interview Kevin Gates on Club Shay Shay. And this is one of the best interviews of the year, man. This is one of Shannon Sharp's best interviews ever. Why, bro? He know how to interview, bro. He asked the questions that Kevin Gates ain't never answered, bro, and he let a nigga really like see into the mind of Kevin. You know what I mean? Look, Kevin been through all type of things, man. I didn't even know. Most people didn't know. The man shot himself in the head in 2020, bro. He tried to end it. He tried to commit suicide, fam. On top of that, fam, admitted to being sexually assaulted by mine when he was a kid, fam. This is why he acts crazy. Now, you could judge people, but you gotta understand everybody been through something, bro. You are a strong individual when you could finally tell your fucking story, man. Let's all salute Kevin Gates, man. Shout out Shannon Sharp for even bringing this out of him. But I needed it. Yeah, I needed to hear it. I'm just being honest. I'm just being real, fam. Compares Fabulous to Lloyd Banks. Look, when Fabulous made the diss track, everybody say, 50 need to get him. Then they say, no, wait, he need to stick Lloyd Banks on him. Look, 50 say Lloyd Banks are one and the same. Neither one of them ever put in no work for themselves. On top of that, if either one of them was to really put out a commercial project, neither would sell. He say they're the same, ladies and gentlemen. There you have it. He don't fuck with Lloyd Banks no more than he fucks with Fabulous. You know what I mean? Look, I gotta be honest with you though. Lloyd Banks cool. A nigga could rap his ass off, but Fabulous hit different, man. I mean, will you do it for the love? This is what Fabulous said. What it he had the most commercial success, some of your biggest artists, but the nigga done got a little taste of it, you know what I mean? But get what? The taste that he got made him want to just do it for the love, man. Him, Davies, Mano, I want to say Jim Jones too, but he kind of a different situation. But yeah, that's why they fit together, folks. Drop it in the comments, man. Scores from the play. Facing a $20 million lawsuit over Sean Combs' The Reckoning, the docu-series on Netflix that garnered so much attention and money on. Look, Clayton Howard, I believe that's what it was. It was one of the sexual, one of the people they hired. Yeah, let's call him that. He's one of the hirees. He's suing, fam. He was part of the docu-series. He say 50 made it look like he was taking up for Cassie, when all in fact, he ain't never had no dealings with Diddy. He say Cassie Ventura trafficked him. You know what I mean? He say the whole thing was designed to go against Diddy, to make Diddy look bad for his personal vendettas. Look, if Clayton could make this stick, you got to know Diddy, the dealer. That $500 million lawsuit he got against Curtis Jackson and Netflix, man, it's gonna find a way to make itself legitimate. Let's just be honest, let's just be real. I think Diddy is gonna get paid. Drop it in the comments, man. Scars from the playground. We're back. We're not going anywhere, fam. Just being honest, just being real. Drop it in the comments. Scars from the playground. Michael 5,000 watts Frkm to heart failure in Houston, fam. This is one of the DJs that's really started the movement. It wasn't just DJ Screw, it was some others, you know what I mean? Michael 5,000 watts, I don't believe that was Swisher House DJ. He was one of the founders in Houston. I know a lot of people gonna say, well, if you don't know that, you must not be from here. Get off the bullshit, you know what I mean? They know me on every side, east, south, north, and west, you know what I mean? So if you don't know the name, you know the face. But look, this ain't about that. This is about DJ Michael 5,000 watts. We're losing legends down south very rapidly. Very rapidly. And it's all from like health related shit. Which is crazy. What they're trying to do is wipe out the history of it. You know, they're trying to wipe out the history. Next thing you know, OG Ron C gonna be saying he's the last living legend. And no shots to OG Ron C. Look, drop it in the comments, man. Scores from the play. From an incurable heart disease. Look, he said the heart is beating at only 25% of what it's supposed to be doing. Look, earlier he was hospitalized for a serious case of pneumonia. The main claims he only had like 6 months to a year to live. I'm gonna be honest with you, fam. I think it's all bullshit. Yeah, I think it's all bullshit. You know, he wants the sympathy. Yeah, he wants the sympathy. In a year here, I'm magically cured, bro. They just saying the man was gonna travel out of country because he found a cure for his incurable heart disease. What do you got exactly? You say you're on 9 medications. What are the medications? Look, real hard shit. Until that man goes, I won't believe it. I'm gonna just be honest with you, because everything he do for the TV is made for TV, man. That man is straight out of a comic fucking book. Now you're sick. Okay, nigga knew you was gonna get sick when you were drinking like a goddamn fish. 40,000 fans in Mexico City. Yeah, look, bro, they love him. Yeah, they loving him out there, bro. He did 36 songs, fam. This is dope. Yeah, this is massive, a massive set list, bro. Plus, he did songs off his long-awaited, facing numerous delays, Bully album. You know what I mean? The Bully album got pushed back again. I know a lot of people thought that bill was gonna come out yesterday. Couple months, you'll get it. Right now, he's performing. He even brought out Northwest and let her do some solo shit. You know what I mean? This is a family act, bro. Another show tonight. You know what I mean? Killing it. Did it, little boy? Christian Combe, he pulled up too. Not that it even matters, but just let you know that he's gonna stick together. Yeah, he riding with Did It till the wheels fall off, but he's not anti-Semitic anymore. You know what I mean? So what's the problem? Just being honest, just being drop it in the comments. Disturbing allegations. He's mentioned in the Epstein files, man. He's been fucking around. Look, Epstein felt like he was something like the devil, you know what I mean? Just to say they were partying with Epstein, going to Epstein Island. He's definitely down with the bullshit, fam. One has to look into him. Ramir Sadaway might actually be his son. Yeah, might actually be his son, bro. I like him as an artist. But knowing he went with R. Kelly after R. Kelly married Aaliyah when she was 15 years old, never sat right with me, fam. On top of that, preying on them young girls when you old enough to be their fathers, you know what I mean? Come on. Yeah, he locked Rihanna in a room allegedly, jump off the bridge or sign a contract. Look, bro, this dude been doing some crazy shit for a minute. Y'all just not finding out. Throwing shots at Kevin Gates. Look, Kevin Gates thought he was gonna play on her top. What he thought was that she was just a whore and he could just, manipulate her. Didn't know she was actually very fucking smart and keeping her receipts. I don't care what Kevin said. Let's get into what Brittany Renner said about Kevin. You know what I mean? Look, she wonder if your new wife slamming you with that 9.5-inch pecker. Look, bro, she said to man, this is some hard accusations, but it's not far from what he was saying on Club Shay Shay that he had been tampered with and it changed him, you know what I mean? They been said this about Kevin. When he was in prison, he was doing things. I did the story, said this shit 1,000,000 times, you know what I mean? Kevin, that nigga something else, you know, just being honest, just being real. Drop it in the comments, man. Shout out Brittany Renner. I said finesse 2 times. He say, look, Rap-A-Lot do good business with people who uphold good character and know what it means to make a return on an investment. He say this man is a drug addict and he's proud of it. You will lose millions investing into a drug habit. Now, a drug addict. Now, he said they invested millions into this man and has yet to recoup anything they put into him. But he want more marketing money. Not only is that not about to happen, but he's about to have some shelf life. Yeah, bro. He's about to have some shelf life because not only are they not going to let him out of contract, but that mill career is literally in shambles because his next album might be 6 years from now. Drop it in the comments. I don't even think Finesse put out an album. That's weird to think of, but I've never heard of Finesse 2 times actually dropping an album since he's retired. Drop it in the comments, man. I'm just being honest. I'm just being real. Facing disturbing allegations. Look, let's just get into it. The main is in the Epstein files, fam. Yeah, him and Harvey Weinstein allegedly drugged the young lady, Armand, and took advantage, fam. Look, this is not looking good for Pusha T. It's not looking good. People been waiting for them Epstein files to be released, and then when they finally get released, you see one of your favorites on that list. You know what I mean? Look, man, what happened with all that godly shit he be talking about? I'm gonna tell you this, bro. It's just playing on your hearts. Yeah, the man been telling you what he is for the longest. A coke man. Yeah, he was a coke man. So they were drugging anything or they were cutting that shit with fentanyl. Get what? The Pusha man was allegedly doing it. Look, bro, Pusha T has yet to respond to these allegations, but you gonna have to come out. Yeah, you gonna have to come out because you seem like a freaky bastard now. I'm just being honest, just being real. Drake got all he need if you want to start back up. Cost $11.7 million for his NBA anti-drug violation. Look, they suspended that man for 25 games. A lot of people think it's just about the games, bro. If you don't play, you don't get paid. You know what I mean? Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. 25 games is going to cost him $11.7 million. Look, he was dropping 30 on perk 30s. That's what they say, bro. That's what I say. He took a mistake of taking some medication that he wasn't supposed to take. You know what I mean? But had him playing like a champ. But like I said, it was a violation. Weird thing is, bro, I thought all NBA players did drugs. You know what I mean? Let me not be a whistleblower. You know what I mean? I thought it was cool to keep your shit right. You know, you pushing a nigga like a machine, nigga hating. You know what I mean? Yeah, nigga hating. Nigga can't take him a perk daddy. You know what I mean? Shout out Paul George, but 11.7 million. That ain't no chump change, man. Just being honest, just being. Look, even after the Grammy nominations and all the Grammy Awards, Whack 100 still talking his shit. He's throwing shots at Kendrick Lamar. He said the difference between the game and Kendrick Lamar is the game carried the West Coast on his back when it was dead and then quit. He said Kodak came in the game when it was already a movement. It's a big difference. He said Dot was following behind Drake in a Sprinter van. You know what I mean? Look, bro, it's some truth to that. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. If he hadn't turned in the Compton Kenny after all the slave shit, the city wouldn't be behind him. They wasn't fucking with K-Dot like that in L.A. He had to go over there to the Fairfax district. Yeah, he had to go to the Fairfax district to get some love. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. They didn't like that different shit in the hood back in the day. Drop it in the comments, man. Whack 100 got a point. Trick Daddy throwing shots at Plies. He say Plies don't have one album that can top any of his albums. So a versus against him and Plies, it just simply wouldn't make sense. In fact, he says it would take at least 2 tree rappers from his era to try to jump him to even keep up with him, but he already got the perfect little mix-up of how he gonna do it, bro. He gonna keep it commercial, go with the radio hits. He gonna provide something for the streets, and then he gonna add the finisher. Look, Trick Daddy was a motherfucker. I gotta be honest, I gotta be real. Him, versus against him and Plies, if we go in commercial success, it probably wouldn't match up. But you got to go back and listen to that Plies shit. I'm gonna be honest with you. Yeah, Plies been going hard for a minute. I can't slam him. I'm gonna be honest with you, fool. If we going artist to artist, Plies probably got Trick Daddy, man. Trick Daddy had an era though. I'm trying to keep it real with him, but man, Plies can rap. I'm just being honest with you, bro. Drop it in the. Kill O'Neal converted a 64 Impala into a jet boat. Look, he had a $200,000 budget. Effortless Motors presented him with this one-of-a-kind, fully functional boat he commissioned for his own lake in Texas. Look, this thing is incredible, fam. I'm just being honest, fam. I want to show everybody this boat. To look at this motherfucker, man. I have never seen nothing like it, but it's 2026 and we are in the future, fam. I got to get me one like that when I get my money. See, when people see this, it's not supposed to make you hate. This type of shit is supposed to motivate. This how we pulling up now. You know, the summer is almost here. It's getting hot. We done grinded all winter to, you know, really enjoy ourselves when that heat come around. You know what I mean? So don't be surprised if you see me in Shaq's 64 Impala. Nigga. You know, that's how I'm doing it. Drop it in the comments, man. Scars from the Blueface throwing shots at NLE Choppa. Look, he heard that diss track. Look, in the diss track, NLE Choppa said a whole 8 is ours. So she called him D-Lo. Look, Blueface say, bro, he'll get that man. Did it, Juice. and put some baby oil on his arse, on his pretty arse. Cause look, everybody know Blueface. He was doing some other shit in that jail. He was doing splits, yoga poses, and all type of other shit. Now he could try to troll and I'm gay, man. And you might be. And you know what? It don't even matter. You know, it don't even matter. This besides the point. Look, NLE Choppa has been getting that Blueface saying, I'm just joking, I'm just joshing. No. Face want that fade. Yeah, Blueface want that fade. But guess what, Blueface? I got a new competitor for you. Blue, young Blue, Blue Vandross. He want to fade with you. Yeah, he's been working out. He's challenging you. Sounds like a good matchup, man. Make it happen. Aiden. ASAP Rocky receiving the Vanguard Award at the 57th NAACP Image Awards. Look, he's nominated for 3 NAACP Image Awards for his role in Highest to Lowest. I think Highest to Lowest nominated for about 7. I didn't really like the film, and that's besides the point. I didn't really like it because I'm a real film person, and I think it was one of Denzel Washington's voice movies. I wanted to see a better performance. I just wanted to see a little more on top of that. Rocky wasn't really rapping like he should have been. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. But that's besides the point. They're recognizing his influence, his energy, and his originality, as well as his spirit, fool. They say he's one of the most prolific style icons of this generation, represents fearless evolution of the black creativity. I give it to him, man. I give it to him. The boy has maintained a spiffiness throughout the years, but the shit y'all see of Rocky, I don't really see. You know what I mean? I just don't see. I'm just being honest with you, bro. Drop it in the comments. Blueface throwing shots at NLE Choppa. Look, he heard that diss track. Look, in the diss track, NLE Choppa said a whole ate his arse, so she called him D-Lo. Look, Blueface say, bro, he'll get that man, did it juice, and put some baby oil on his arse, on his pretty arse. Cause look, everybody know Blueface. He was doing some other shit in that jail. He was doing splits, yoga poses, and all type of other shit. Now he could try to troll and I'm gay, man. And you might be. And you know what? It don't even matter. You know, it don't even matter. This besides the point. Look, NLE Choppa has been getting that Blueface saying, I'm just joking, I'm just joshing. No. Face want that fade. Yeah, Blueface want that fade. But guess what, Blueface? I got a new competitor for you. Blue, young Blue Vandross. He want to fade with you. Yeah, he's been working out. He's challenging you. Sounds like a good matchup, man. Make it happen. Aiden. Tory Lanez throwing shots at Jay-Z. He did it from prison. This is a Per Peterson album. A lot of people didn't hear the Gangland. They wasn't really into Tory like that, but I'm gonna tell you like this. This is one of the best albums of last year, fool. It was definitely a moment. But Gangland, Jigga don't touch them kids. You know what I mean? At the end of that motherfucker, you could hear Tory, Jigga don't touch them kids. Look, bro, with Jigga named in them Epstein files, a lot of people don't want to talk about it, but you gotta talk about it. I don't know what exactly did he partake in, but he did partake. Let's just be honest, let's just be real. It was the 90s. They wasn't allowing the black entertainers to be able to get so much money like they are now. They had to go other routes. Now, the men had already clearly told you he was selling dope and all type of other shit. You can't put nothing past him. You know what I mean? Jigga them touch them kids, allegedly. You know what I mean? But Ramil Satterway's mother was young. Let's just be honest. Lil was young. Let's just be honest, man. Yeah, let's just be honest. I'm not trying to throw Jigga out there as one of my favorite rappers. He is the GOAT. But Jigga don't touch them kids. Look, Lauryn Hill performed Killing Me Softly with Wyclef Jean at the 68th Annual Grammy Awards. Look, they tore that performance up. Now, I can admit, when it started, I thought it was a little slow. It wasn't the same Lauryn Hill, but do you really expect it to be after all these years on hiatus? You know what I mean? And she ain't really been on hiatus because she's been touring, but she's gotten older. Look, her and Wyclef tore it down. You know what I mean? All they was missing was Pros, but everybody know what Pros is dealing with right now. The Fugees was a team. The Fugees was a team. Incredible performance. If you watched it, drop it in the comments. If you haven't, I implore everybody to go watch this year's Grammys. It was different than the other Grammy Awards. I can't really explain it, but it was a heavy black presence. You know what I mean? Everybody was together. You know, good night for entertainment. Drop it in the comments. I'm just being honest. I'm just being real, fam. Lefty Gunplay won a Grammy Award for TV Off with Kendrick Lamar, and he only had to say 4 words, folks. 4 words: crazy, scary, spooky, hilarious. Crazy, scary, spooky, hilarious. Now, the man was trying to go on stage with Kodak at one point, and security biked him up. Wouldn't even let him on the stage. But yes, they let him on a stage to accept the award. The man say, I just want to thank Kendrick Lamar for putting a Latin on. And I want every Latin kid to know you could do this too. I mean, you could hate on Lefty if you want to, but I admire him. You know what I mean? I got to salute that. Why? A lot of people don't get it, bro. A lot of people don't get it. Even Peso got him a Grammy. And you barely know these guys, bro. Kendrick Lamar, they say he ain't never put nobody on the way. He got them Grammys, bro. That shit hit different. I'm just being honest. I'm just being real. Drop it in the comments, man. Scars from the play. Choppa throwing shots at Blueface. He say the man is going through identity crisis. Every day he wake up trying to be the best Crip he could be. Ain't worried about shit else. Look, bro, that main priorities is that main priorities. Cub could do what he want to do. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Every day you wake up talking about some zesty shit like, oh, she ate my arse and called me D-Lo. You know what I mean? Look, man, you can't judge a nigga to choosing to be true to what he's true to. You know what I mean? Point blank period. It's in you, not on you. You know what I mean? You want to judge his tattoos. Look, bro, everybody get tattoos. It ain't for you to be able to explain why that motherfucker got them tattoos. They mean something to him. That's all that matters. Look, NLE Choppa, I'm not with you, but I'm not totally against you. There is some truth to what you're saying, but it's coming from a non-banging perspective. You know what I mean? It's a non-banging perspective. You can't put a banging perspective with a non-banging perspective and think that you're going to make some sense out of it. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Drop it in the comments, man. Scars from the Michael 5000 Watts was honored at the 68th annual Grammy Awards. They put his picture on the screen in the bike. You know, I don't know if they just announced nothing or said nothing, but let's just be honest. Let's just be real. It's one of the biggest stages in the world. You know what I mean? So to just give him any type of acknowledgement, it's a dope nod to Houston. You know what I mean? Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Shout out DJ Michael Watts. For my subscribers that don't really know him, he was screwing and chopping some shit in Houston. Not only that, he was just a good-ass DJ, bro. Everybody know Michael Watts. You know, let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Switch your eyes. You know, drop it in the comments. If you from the H, bro, show some love. You know what I mean? Drop your H's in the goddamn comments. You know what I mean? If you're not, still drop a H. Just say you respect the city, man. You know, just being honest, just being real, fool. Drop it in the comments. Hey, boy, Cardi, I Am music album didn't receive any Grammy nominations, and that boy is hurt. Yeah, his feelings hurt. He's pissed the fuck off. He's furious. You know what I mean? Yeah. He say he did everything right. You know, he did everything by the book, trying to ensure that he was gonna please the industry. Well, look, that's what you did wrong. You know what I mean? Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Playboy Cardi, that's what you did wrong. You making some shit trying to please, but you really should have been making some shit that the people needs. You know what I mean? You should have been feeding your fans, fam. You shouldn't have been trying to feed the commercial industry. That's where you fucked up. And that's why your shit got lost. Yeah, it's why it got lost in the wind, bro. You got to be creative. You got to put that shit out like you put it out when you're supposed to put it out. Don't make them wait for it. Your fans been having to sign a fucking petitions to get you to put out music. You really thought you were gonna win a Grammy. Come on, man. Let's be honest. Let's just be real here. Justin Bieber performed Yukon at the 68th Annual Grammy Awards. Look, nigga stripped down to his shorts, man. Live instruments, you know what I mean? And just sung that motherfucker, bro. They say he was really talking to everybody that tried to victimize him in the industry. You know what I mean? Look, it was dope. You know, a lot of people thought Justin Bieber was finished, but to see him on that big stage rocking, having one of the best performances. I say one of them because, man, come on, you can't not mention Tyler, the Creator, bro. That man is incredible, fam. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. The creativity is next level. But yeah. Justin Bieber performing at UConn, fam. Show the world that it ain't over for him. It ain't over for him. I think a lot of people just relate to Justin Bieber a little more. Look, this is a story that has to be told, bro. And if you missed that performance or you didn't know that was him, because the voice kind of different on the actual song, man, go check him out. Davis was stripped of 25 million Spotify streams. Look, bro, he was botching. And let's just be honest. Let's just be real. This is for his latest album, What Happened to the Streets. 25 million streams were stripped away from it, meaning how many faking their streams, getting their place from machines. Niggas ain't big as they seem. Look, man, nigga said that on his own song and didn't take his own advice. Couldn't put out an album that flopped. You know what I mean? Look, bro, this is more embarrassing. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. This is more embarrassing. 21 Savage, if you ain't got it and it ain't you, just keep it, fam. If you got to pay for the views just so it could seem like you are what you ain't, it's in you, not on you, my nigga. Let's just remember that. Drop it in the comments, man. Scar's finna play. Throwing shots, said, why sell Woody? Look, he's speaking on his deceased baby. Come on, man. This is going way too far. He even went as far as saying he didn't know the baby well enough to actually love him. He's just looking for sympathy. Look, Charleston, I thought you quit YouTube. Let's start there, bro. I thought you was done with YouTube and all the bullshit. You were moving on to white politics. What's going on with you, fam? This is too far, you know what I mean? This is too far. All to get back into the algorithm. You say you didn't want it no more. You know what I mean? Just be honest. Let's just be real. You told Sean Cotton you were done, only to go to a lesser channel and think you gonna build that bitch up by saying crazy ass shit. Look, 607, you could have did better. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. And Charleston White Uncle Charlie, that's my man. That's my man, but I love him and I hate him at the same damn time. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. One shot said Gucci, man. Look, he say that six-pack Gucci is a weenie. Yeah, he like that big belly Gucci. That Gucci was a gangster. These days, he's so heavily medicated and inebriated, too damaged to actually manage a major artist. That's why Pooh Shiesty allegedly did that man like Vanilla Ice. He held him hostage, took his watch, took his chain. On top of that, he say Gucci man don't remember shit. He don't know what's going on. The man still think he in 2006. Look, bro, if that's the case, you know not to fuck with him. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. This whole little situation is cap. Yeah, it's the Cap Olympics, man. You know what I mean? It's 2026 is the Cap Olympics. You gonna see them cap even more than they did last year. Cause get what? A bitch gonna do the next best thing a bitch know how to do. And that's cap. And I'm talking about the niggas, not the women. Drop it in the comments, man. Scar's finna play. Joe Budden throwing shots at Lil Wayne. Look, Kendrick Lamar just won 5 Grammys, surpassing Jay-Z in Grammy Awards. Look, Wayne tweeted out, I got to do better. You know what I mean? No Grammy for me this year. I got to do better. Joe Budden say, come on, my nigga. Every time Kendrick Lamar wins, Wayne cries. I got to side with Joe Budden, bro. At this point, it's starting to be corny. Okay, my nigga, you didn't perform at the Super Bowl. You got to do better. You didn't win a Grammy. You got to do better. Wayne, at some point, bro, you got to take accountability in your music. You know what I mean? Stop saying you're going to do better and just fucking do better. And you just fucking do better. If a Grammy matters, if being on top of the game, being America's best rapper matters to you, just fucking do better. Nigga tired of hearing you quiet. And 10, and I'm saying that from a nigga that really fuck with Wayne. I fuck with Wayne. That's a goat there. But right is right. Come on, my nigga. Get off. NLE Choppa apologizes to Blueface. Look, he went way too far. When he started talking about the kid, you know, he started talking, the man just wanted to box you. And he was trying to be like real cool about it. You know what I mean? He letting you get yours off, but you went too far. Now you want to apologize, man. What y'all got to understand is, You can't sell a whole gang of shit and then want to take it back. You know what I mean? We gonna handle our shit fist to fist. Bro, you don't know how Blueface tell him gonna handle it, but he's gonna make an example out of you, boy. Let's just be honest, cuz. You know what I mean? You done fucked up. You know you done fucked up. That's why less than 24 hours, you apologize. And no, bro, you said what you wanted to say. You said what you want to say. And cuz gonna teach you something. I'm just being honest. I'm just being real, bro. Your ass done wrote a check. Your mouth done wrote a check your ass can't carry. Drop it in the comments. And you don't know, but you sure as hell about to find out. If I was you, I'd stay away from me. 50 Cent throwing shots at Floyd Mayweather. Look, Floyd is suing Showtime Sports for $340 million, accusing them of helping his manager or whatever, his team member, steal from him. Look, 50 say, bro, the problem is, I told you read the contract, but your dumb ass can't read. You know what I mean? Yeah, you can't read. You know what I mean? It's like all the money in the world, bro. He never clicked to the hooked on phonics. You know what I mean? Look, one can laugh, but it ain't really funny, bro. Yeah, it ain't really funny. Nah, nigga done punched his way out the hood, but come on, my nigga. At this point, if it's true, because he already betted you to read a page of Harry Potter and you didn't do it. You know what I mean? Just be honest. I was going to say, talk about Hogwarts. As long as you can pronunciate Hogwarts, you should be all right. You know what I mean? Drop it in the comments, man. I don't think the champ can win because he never comes out and denies it. Well, not denies it, but just proves that he can read. J. Cole, the Fall Off album is lackluster. You look, it troubles me to even say this, bro, because I was waiting for it. Like everybody, this 29 and 39, you know what I mean? 24 tracks, 12 on each. Look, this 29 is unlistenable. You know what I mean? I'm just being honest, just being real, bro. Now, he's talking about something, but all that Deuteronomy shit, yeah, nigga ain't trying to hear all that. I'm going to be honest with you, fam. It ain't about what you say, bro. The shit got a jam. The beats are boring, and the delivery is boring. Now, this 39, that's something different, you know what I mean? It could have been a one-disc album, if you ask me. The shit just not very cohesive, and it's not a retirement CD. This is not one of them albums you say, well, I'm going out with a shebang. You know what I mean? You got to go back to the drawing boards, but the fall off is inevitable. That's one of the best songs of the fucking century, fam. I'm just being honest, just being real here. Drop it in the comments, man. I promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, so help me God. Ocho Cinco Johnson facing a $100 million defamation lawsuit. He made damaging remarks in online conversations and media appearances. Look, he said this is the first time he's been sued and actually laughed about it. You know, he ain't got nowhere near $100 million. In fact, he said he ain't got nothing for him. You know what I mean? Imagine suing a person and getting nothing. He say nothing from nothing leaves nothing. Good luck. You know what I mean? The man say he ain't got it. You know, let's just be honest. Let's just be real, bro. Shout out Chad Ocho Cinco, man. Because sometimes you just got to be honest. You just got to be honest. And when you know you're saying shit online, you're saying things online, that's when you start transferring everything to your woman's name. And if you don't got a woman, put it in your mama's name because they coming for it. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. But he's right. If he ain't got it, what do you think you're actually gonna get? $100 million. It's crazy. Drop it in the comments, man. Scars from the play. Look, Lil Baby demands $40 million to fight DJ Academics. Like, come on, man. This man has said everything under the sun about Lil Baby. Call him a drug fiend, all type of other shit. But he wants to fight for $40 million. Now, Aiden Ross told him he was willing to give him a real number. You know what I mean? You probably even could have got 5 to 10. You know what I mean? Depending on how that fight turned out. You know what I mean? Because it main event, neither one of y'all got hands. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Look, bro, a lot of people think that just because you got money doesn't mean you got to fight somebody that got less money of you. Look, it's about being a man, bro. Respect. Respect ain't measured by your bank account. It measures by when you talk shit, can you really bike it up? Look, man, you done got that man slapped on. You know what I mean? You done got him snuffed. You owe that man a fair one. Yeah, a fade. You know, if you don't want to do it outside of the ring, why not do it in the ring and make a little something off of it? Ain't supposed to be about the money on it. Diddy Combs received a fast-track prison appeal court date. Look, April 9, 2026, they fast-tracked it. Why, bro? I mean, fighting for his life. 3 to 4 years for something he should have got 3 to 4 months for. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Now, had they had some real charges on him, ain't nobody just the biggest fan of Diddy, bro. But this is just about being correct. You know, it's about being correct and truthful. 3 to 5 years, 3 to 4 years for providing transportation to participate in prostitution. You know what I mean? Look, it ain't even so much of a tongue twister anymore. Niggas say that like it ain't nothing. Why? Because it ain't. You know, let's just be honest. Let's just be real, bro. It's been people that got lesser time than that for worse charges. Drop it in the comments, man. Diddy, that nigga gonna be home pretty soon. Mark my words. But in 2026, that man coming home. I'm willing to say, by the summer. Yeah, by the summer. If not, before summer even starts. Cole throwing shots at Kendrick Lamar. This is on the Fallout album. He say conscious crown turn, corporate lock, turning spirit into stock. He say he respected his art, his fight, his creed. But the respect ain't mutual when he realized he treat brothers like debris. He also said high powers are at play in his favor. Now he gripped the keys he stole from the boy into the machine. Look, bro, he say this is what focus group approved. You know what I mean? Look, the man saying a lot. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. The man saying a lot. Kendrick Lamar, wherever you are, man, that nigga got you rolled up just right. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. And I know K-pop fans are gonna hate that, you know what I mean? But the truth is the truth, and the truth is the truth. Now, J. Cole's delivery on his album is just kind of so-so. Yeah, it's kind of so-so. He could have did better. Yeah, he could have did better. But at least he mentioned it. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Drop it in the comments. Wack 100 throwing shots at Max B. Look, Max B had a whole lot of shit to say because he heard Wack was talking about him. But look here, on Clubhouse, Wack say he ain't arguing with half a punk. You know what I mean? He ain't arguing with no half a punk. That man, half a man. In jail, he was on some other shit. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real, bro. What they call it, keistering. He was keistering doobies. When he felt like smoking, he said he'd pull it out his arse, hit it a little bit, and stick it back in his arse. You know what I mean? Come on, man. Come on. How low can you go? Let's just be honest, man. How if you playing with, man, I ain't gonna, you know what? Community strike after community strike. You do what you do, Max B. You do what you do. You are who you are. Who am I to tell you who you are? I could just tell you, like, that type of thing was weird. Yeah, it was weird. Yeah, for me. You know what I mean? For me, it was weird. Makes me not look at the man the same. You know what I mean? That's it. Yeah, I can't down him. Yeah, you do what you do. You know what I mean? Just being honest, just being real. Drop it in the comments. Jay-Z signed Lil Russell to Rock Nation. Look, the man say he happy as hell when he woke up. 50 radio stations was already playing his song. Look, bro, J. Cole didn't want to be there. Yeah, J. Cole is unarguably one of the best. He didn't want to be there at no Rock Nation. I don't know what they offered him. You know what I mean? But look here, bro. You gave up control. One of the best things about Lil Russell is that he was doing all that shit from the backyard and he was independent. Man, you can't want too much out this game too quick that you're willing to give up control when you had him fucking beat. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Shout out Jay-Z. You know what I mean? Hell of a guy. You know what I mean? But when it come to other artists, man, that man ain't really about shit. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real, bro. He ain't never been better at taking care of nobody other than him motherfucking self. It's just drop it in the comments, dog. That's just fact. And them young girls, allegedly. Jay don't touch them kids. Finesse 2 times. Wages war against J. Prince Jr. Yeah, he wants out of Martaz, and he's willing to fight to the death of it. Why, bro? He said he ain't got no daddy that's worth $300 million. Yeah, he got to get it out the mud, and it ain't been working with Martaz. Look, J. Prince Jr., wherever you are, you know what I mean? J. Prince, this is why I always tell y'all, man, stop fucking with out-of-town rappers, bro. Yeah, Rap-A-Lot ain't really got no wave right now in Houston. And it definitely don't when y'all hire niggas from Memphis and all this other type of shit. Niggas like Finesse 2 times, BBL Finesse. Look, man, there's too much talent down here in Houston to be putting y'all money into other shit, thinking that's how it's gonna pop, nigga. You got to do the same thing people do in their own cities, nigga. Build your fucking community. It's no way you could have a nigga like Scars from the Playground, and you going out of town to think you gotta find something else, nigga. Come on. Shakur Stevenson was stripped of his WBC lightweight world championship belt. Look, this is after dominating at Madison Square Garden. Put a beating on the other guy. You know, I didn't watch it. You know what I mean? I didn't watch it. Because one already knew how it was going to turn out. Let's just be real. Let's just be honest. But the man moved up a weight class, and he got the WBO junior welterweight champion. Look, after paying 100K, they had the nerve to say regulations are champions cannot hold titles in multiple divisions. You know what I mean? The man was stripped of his WBC lightweight world championship belt. But you know what? He say, you know, the belt don't make him. You know what I mean? What is he paying y'all for? Y'all had nothing to do with this belt. But you know what? Y'all could have it. Look, this is just how they playing the game now. Yeah, it's how they playing the game now, bro. You can get with it or get lost. Drop it in the comments, man. But it's fucked. Just saying, throwing shots at Jay-Z. He posted a snippet of an old song Jay put out called Young Girls. You know what I mean? He said, I know y'all gonna hate me, but what are y'all gonna say about what this fool is saying? LOL. Get your ass down the street. Yeah, look, bro. Jay-Z made a song about young girls, about the girl being barely of age. Yeah, you're barely of age, but he was gonna put a ring on it. The sounds hella fucking weird. Let's just be honest. Especially when you got Ramil Satterwhite out there saying his mama was one of them young girls. Yeah, his mama one of them young, Aaliyah was one of them young girls. Allegedly Beyonce was one of them young girls. Even though he say he didn't start dating her till she was about 17, 18. He met her when she was 14. That's just weird when you see a kid, then you date her 3 years later. Come on, my nigga. We all got to agree. We got to agree. Drop it in the comments. You got to separate the man from the music. Jay-Z is a hell of a guy. You know what I mean? Hell of a rapper. The best. The world's greatest. But, hey, on the other hand, shit, might be the world's worst, too. Just being honest, just being real. Drop it in the comments, man. Scars from the play. Look, T.I. challenges 50 Cent to a versus match. Look, he say 50 been ducking that smoke for a long time, but he want him. You know what I mean? Look, bro, it's easy to say Tip ain't got nothing. TIP coming live from the VIP ain't got nothing on the 50 Cent, but look here, bro. T.I. has been known as the king of the South for a minute, bro. When you put up them albums, other than 50 Cent's first album, bro, what does he really have? Most of that shit bullshit. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. When 50 Cent started like trying to get jiggy with it, like on some Will Smith shit, I was gone. Now, can he still rap? Yeah, it's been mixtape shit like, nigga, you ain't saying nothing. But a lot of people never heard that song with Lil Boosie. But yeah, I think TIP coming live from the VIP. Yeah, he'll beat 50 Cent. Now, as far as Lil Wayne, nigga, Lil Wayne to put him in a headlock like a little kid. But yeah, he'll beat 50 Cent for sure. Drop it in the comments, fam. Look, Ink Capone throwing shots at Sauce Walker.
All this nigga been doing is just talking. I don't know how y'all don't just see this shit. I don't know why y'all think he could do anything with me, like, at all. I'm gonna break him up, and he know this.
Nah, I don't know Ink Capone. I don't know him, you know what I mean? But after listening to him, he got a point, bro. They had a friendship. Now, whether or not that man was actually wearing Albert's clothes, MC Gusto's clothes back in the day, that's besides the point. Bro, just because you got money don't mean you don't have to put in your own work. Yeah, sometimes, most of the time, all the time, bro, you got to get dirty with it. Yeah, if you want to still be street, you got to be willing to fight niggas that got less money than you. It ain't about the money, bro. It's about the respect. That's what people don't understand, bro. It ain't about the money. It's about the respect. For a lot of people that think this guy is out of his league because Albert got too much to fuck with him, look, bro. Man, all he wants is a fade. You know what I mean? All he wants is a fade. I think if y'all got some personal shit going on behind the scenes, the man deserves it, nigga. It ain't about money. Money doesn't buy you out of an ass whooping, bro, unless you willing to pay that fee. You know what I mean? Unless you willing to pay a nominal fee, you got to catch them hands. If Ink, what's his name? Ink Baby or whatever he say his name is, if he even got something. If they throw it, I'ma catch it to play the game like Tetris. I'm one of a kind rap, people tell me I'm a clip. I've been working 24 hours, summertime to winter. I ain't really at the chill, it gotta be about business.